Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, welcome back. The reason we doing Thursday Live over here today is because my main channel have a strike. So I got a strike on brosancheztv, and it's gonna be a week. It ain't no thing, though. I ain't tripping. I already know I'm up under their radar because I'm telling the truth. So it don't surprise me. Then they come back on the same. Look, I've been under review for the last 3 to 6 months trying to be eligible for monetization again on my big channel, right? I've been emailing them and trying to contact YouTube to see what's taking it so long. And they keep talking about COVID. But the moment the bastards gave me a strike on my big channel, now they want to complete my review and say I'm not eligible for monetization because I got a strike. That's the game right there, man. But we ain't gonna worry about it. Why? Because you just can't keep a good dog down. That's why. We ain't gonna sweat it. Hold on a second. Plug up the small speakers. That way we don't have a lot of feedback. But yeah, we ain't gonna sweat it. I got the link. If you want to join the call, brothers and sisters, I do got the link. I got the link to the show pinned. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. To the people who want to get in on this conversation today, we looking for some good people with some good level-headed weigh-ins on these topics, because guess what? These are sensitive topics. Shout out to the brother in the chat room who told me that don't be a simp. Kevin Samuels is right. And that he's right about that. Anybody saying the man is just 100% wrong is simping, because he's not wrong, but no one is right about everything, and no one has 100% of the truth all the time on a particular subject. I'm not coming to take away from Kevin Samuels' argument. I'm coming to add to it, actually. So let me drop a bomb to that. Yeah, we're going to cut that up as well. Cut that up a little bit. Now, here's what I'm going to say. The floor is open for the debate today. I won't smoke. You won't smoke. We all won't smoke. So let's bring it. Becky is on the bombs. Becky is on the bombs. They can't stop us now. I'm about to give Becky a raise if y'all keep donating. Hit that like button. Yeah, so check this out, right? Today's topic is none other than, are women more dependent on men for survival or vice versa? This is an argument that we get a lot on Kevin Samuels' channel. When we deal with survival, the men always shine. And the reason for that is because Kevin Samuels always say that if we put reproduction aside. Now, I want to point this out. I'm not here, like I said, I'm not no simp. Women need men to survive. But I'm here today to bring clarity on the topic and show how we need each other 50-50. Now, I don't think that's something Kevin Samuels do. In Kevin Samuels' mind, it's probably more like 70-30 or 75-25. He don't agree that the woman is equal to the man. I want to teach y'all something today about Luciferianism, about Satanism in relation to the rise of what they call a high value man. All right. Now, anybody that want to join, click the link. We're going to be letting people on later. But let me open up some slides because I ain't really come to play today. I want to give some people some shout outs, and we finna go deep today. First of all, let me give a shout out to the brother Taz Exclusives the GOAT. All right. Because I think he offers a good body of work when it comes to the origins of this whole high value man. The high value man ain't something that always existed. Not this terminology, right? And I think that the brother Taz Exclusives offer a thorough history of where high value really came from. So what I want to do right now is just give that brother channel a shout out. Taz Exclusive. I think if you want to catch up basically and hear the other side of the whole, high value man argument, I would recommend this brother. I would recommend going to the brother channel and exploring the videos that he have on Kevin Samuels. Now, I don't think the brother's here to drag Kevin Samuels. I think he's just here to point out the truth that we're all ignoring. And I'm going to actually be pointing out some more things about not only Kevin Samuels, but the entire manosphere community and this entire thing this entire narrative, right, that's being put out there, and who controls that narrative. We're going to talk about it. All right. So we got to talk about Satanism and Luciferianism. We got to go back into the Abrahamic faiths. You'll see why I say that in a minute. So I do have some other tabs open, but I'm not going to show those because those are the videos that we're going to refer to from Kevin Samuels. Now, the ideology of Kevin Samuels and what I would call the manosphere, which I think the manosphere is needed. I think you need groomed and mature brothers schooling these youngins about some of the errors that they're going to make in life. So I'm not here to bash the manosphere because the manosphere, I benefit in my life from, it'll be real messed up of me to bash the manosphere because I fucking changed the way I moved in a lot of ways for the best watching the manosphere. And I done looked in the mirror and said to myself, yeah, I'm doing some lame shit because of the manosphere. And it done made me even, every brother who benefited from the manosphere know that it is beneficial. It's nothing I want to bash. We need things like the manosphere. I think the narrative in the manosphere shouldn't be so one-sided, and that happens when we get into personality worship and we start building what's called cult followings. Now, a lot of people we see on YouTube that's rising to fame, such as Kevin Samuels, we got to ask ourselves, are they grassroots or were they sent? That's going to be a very controversial debate as people call on today. Because when you look at the origins of Kevin Samuels' video history, he started off unboxing cologne, okay? He was a brother who recommended certain colognes to brothers and gave them certain fashion advice. If you go to his channel and look at his earlier videos, you would have never saw this Kevin coming. And everybody has to change and evolve to better themselves and their situation. So I started to look at some of Kevin's old videos, and I said, you know what? I'm glad that he stopped doing videos about cologne and all that, and that he started doing this. Why? Because it opened up a whole can of worms, and I like debate. I like for example, you remember the brother O'Shea had the Sunday Rumble. I love shit like that. That is like a drug for me. Now check this out. A lot of people may take me personal, but I don't really care about this YouTube stuff. I have my viewpoints, and I like to come on here and debate, and I'm very passionate about debating, just like video games, a basketball match, or any of that. But anyway, to get back to the story, I admire what Kevin Samuels built for the fact that he does open up the phone lines and let you get on there. I've been trying to get on there. It's hard because he's big, but it's a chance you can get on. I ain't gonna lie, I keep trying. I'm not one of these brothers to have a YouTube channel and go out and say something I disagree with about a man who's opening up his channel. Now, it's hard to get him to, because of all the people and stuff, but, you know, eventually I think everybody get through. Now check this out, right? I came at Kevin Samuels sideways in my first approach because, honestly, I was just clout chasing. Becky drop a bomb, because you know what? Brother Sanchez don't mind telling the truth. I wanted to smoke. I was trying to trigger people from that side to come over here for debate, because there are some things that I do think need to be debated by the people, not necessarily Kevin. He doing his thing, you know. But it's some other side things we can debate that I think would bring more clarity to the entire subject. Now, sometimes I do things for the simple fact of drawing the ops, guys, and you got to understand that. So if you really want to know where I stand on a whole argument between who needs who the most, all right? Do the women need men more to survive, or do men need women more? Now, I'm finna go deep. I'm not just gonna answer that in a simple way. I'm about to go very deep, and I want you to listen up, right? The black narrative is being controlled by white people. That's why I told you to go to Taz's channel. The whole argument about who need who the most was an argument that our ancestors never had. And the whole concept of a high value man is a concept that our ancestors never had. The high value man, also one of his attributes is when he get in his 50s and 60s, he's still dating women that's 20 and 30. A high value man to these guys would be a Hugh Hefner. Now, my great granddaddy grew old with his woman. He didn't leave her for a young girl, a young gold digger. Like a lot of these old guys, like they get old and they leave a woman for the young girl, and she go to inheriting all that nigga shit. Like, I don't want to be a old sugar daddy, and I think a lot of and I'm gonna be bouncing around here. I'm gonna be bouncing around, but I think in the manosphere we throw around lame shit sometime. Like for example, right? A lot of cats was like basically a lot of cats got the ideology if you're a high value man, when you older as hell, you're gonna be dating young girls. Now, shout out to the old men that's married and still got their older woman, their wife on their side. But guess what? A lot of them old niggas may cheat with the young girls, but they still gonna be married to their wife or whatever. But what I was saying was, we can debate this. The things I'm saying here is to spark debate. That's why I put the link. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. These are topics I would like to debate with the brothers and the sisters. Feel free to join. We're going to be opening up the lines later. But check this out, right? Because a lot of guys think that that's what you want to accomplish, right? You want to be 60, 70 years old with your little 20-year-old, 25-year-old. See, that kind of man right there, you got to watch your children around him. I don't care what nobody say, bro. Because even though I'm a man and I know when I'm 60, when I'm 70, I'm still going to be attracted to young girls. That's something that's just natural. But what I'm saying is some of these guys want to get with the young girl because her mind ain't developed yet. And I know what I'm talking about. I ain't simping. I'm trying to help parents out there. It's some real predators out there. It's some old ass sugar daddies out there like R. Kelly. All right, that's going to straight up degrade, demoralize these young girls. Y'all was mad at Kels for pissing on them and shit, but these old arrogant rich motherfuckers, they treat the women like shit. Why? Because they arrogant and rich, bro. So I'm telling y'all, we got to draw a line between real nigga shit and just sick rich nigga shit. I ain't rich, but I ain't broke either. But I tell you what, man, a lot of these niggas is weird up here with that bag, you know, they sexuality and stuff. But anyway, back to get back on topic, right? Because we got to talk about the Boule, the Freemasons, and all that. Why we got to talk about that? Because we got to trace back the history of this narrative, man, all the way back, bro, before the manosphere existed. I'm talking thousands of years ago, when you had religious leaders telling men, we are the highest value of the genders. The Bible said that before Kevin Samuels, before this narrative in the manosphere. The Bible told the man he was the creature that was valued higher than the woman, and that she was the what? Lesser being. This whole concept, right, of the woman needing the man, but the man don't need the woman, comes from religious leaders in medieval times, and they had a homosexual ideology. Think about it. All of these gods created woman, but these gods will tell you everything really don't need woman, and she the one was disobedient and messed everything up anyway, and it's a man's world. Hell, even the God is a male God, and he don't even got a woman. None of these gods got women. Why? None of these dating coaches online got women. It's part of the Luciferian religion. I'm trying to free y'all mind. This ideology is ancient, and it is very demonic. Now, what is the proper ideology? That we both need each other. The concept of a man saying women need me, but I don't need them, is come from mythology, because the gods could create humans without women, but the women couldn't create humans without the gods. Now, that's a very backwards religious system, and a lot of guys don't see how it bleeds into their narrative when it comes to dating. All right, Becky, drop another bomb. Remember, Adam didn't need no woman for him to exist. All he needed was a man. Now, however, that woman needed Adam for her existence because she needed his rib cage. That philosophy of woman needing man, but man don't need woman, is true in mythology, but it's not true in reality. In reality, we need each other equally, and that's what neither side want to deal with. And that's what we got to start. Man, look here. Neither side don't want to deal with we need each other equally. That's too much like right. So the women saying, we don't need them dusty niggas equally. They need us. And the men doing the same shit. Now here's the sad part. The men didn't start this. Now I know women gonna hate me for this. Yes, I'm not contradicting myself, because we know that the religious aspect that I just brought up, that was started by men, right? But what I'm talking about, the rise of, in our time, of it becoming this gender war, man versus woman, in my opinion, and the sisters can join the call and debate, I think the women started it. I don't think men was ever trying to put themselves above women until women came out with this whole movement of women power. And instead of them saying we want equality with the man, what happened was they was kind of exalted above the man. And here we are today. There are a lot of things that work in a woman's favor over the man. And they dominate basically the whole dating field. It's swayed toward their advantage, even if the man may be a qualified good brother, right? But look, we ain't gonna go there yet, right? Let me just crawl for a walk. I think the whole rise of men trying to be high value and exalt themselves above women is a response to what women did. Right? I think it's just a response to what happened the past few decades on behalf of the woman in society being exalted to a certain status. I can be wrong, but that's why I opened up the lines. So no matter who started it, we both got to end it, because guess what? Our ancestors didn't have this narrative. This narrative is given to us by the enemy to further divide the family, and we don't even see how dangerous it is. Now, it's entertaining, because I come up in the ghetto and one of my best friends, he dead. We used to love to see him roast pretty women. They couldn't be ugly. Now, that may sound weird to you, but let me give you the psychology of it. When we were young, as young single men out here dating, right? We weren't looking for no wifey. Let's just put that out there. But in this dating thing, whenever we would get around the girls that were real fine, it was part of our man code to treat them the worst. Because the fine girls had this ego. The real red bones fine girls thought they was all this. And you know what we found out early as men, if you break that and humble them, you can get the draws and wrap them around your finger. I got ugly cats who got the most finest women wrapped around their finger. Because even though you fine, I don't care. Y'all come dime a dozen. And once you see I don't care, it's going to let you see I'm different than these other guys. One of my homeboys not only didn't care, he would joke on beautiful women to the point where everybody be laughing at them, and the girl looks great. Like, he was such a comedian. He could take a fine girl and joke on her and have everybody laughing at the fine girl, though, you know. And that right there something weird happened. The fine girls actually wanted him more. And I'm going to be honest with you. I really didn't get it at first. I was slow to it at first. Like, damn, this nigga treating y'all, he clowning y'all ass. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, yo. So that's just a sidebar. I just gotta put that out there to lock that. It's the psychology, right? Check this out. It's bringing you down to here, where you can be more dealt with easier. The gods in religion were all about submission. The story of the pretty woman Mary cleaning Jesus' feet with her hair is symbolic, is psychological. No different than when you was watching New Jack City and you saw the pretty girls feeding Nino Brown the grapes in the pool, which was one of my favorite scenes, some shit that I strive to be when I grew up. Just the nigga in the pool with the fine girls feed me grapes. And guess what? This what y'all gotta realize. Them same fine girls will follow the money. And it ain't about that you're fine, young, fine, and handsome. It's all about the bad, which is one of the things you got to have to be a high value man. This mean the average young cat can't become a high value man by definition until he start generating a certain amount of money, which is where the conversation get blurred at between how much does my money, how much money do I need to make before I can really be a high value man? Because a lot of people is looking at the high value man in terms of just money alone. Excuse me, guys. So yeah, this is a conversation I want to have because it's confusing. The lines are blurred as to who's who. I want to talk about the men dating single moms with children. You know what I'm saying? Because that's another one right there, but I don't want to skip too much, right? I don't want to skip too much. What I want to point out is the origins of man versus woman, right? That is the final chapter of Divide and Conquer. That's now the powers that be in the social engineers directly in your household. See, the social engineers don't got to knock on your door to break up your damn family household. They can put influencers out there in society, which is society creates social media. And they control the narrative in social media. And if the narrative got the man arguing with the woman and vice versa about who has the most value and why, we won't get nowhere for a couple generations. We just won't. Because after the one proved to the other one that it's the highest value, then what? I don't think it'll solve the family issues in Black America. I don't think that'll be the golden ticket and now, whoa, the black family is back stable. If, you know. And I don't care who want to hear what I got to say or not. You know why? I'm a young black man that was born into a black family. And I can speak on this firsthand. You know? So, we got to talk about who's controlling the narrative on YouTube. Because a lot of people who's rising to fame are your dating coaches. They're dealing with the interactions between man and woman. There's a lot of money being thrown around in these areas, And when you want to know how they're terraforming our psychology as a species, follow the money. Follow the money and follow the masses. And right now, with everything is social distancing. This is the whole warfare between them and society, is social distancing. It's everything is about people breaking up and becoming further apart from each other. Now, how are we going to reinforce that on a family level, directly in the household? Well, when you look at the narrative on social media, it's motherfucking Armageddon. Man versus woman. Ain't nobody really communicating. We're debating. You cannot really solve the problems as a collective limited to debating them. I think if we had more discussions and motherfuckers didn't care who was right or wrong, because keep in mind, on a big platform like Kevin Samuels, let's just keep it real. He can't be wrong, and he's not going to allow a woman to call in and just be right. Even if she's right, you better believe she going to get muted. Something going to happen to where he's going to say something to belittle it. And I'm not trying to down talk the brother. I may even be, I'm sure I'm guilty of this myself, that when I have debates on my channel and I know somebody right and they got me on that, it's hard to say, well, yeah, you got me on that one and you're right about that one. You will never really see this on YouTube, but however, I do see times where a lot of these callers and stuff on some of these platforms do be right, and they'll make a good point, and I'll be like, oh, well, damn, the caller was right about that, and I'll see how they'll get bashed and shunned, and the whole personality worship will come into whenever, and I know I can speak on this because I'm a content creator. If I was disingenuous, there was a lot of times I could have used the fact that personality worship works on my behalf, and if my opponent is right and I'm wrong, I don't have to see, it'll be wrong for me to magnify that argument anymore because that person's right. So after that, then I come with the insults. So if my opponent is right and I'm wrong, my response may be, man, what school did you go to? And when he tell me the school, now I can start belittling him based on the school. Or what city you live in? Or belittling based on the city, but the dodge the fact that he just got me in the argument, though he was right. Or I can say, who taught you your English? You did not pronounce that right. And we can look over the fact that what they said was right. And let's talk about the way they pronounced it. And let's start bashing the English. See that a lot. One of the things we see in the manosphere is telling men that they need to speak better and more eloquently and have more stronger command over the English language, like Brother Sanchez, whenever I choose to. See, one thing about intelligent black men, we can speak professionally and we can be like, what the fuck you talking about? You ain't do that for real? Or I can be like, you didn't do that? I can switch back and forth between these. Me personally, I know every nigga can. That's why when we ain't in a professional or corporate setting, I tell niggas, okay, you can cut that shit off, bro. I'm not trying to hire you. You ain't submitting me no application, so you ain't got a front for me because I'm your brother. You can talk Ebonics with me and put your guard down and loosen your tie with me. And when we go back in the corporate setting, we can switch on and off. Why am I saying that? Having proper command over the English language doesn't equate to professionalism or high value, because some of the most richest men speak Ebonics. So do the women. Maxine Waters just commended Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion as two great examples for young women and all this stuff in the women feminist movement. And they speak hella Ebonics. A lot of these record label owners, like, look at Master P. Master P is like really in the top fucking 20 names you're gonna mention in like corporate America dealing with the music industry. To keep it real, Master P is a fucking billionaire. He's a very intelligent chess player. But Master P don't speak very well English. He speak like a nigga from New Orleans. I'm just saying, are we teaching these guys the wrong thing? Because on the other hand, some of these guys, Ebonics and slang is the very reason that they made it out the ghetto. Hit me, Becky. So the narrative is being blurred because a lot of the information that these guys giving y'all is secondhand information that come from the white manosphere. See, the white man don't have Ebonics. A white man can't become a fucking multi-millionaire for saying, nah, nah, nah. It's not even an option for him. But a young black man can actually make it in corporate America being just who he is, sagging his pants and all that. And that little nigga with his drawers showing will be hiring your children. I didn't make these rules. I'm just pointing out the harsh truth. See, image is what people like Kevin Samuels deal with. He's an image consultant, but the way you look ain't necessarily gonna equate to the way you do. See, when Kevin's dealing with a lot of these women, he's asking them, what's your height? What's your weight? It's image. Now, image is the root word of immature. I'm just playing. I'm making that up. Becky, hit me. Our old heads used to say beauty is only skin deep, but the modern men can't look past a woman's surface beauty. Now, don't get me wrong. A nigga don't want to be with a bullerella is what we call them. That's a bull mixed with a gorilla. And if a nigga is with a bullerella, he want to creep with that because niggas do shit like that. Keep it real. Yeah, y'all niggas do because you ain't shit. I'm going to call it out. But listen, man, what determines a person's value? If you leave it up to the narrative that's being put out there, a person's value is the superficial shit that's promoted by white America. It was things that the white people found as value, but you got to think about something coming up during the time where our great-grandfathers and great-grandmothers came up. What they found value you gotta think during the time it was a different setting. Niggas was getting lynched in the street and shit. A woman didn't care if you fucking had on Tom Ford shades back in them days. She wanted to know if you was a warrior, not if you knew the best cologne. Back in them days, a woman was really selecting her man based on his level of goddamn turn up. He willing, come on, man. Like, you had to be more protected during them days when you had the Klan burning crosses and shit. See, I can speak on it because I remember when the value of a man was determined by the things that a man is defined by in nature and not the things that a man is defined by in corporate America. Corporate America wants to tell you a high value man. It's the one with the expensive wine, the long pipe. He has a chessboard that he don't use it just for props because the pieces are worth so much. And if you want to play him in chess, he go get the other one out. How can I explain it? It's this thing of, okay, oh man. I don't know how to put it. This high value man that corporate America want to sell you is one that's going to benefit them, because in order for you to be that kind of high value man, your value is determined by name brands, fragrances, dress styles. That's what plays value on a man or woman when you coming with that corporate aspect. Why? Because that's good for the corporations. For you to determine value based on what? Name brand. I didn't buy this, by the way. Thank your moms for this. It's one of my birthday gifts. But anyway, that's why I wore this today. For this simple, to make a point. Right? Because I noticed in life, in the modern world, because that's what we're talking about, the modern man, modern woman, that modern values are superficial. What makes a modern man and modern woman? Why do Kevin Samuels have to distinguish? Because the modern man and modern woman ain't dating each other on nothing real. We basing our relationship on superficial shit, which is why a modern man can detach so easily, which is why it's taught in these communities, hey man, the moment the chick ain't doing what you want her to do, oh, we can leave her and just go to the next one. You're dealing with a very transient way of thinking that's not beneficial to nation building and family building. Versus the non-modern man and woman who argued, fought, and went through a lot of shit but still stayed together. And we owe the strength of our families to that. That was a sacrifice, family. You don't think your great-grandmother and great-grandfather wanted to leave each other hundreds of times? But back then, they was making songs like It's Cheaper to Keep Her. The modern mentality is a nigga 70 years old who leaves his inheritance to a 25-year-old gold digger just for the sake of, I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm just saying. I don't know. I can be wrong. That's why I got the link up there. But you see, I'm being respectful and I'm not doing no simping. I'm just keeping it real. You know what I'm saying? Let me bring up something else too. Are women more dependent on men for survival or vice versa? Let's talk about the whole Bear Grylls argument. See, let's think about what I was saying about the origins of this myth, right? Where you had gods without goddesses in a lot of these mythologies. The woman's role in the modern pantheon is not a vital role. She can really be excluded and the universe will still go on. Because the gods is creating humans with their hands, and in the mythology, you don't really need women giving birth to humans. You can just have the gods fashioning them, which is what they're trying to do with AI and stem cell research and genetically modified humans, clones, all of that. They're trying to bring the myth to reality. They created this mind where they don't really want the role of the woman to be acknowledged in the universe. That's why I said we got to bring up Luciferianism, Satanism, and y'all got to understand how that tie into corporate America. The devil didn't have a wife either. The devil had a brotherhood of demons. Jesus didn't have a wife, he had a brotherhood. In other words, what did the devil and Jesus have in replace of a wife? They had a spear of men. In other words, they had what we would call today a manosphere. All of the influencers in the manosphere are single men who seem to value single men more than women. I'm not making this up. I am not making this up. And we value the single man so much. See, once we say that a single man with no kids is high value, the question we need to ask is, how long will a man want to maintain his high value status? And that will determine how long he stay single and unmarried. In other words, there's an incentive for us not to marry each other all the way up till we grow old, like some of these old sugar daddies who still going from young broad to young broad, and each broad just pimping them out them millions. That's really a high value man though. We say, boy, that old nigga pimping, boy, that's it, right? No, that's not it. Wah, wah, wah. But see, the thing is this right here. If my value in society is determined by me being single and without children, I don't want to never lose my high value status, which is why a nigga will be 60, 70, still single without children. Because even though he an old ass man, single without children, he's still high value. Think about it, y'all. It's a catch-20 or whatever you call it. It's one of those paradox type things, I guess. Where now there's actually an incentive for us not to. Why would I want to decrease my value in society by shacking up and making children? I want to be looked at by the masses as high value as long as I can. And if I can be like Hugh Hefner or something, 60, 70 years old, single with all these young girls, I'm seen as a high value man. All the way up to my death, nigga gonna have respect for me. But I didn't really build a real legitimate family with a woman. I didn't do it the old fashioned way, so to say, you know. Yeah, it's a catch-22. Thank you, Lola. And backpack. But you see what I'm saying? Same with the women, and that's what we see happening. Nobody want to shack up and shit. It's all about staying single and fly and never aging. I don't want no wrinkles coming. Niggas gonna dye the gray out they hair and put shit on to hide the wrinkles. We don't want. That's the modern man and woman. I think I think it's kind of beneficial to the people in power who want to depopulate the earth. This narrative that we see. That's what I think, but I can be wrong, so I'm going to open up for calls here in a minute. Now, let me say this too. So we got to talk about this. Are women more dependent on men for survival or vice versa? Check it out, right? The narrative that I hear in the manosphere, right, is that, and this was an argument Kevin Samuels made. He said that, and I really want to point this out, man. Y'all really got to hear me out on this. Kevin Samuels cannot win this argument unless he make men and women sterile. Now, I actually have the sound bit, but I don't want to play it because he flagged people. He don't allow you to do that. So I'll just tell you how it go. The woman told him men need women for survival equally. And he told the women, you can't keep using that. Of course, we know we need y'all to be born, but we got to put that aside. He do that to all the women when they say that. And he said, okay, let's just say we're all on an island and the men are sterile and the women are sterile. Who needs who the most? And he said, and the woman was like, well, yeah, in that case, then we would need the man the most. Well, if you could only win that argument by making everybody sterile, you showing the mentality of these Satanists in power. They want to make the whole world sterile so that man can be the one that's in charge of life. Actually, humans will be manufactured and not born. They'll have barcodes and not birthmarks. These are some sick people in power, and they're controlling the narrative, is what I'm telling you. It's not about which one better. It's how can we equally see that listen, the universe made everything equally need each other. Man would be stupid to say, look, I'm better than this damn bumblebee because I can smash it. So I'm better than this motherfucking bumblebee. So let's just smash the bumblebees. And now we all the whole shit go extinct. Because if you take away one thing, it all falls apart. And if all the bees go extinct, then man and all of his damn might goes extinct. Man don't want to acknowledge the fact that he's equal to everything else and everything else is equal to him. And it ain't just man. They have conditioned a woman to think that I'm above the man and the man to think he's above the woman. And ain't nothing in nature trying to be above the next. Everything got an ecosystem that's working together, and if you remove anything, all of it'll go fall apart. So you can show me, right, the lion hunting the prey. But guess what? I'm going to tell you right now, that's a whole nother debate for what kind of species were human designed to be in antiquity. Is man a predaceous meat eater, because what we're realizing today with doctors like Layla Africa and Dr. Sebi, the human digestive system ain't even designed to digest meat, which is the reason why we stopped living to be past 100. See, we come from vegan ancestors. And in a vegan society, the woman was most needed because she understood the plant the most. The men were the builders, and the women were the gardeners and planters, and they had the green thumb. And in a vegan-based world, your very survival depended on a woman's knowledge of the seed. But when we enter in the age of hunting, men were more relied on. The more we started building slaughterhouses and they changed the diet to predominantly meat around the whole world, these Luciferians, to make man's role be exalted above the woman when they changed the role of the goddess in the religious pantheon. I talk about this in her story to his story. This is a Luciferian agenda. In order for man to be exalted as the life sustainer and bringer on earth, the sacrifice is deforestation, pollution in the ocean, plastic pollution, atmospheric pollution, animals going extinct. Because man got to get up every day and prove to everything on earth he's the dominator. But the more he oppresses the earth to prove his dominance, the more he had to try to fix what he done, and it's getting worse and worse. We look around us, we see man and his ego is why wars are being fought. We gotta think about something before we start just putting the man on a pedestal. I'm a man, but I know the damage and how dangerous my species is. I'm gonna keep it real. We ain't no damn saints as men. If anything, if there was a such thing as angels and demons, my motherfucking gender would be the demons on this earth. I don't know what kind of soft dudes y'all dealing with, but everything that's wrong with the earth, my gender got to step up and say we the cause of it. And to do anything less than that will make you a bitch ass beta male. You know why I say that? Alpha men take responsibility. Once you say you in charge, if anything go wrong, we blaming the man who said he in charge. That come with you saying that you want to be in charge, man. If man want to be dominant and be at the top control and have all these titles, and like we saying, we got to take the blame for all the shit going wrong in the world. We got to even take the blame for why our women won't act right. Why? If we in control of everything, man, why can't you control the actions of your woman? Well, see, that's where the government got loopholes at for her to win. And she won't let me see my children and the child support and all that other shit, right? So let's go and be real. Then we're not in charge, man. Men in power are in charge, but we got to separate them from regular men. We got to separate government from a nigga complaining about the child support and the rules and regulations up under the government when we make these arguments. Now, either us as men run this shit. Like it's like this, right? If I'm driving a car and the steering wheel in my hand and it's my foot working the gas and the brakes, and I'm telling everybody in the car, Man, don't tell me how to motherfucking drive. I'm a man. I control this goddamn truck. Matter of fact, don't talk to me about driving no more. If you don't trust my driving, get the hell out my truck. I'm a man. It's my truck. I'm controlling it. You gonna trust me? And shut the hell up and buckle up in my truck. That's how us men have painted the narrative online. We in control of this shit, right? Woman, you just in the passenger seat. The man is the one controlling his vehicle. Now look here, I accept that role, but here's the difference between me and these other dudes. Once I bend a curve and I have an accident, a little fender bender, and I bump into a car, guess what? I ain't gonna look at my woman and say it was because you was talking. You know what, baby? The reason I got into that accident is because you running your mouth in my ear. Baby, the reason I got into that accident because you had the radio up too loud. I'm controlling that truck. And if anything go wrong, I'm the one at fault. Even in the court of law, the judge gonna want to deal with the driver, not the passenger. But see, men pride themselves on being the driver, and we the ones in control. But then when we get into a little fender bender, we start pointing at the woman like Adam did in the Garden of Eden. When Adam was supposed to be in control of the motherfucking garden. We still blame the woman for what happened in the Garden of Eden, when if you really look at it, it was Adam's fault. If Adam was in control, it was his fault. Where she snuck off behind his back and went to the forbidden tree, and she didn't, and she lied to him and convinced it was his fault. He should have known better. The Lord said, don't eat off the tree. If you didn't hear from the Lord's mouth that it was okay to eat off of it, and you just listened to your woman, it was your goddamn fault. Either way it go, is Adam's fault. Why you ain't know where your woman was? You in control. Why didn't you know what kind of fruit that the tree of life bear? So that when she handed to you, you said, wait a minute, that's from the tree, right? Ain't that's what happened if you identified that it's from the tree? Why didn't you go to the Lord to back up what she's saying? So you can't blame her after the fact. And I'm just using the mythology to make a point. That's what happens though. If we in charge, we in charge. We got to take the blame no matter what happened. But what I see in a lot of these manosphere groups is us men throw our ego around. We pride ourselves about being in charge. But then we the same ones that's making video after video blaming the damn woman. So what are we in charge of? What are we in control of if we ain't got nothing but a bunch of complaints about how the woman making our life out of control? If when you deal with your woman, things become out of control in your life, you will be single just for the sake of it's easy to control just yourself. So what the fuck are men in control of if you single online giving dating advice? You're not in control of your woman because you don't have one. So that means you niggas is good for nothing, because guess what? It's easy to be in control of your car. It's easy to be in control of your fucking closet full of suits and clothes. You know how easy that is to control? Just wash it and keep the shit up and iron it. It's easy to be in control of yourself, because I know how to groom myself, clean myself. It's easy to be in control of your money. It's easy to be in control of your business. Man, it's so hard to get with a person and you two be in control of each other as a relationship. That's hard. It's hard for you to even be in control of your own children. But it's so easy to be in control of your Ferrari and your Jaguar and your Rolex. It's harder to be in control of your own motherfucking actions. But it's so much easier to be in control of your wardrobe and your perfume collection, which is why we rather just be single. Because the only thing we can control is ourself and the superficial material shit that we use to give ourself value. I ain't lied. Thank you for that second one, Becky. The things we can't control, we don't got them. That's why a lot of these niggas single, but they got money though. A lot of these niggas are successful, intelligent, six-figure niggas who single. Based on what I just told you. It's easy to control all the superficial shit. It's hard to get a woman in your life you love and control her. That's when the alpha man come into play then. My great grandfather was an alpha man. He had a woman, and that woman was under his control and submission. My great grandfather wouldn't have been online complaining about how he can't control his motherfucking woman. My great grandfather didn't need a dating strategy. Shout out to the brother Taz pointing that out. These niggas need strategies today. A whole strategy to date. Man, the brother spot on about that. Cause when we was coming up, you saw a girl, you just hollered at her. And if she say yay or nay, that was it. See it on the next one. Maybe she'll give it to him on the next time. Niggas didn't have strategies and whole book sections on dating advice. What happened to the black man? You de-evolved. How did the creature who creates swag now have a community based on teaching it to him? Hit me again. Hit me again. You'd be surprised how many black men online sucking up the words from these dating coaches and dating strategies. And ever since I subscribed to Coach motherfucking Travis Scott dating line, I found my wife and she's just been so perfect for me. Come here, Snookums. You know how they rub noses? I'm just fucking with y'all. Oh, man. Oh, man. But yeah, it's a different kind of cat today. You know what I'm saying? To be like, yo, bro, let's go holler at them girls over there, man. Look at them. You see the red bone? Let's go holler at them. That nigga be like, wait a minute, brother Sanchez. Let me look into my dating strategy manual. Page 76 says, how to approach with confidence, brother Sanchez. Wait a minute before we walk up. So how do I approach with confidence? A good high value man has posture and he approaches with confidence and he always impresses the women with great speech dialogue and conversation. A high value man will bring up the conversation about wine to see if the woman is also a high value woman. Okay, Brother Sanchez, I'm ready to go talk. Damn it, Brother Sanchez already gone with the girls, nigga. We in the room by now. Why are you looking in your damn strategy guide? Brother Sanchez at the room already. Why this nigga on page 76 in the strategy guide doing this? Oh, niggas, after you get your head up out that strategy guide, I'ma have a rubber like this. Boy, that shit was good, nigga. Where you was? And like, I was reading the strategy guide, brother. How did you do it so fast? How about not having a strategy? That's lame, because when you talk to a girl after reading a strategy, it comes off red. It comes off studied. It comes off rehearsed. Don't you see strategy guides were for white boys? And I ain't even trying to pull the race card. Niggas don't think strategic when it comes to dating. It's natural for I know for my breed of dudes where I come from. We never read strategies. We never hit, nigga, that's where the word swag come from. It's just something you got. It's just, you develop it. You learn how to have that, I just can't explain it to you strategy guide, niggas. I just can't explain it to a strategy guide, nigga. Oh, but you know, we're gonna have fun today. I've been wanting to weigh in on this topic for the longest, and we oh man, ooh, buddy, let's take a caller. How about that? Let's start getting some of the callers in. Oh man, a strategy. nigga, don't, nigga, that remind me of Final Fantasy. I remember the first Grand Theft Auto, you couldn't beat that shit without the strategy guide. You remember them hard ass, nigga, oh my God, bro. Remember when we was coming up and you played them hard ass video games and you'd be like, damn man, I'm gonna have to buy the strategy guide for this one. Like Tomb Raider. All them chambers and shit, you be like, yeah, I'm gonna have to buy the strategy guide for that one. But them games become complicated and it's hard. But if a nigga need a strategy guide for anything other than a PC or a video game, nigga, you're lame. If a nigga need a strategy guide to date, I'm sorry, bro. Cause bro, a nigga need a strategy guide for finances. I get it, for economics, right? But dude, don't you know it's male birds out there that don't read strategy guides? Nigga, it's a hippopotamus right now getting them draws and he didn't read a strategy guide. It's a little red bird right now, he about to get them draws, a little female red bird. Ain't none of them animals in nature reading strategy guides. Niggas got them strategy guides. God damn, boy. Man, boy, that shit. And now that I said it sound funny like a strategy. 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 I gotta refer back to my strategy, dog. Oh, shit. Bro, that word is funny now, ain't it? Just think about the word, though, all bullshits aside. It's a funny word, like strategy. A strategy. A nigga got a strategy. Like, let me see the strategy, dog. Oh, man, that shit's so funny. Ooh. Nigga, I know I'm gonna get them draws. How? You got game? No, I got the strategy guide. Niggas traded game for a strategy guide. Now, how you know you gonna get her, dog? You got that game? No, nigga, I got that strategy guide. Page 84. How to approach. Watch this, Brother Sanchez. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Ooh, we having fun today. Oh, man, we just having a little old fun. Don't pay me no mind. We just having fun. I swear, y'all, this is just entertaining. This is just entertainment. Whew. Ooh, boy. Oh, man, he got that strategy guide. Nigga said, man, that nigga over there pulling all the broads. Damn, what, how you pulling all the girls? Cop that strategy guide, nigga. You get to beat all the levels. Hey, Nightwish, what's good? You, let me see. Let me get some of these folks on. Your sweet place said, women can smell strategy. It comes across as weak sometimes. Yeah, you know that nigga ain't saying that because he just got swagger. He's saying it because he read it on page 19. If she say this, you say this. If you find that the book that nigga read, you just found his whole game. Because it wasn't game, it was a strategy guide. Somebody said real information is paid for. Nope. Nope. Not necessarily, brother. People pay for a lot of bullshit information. That's just facts. You should know that. That's what I'm talking about too. That kind of thinking where money makes everything right. Like, any information you paid for must be some good information, right? And like, I don't know what kind of logic is behind that to where as long as the information costed a lot of money, it's good information. Yeah, that's crazy. If your audio ain't connect when you get up here, then I gotta let you go. Cause y'all ought to know how to do this thing by now. And I don't want no trolls getting on, so we're gonna go ahead and
Bro Sanchez, hear me?
Yeah, I was waiting on the mic check. Salutes to you. Thanks for joining. Go ahead and weigh in on it, brother Caruth. Talk to him.
Oh man, first and foremost, man, I sure appreciate you letting me come on here, bro Sanchez. I've been following you for a good while now, man. You got nothing but the truth. I appreciate it. But yeah, man, at the topic at hand, man, that shit is corny as hell. I remember I was in college and I had a dude, young kind of swagless dude, tell me he was trying to tell me about the laws of attraction when he was reading to seduce, women and stuff like that. And man, it really just threw me for a loop. I'm like, niggas is really reading up how to talk to women and how to get. And I was trying to tell buddy, man, get the draws. Get the draws, and that's gonna tell you all you need. You know what I'm saying? That's all this trying to mind fucker and do all this other stuff, man. You really bugging. But yeah, man, I don't got too much for you. I just want to say salute to you, big bro. I appreciate your teachers, man. And yeah, that shit there is crazy as hell. That niggas really feel like they need a strategy to talk to these women, man, and to get where they need to go. Other than that, man, it's like I believe that it's because of the culture that we in now, man, that it's like all digitized and everybody trying to teach you different BS, man. It's crazy, bro. I ain't got the words for it. But yeah, man, I just think it's wild as hell how dudes need all that.
Ask you this. Let me ask you this, brother. Are women more dependent on men for survival or vice versa?
I would definitely say that men are more dependent on women at this exact time because our mental has transformed into a bitch's mental. I ain't trying to be out vulgar on your channel, man, but I feel like the man's mental has transformed into a bitch's mental, and we more self-conscious than the women these days, man. You got niggas putting on fake beards, fake hair lines. You know what I mean? The barbers nowadays, it's typical for them to give you a fake hairline nowadays. So I do
Damn,
think,
bro, you dropping motherfucking jewels. You dropping jewels, nigga.
hey, yeah, I think at this point, man, I think the mindset nowadays the women's is the ones talking about fuck a nigga and get your money and all that. And you know who that used to be? That used to be us, man. And now you got the women talking about she got a whole team full of niggas. So I think it's just been a whole shift, man. And we got to climb up out of there. Not we ain't in that motherfucker, but niggas got to climb up out of that.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say this, man, just to interject with you. The argument Kevin Samuels make is yes, women need men more to survive. Now, guess why I do agree with him on that? Because he changes the argument deceitfully, and it makes him right. That's what I was pointing it out. People don't see that. That's why I'm pointing it out. The man says, if you put men and women on an island and they both are sterile, why do they gotta make them sterile? Now you changing. Every man and woman on the earth ain't fucking sterile. So here again, you taking us into mythology to make your point. You making a point that ain't rooted in reality. So yeah, you gonna be right if you can just change it to where we sterile. But if you say, look, women need men to protect them in case a bear coming or some shit, to build the fort for them and all that. But yeah, we need the woman to reproduce the entire fucking species. And you know what I'm saying? And so her role is vital, even though she ain't, you may say, well, that don't require any physical effort. Actually, it does. Every time a woman gives birth, she risking her life. And we live in a modern time where the men today want to exalt themselves above the woman by belittling her life-giving role. And that's how religion first got built, and the goddess was taken out of the mythology and all that. That's a Luciferian agenda. When we do that, we playing with fire.
Very real. Hey, and one thing, bro, Sanchez, because I believe my phone about to die on you, man. I apologize. I wasn't all the way prepared. I'm on 1%. So I just want to say before I get out. My wife, man, she's a preacher's daughter. And because of, I got a homeboy who put me on to you. Because of the teachings that I'd heard from you, because of the facts that I know now, because of this world, preacher daughter, I mean, she don't even believe in that teaching anymore. You know what I mean? When I got a daughter, I will never teach my daughter that a man, is her overall, is God. Basically, I teach her that she is God before I teach her that a man is God. But I just say that to say this, man. And my phone about to die. I apologize to the panel and everybody, man. But bro Sanchez, I love you, big bro. Keep doing your thing. And I hope
Love
to be
you,
on
bro.
this thing panel
Appreciate
with
it.
you again, big bro.
Much love, man. Appreciate you, my brother. Thank you, man.
Absolutely, man. Y'all
Hey,
have a good. I'm gonna get back on once I get this phone charged
I
back
was
up.
just
Y'all,
finna ask you to hop on when you charge up. Appreciate that, bro.
absolutely, man. Appreciate y'all. Y'all boys get it.
For sure. Yeah, man. You know the whole concept of which one better, man or woman. That is not our fucking ancestors' way of thinking. Bro, I was alive when my great grandmother and great grandfather was here. You know what I'm saying? And I'm telling you, that's why Kevin Samuels always say modern man, modern woman. Cause our older generation, they didn't have time to be bickering about who better, who got the most value. Cause they was going out getting lynched every day and shit like that. So, it's crazy though. And then, but I don't want to beat the horse too much. We got people on. All right. Let's go ahead and hear from other people on the panel.
Hey, what's going on, bro, man? How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling pretty good, man. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, that's dope as hell. Hey, I was listening to I ain't get a chance to check the topic, so I don't know if I'm on topic. But I
Well,
was
let me
watching
tell you what the topic is. I'll just hit you with a question real quick.
all right.
Are women more dependent on men for survival or vice versa?
Depending on the race, I believe, because like as of right now, it seemed like the more the colored type race, the woman is like gaining way more ground than like your average black folk, lack of better terms. And on the Caucasian side, it seemed like it's still going as according as planned. So it seemed like to me, um, in the inner cities and stuff like that, the women, more of the women had they shit together, and a lot of the men is lacking due to the circumstances they in. But I mean, it's some successful black men, but in the reality, I mean, in the whole totality of it all, it's more like men stand with women, and are the women making 25, 30 an hour and a man making 12. And the one, it just seemed like that to me where I'm from. But I ain't everywhere. But that's just what it seemed like to me. It seemed like the black woman is kind of doing better than the black man, and the Caucasian male is doing better than a Caucasian woman. To me, I mean.
Say that again about the black male and the Caucasian woman.
It seemed like the black woman is doing better than the black male, but the white male is doing better than the white woman.
That's kind of confusing. But
Right. Now if you look at it, if you look at all the men right? Just the men so you can sum it down. A lot of they females, a lot of they wives is making more money than them. A lot of them, is on that end. But if you look at the Caucasian side, most of the men is making more money than they wives.
mm,
But I could be wrong. I never looked up no statistics or nothing. But it just seemed like that from what I'm seeing. Like you will have a couple cats, you know, they doing their thing. But the ones that's doing their thing, they wife is matching them dollar for dollar. And then you got the other cats that's trying to do their thing. Couple of them probably just got out of jail. Couple of them didn't graduate. Couple of them sell drugs, this, that, and the third. So it off balance. So I don't think you can just say. I think it got to do with the race and the living environment.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. That's a good point. That's a good point. Let's see. Who else want to interject on this topic as well?
I I do. How you guys doing?
How you doing, Sister
Peace to the
Soul?
panel.
Thanks
Sir
for
Dre,
joining us.
Brother Fenton. Yes, brother. Thank you. So yeah, I just want to say how I think because of like all the pitting against the families, not wanting the families to be united as one. It's like the woman is out there, like she feel like she had to play that man role most of the time. So she's like more dominating, and she's more forceful in the work field. Like Sir Drop was saying, how the woman's making more of this, and that, because not only that, they're looking at the reality of the woman brings more to a company. To be honest, women, because of being emotionally attached to things, so on and so forth, I believe that makes them better when it comes to certain jobs, especially certain ones that when they interact with other people, or when they have to be able to merge deals and things of that nature. The woman has a little more savvy, a little more sway. Even if she's not trying to use her sex appeal, a lot of times we just have it. So it's easier for her to go into a boardroom if she's on her thing and be able to pitch. So she's easier to get like sales and have opportunities where the company would send her in, because especially if she knows how to talk, and her vocabulary is up to par, they're definitely going to be backing her. So she gets more of a push so that they can kind of use her, because a lot of times the workforce uses sexuality obviously for anything. So even when it comes to the women, they're being used more in that nature, like put in the forefront as attractiveness, or their way of speaking, or whatever the case may be. So I think that's why the women are more now making more
You muted yourself,
into
sis.
the work area.
Okay, appreciate that. Guys, if you would like to join us, the link to this conference call is pinned to the top of the chat in blue. And I want to ask that if you guys would hit the like button, share button. Thank you so much. Shout out to the sister Brooklyn Young. You wanted to, if anyone want to interject on this, let's let the sister go ahead and go. Mm-hmm.
Hey, bro, Sanchez, how are you?
I'm doing good, thank you. How about yourself?
I'm well. I just wanted to interject because I was just thinking about the modern relationships, and I really don't feel like the men really value the energy that the right woman can bring, just that nurturing and comforting energy. I feel like it's all about the looks, and as far as the females, and they just want what the man can provide for them as far as monetarily. So I don't know how we're going to bridge that gap, because it seems like it's lost from what I'm seeing.
You know what? We're not going to bridge that gap as long as we don't control the narrative. That's one of the reasons why I went into social engineering. We understand that there are social engineers. We understand that there are secret cabals controlling the narrative and controlling the influencers and the media, right? But we don't see how it bleeds into our day-to-day life and the people we idolize on YouTube and stuff like that. So a lot of these guys did not have a genuine growth. If you look at the first videos they were making, and then all of a sudden you'll see they had this one video that just all of a sudden and you'll see these guys being welcomed into a space of a sphere of guys that once you gain approval in that sphere, you're gonna grow. You're gonna grow, and then it's a form of black spitballing. If you don't have a certain narrative bashing a woman and all that, you don't grow. I'm not up here simping because a lot of the things they say about women is true. And I know that's going to get me in trouble as far as women don't like to be submissive. That's true. Hey, but here's where I draw the line. In my opinion, everything in a relationship got to be reciprocal, meaning that if a man want a woman to be submissive to him, honestly, guess what? He got to be submissive to her. It's give and take in these relationship situations. But when either party feel more entitled or more valued over the next one, you automatically set up to fail. Because now you're going to have one or the other saying, well, look, you're going to submit to me, but I ain't going to submit to you. You know what I'm saying? At that point, it ain't really submission. It's, bitch, I'm richer than you. You need me, and you going to do what I say. And now you ain't really got a woman. You got concubine. See what I'm saying? Go ahead, sister.
No, that's deep. I was just thinking, I don't really know what men want anymore, honestly. Like, I feel that they want the woman to match them as far as bills are concerned. Like, I really think they want everything to be 50-50 or the woman is irrelevant in the relationship.
Yeah, I think that the Bible fucked us up deeper than we know. Cause real talk. We don't want to admit that as black people that we still go by sick motherfuckers who gave us the Bible to determine the roles in our household. That's why a lot of these communities come with that patriarchal ass, submit to me and goddamn it, kiss the ring, ho. And goddamn it, I'm telling you, that's how. But see, that's the mind. And a nigga say, "Oh, he's simping if he don't think like that. He's a beta male." But really, think about it. The nigga who think like that is the beta male, a prissy ass, bougie ass nigga. You're gonna, and lick my toe. Now clean. Now file my nails. Now submit to me. Now tell me you love me. Now, you know what I'm saying? Like, who's the beta or the alpha here?
But brother, it depends on, what's going on. That's the problem with the division in the relationships. Because some of those things, those are small things. They think like that's a big thing or whatever the case may be. It should be nothing like if I need my guy to rub my feet. It should be nothing if he need me to rub his feet or if he need a massage or, he got a bump on his ass and he can't get to the board. I got to bust it for him. I mean, that's just love. You do that. And that shouldn't be nothing that's like, do this for me, girl. Hey, I got this bump on my ass. You better do it. These are things that women, real women, I'm going to say that, just do because it's like, oh, I don't want my baby to be hurting, because it's going to be painful. So you want to make sure you're relieving him. That's just an automatic. It's nothing you're going to even question. Oh, let me get that for you, babe. Oh, you got a problem? Let's handle it. Men be embarrassed a lot of times with stuff like that. Oh, I don't want my girl to see this or da, 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 da. But that comes with the being real. I mean, what's to be embarrassed about? It's natural. You better ask your girl to help you. You know what I mean? So it just depends on the situation and how people build their relationship. That should be nothing. That's an automatic to me. It's what I'm thinking.
And look, man, you gotta like bro just said, you gotta be able to submit, right? And what I mean by submitting is everybody don't think like you. There's two people, so you gotta cherish each other, right? Because if say the female just submit, a man can run over her. Say a male just submit and the female don't, she can run over him. It gotta be, I'm not gonna do you wrong, period. So if both people say I'm not gonna do you wrong, only thing y'all gonna do is right by each other, and that's a form of submitting to this newer generation. They feel like, whatever I say, go. I said do this, do it. You ain't do it, then and they got a problem, and that's on both ends. It's not the male nor female. I told you, you know how it go. And once nobody's submitting to each other's feelings, you're gonna have chaos. And if one submit, it's gonna be off balance, and it's gonna be one person in misery while the other person feel like, yeah, I'm running this with an iron fist. I keep my foot on their neck, and it don't work. Somebody's not happy out the deal. That's how I look at it. So it gotta be 50-50, at least 60-40, or at least 70-30, depending on the nature of the person. You have some people that's just a softer soul than the other person. So that would be 70-30. If you meet somebody that's equal with you, it should be 50-50. If you meet somebody more dominant than you, it might vary a little bit, but it still should be compromised into a submissive relationship. Because if you're not going to submit to the task at hand, what is y'all doing? Y'all might as well just be like paying each other for sex. You see what I'm saying? But go ahead.
And another thing, when it come to the whole survival argument, right? Because the survival argument is in a nature setting. If a bear was coming to attack the village, then that man is protecting that woman, which makes his role a little bit more important in it all. But if you think about it, it's a very weak argument because the man ain't protecting that woman. He protecting himself, the woman, the child, and all that. Think about it. If he don't do nothing to the bear ain't just gonna eat the woman, it's gonna eat his ass too. So what, he gonna not protect himself? He was gonna he was gonna beat the bear up whether he was single or with a woman. Cause if I was in the woods by myself, as a man, I'm gonna have to protect myself. If this bear coming, I ain't just gonna let him win. I'm gonna die fighting. I mean, so with or without a woman, I'm gonna be a man. So I don't get these dudes, man.
But no, it go like this though. If the bear, like say y'all getting away, and the bear grabbed the woman, the love of you gonna turn back around to say the woman. But if you by yourself, you just gonna keep it moving. You see what I'm saying? So the protection side of the man, and you gonna want your girl to keep running. If she turn around and save you, you gonna be like, go! Because that's our nature, to protect, and their nature is to nurture. So after the bear claw you up, she better not run from that. She's gonna have to nurture me back to warrior status. And if the bear try to grab her, I better, like if an alligator. I just saw a video. Alligator grabbed the baby. I mean, grabbed the dog. As a matter of fact, grabbed the dog, went in the water. Dude jumped in the water, grabbed the alligator, opened his mouth, and get the dog. That's just natural for a man to protect everything in his household. A woman wouldn't have did that, I don't believe. And she could love the dog more than the man. It's just not in their nature to do that.
So let's just salutes to everybody on the call. What about the brother Kizzle? Who is Kizzle? You wanna unmute and interject?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, the way I see it is basically we're all the same. You know what I'm saying? Men and women, but we obviously have different physical attributes, such as some are stronger than each other. Women have a job to produce a family and a human being. A man has the job sometimes to, he's got the strength to be able to farm and to get all the goods together for the family. But as far as I see, is it's like people have kind of lost the aspect of the real love. It's nothing about money and stuff like that. It's about caring for each other and being able to support each other, through the thick and the thick times. So if people understood that, I think maybe they could be in a better place at the moment than they're at. But I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, you wanted to. I didn't really make out a lot of what you're saying. I might need to put my headphones on. I got the mini speakers going, but I want to interject. You know what? I'm gonna throw you the mic back, Kizzle, if you want to expound more on that. I'm gonna cut my speakers up. But I was reading the chat room, And Nubian Black says Kevin Samuels made a point of saying to rule out for reproduction. You being disingenuous, bro Sanchez. I'm actually not. I actually said that. I said, hey guys, the only way Kevin Samuels can win that argument is if he rule out reproduction. Did I not say that to the panelists?
Yeah, that's true. That's an agreement because if you rule out that, then there's no argument, to be honest.
I said that. So you're being disingenuous, or you just being ignorant and ignoring the fact that I actually highlighted that point. I said, listen, in Kevin Samuels' argument, he always say, let's rule reproduction out. Let's just say the men are sterile and the women are sterile. Yes, women would need men the most if you rule out reproduction. But when you rule out reproduction, your scenario is based on a fairy tale now. We're not dealing with reality now.
Yeah.
That's the point that I was making. The only way his argument wins is in fairy tale land, mythology.
But I do have to say, you don't agree that some of the facts that he's saying are real? Because I have lived
Yeah,
it,
a lot of what he's saying is right, that men deserve more from women. And when it comes to submission and all of that, this whole independent, I don't need a nigga, this y'all know this mentality that the modern woman got. Kevin Samuel, he's right about that. And that's why I rock with him. You know what I'm saying? For real.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But see, the whole thing, what I'm pointing out is I don't want him to make the same mistake that women made, but exalting themselves above men. Now you got a movement of men exalting themselves above women, and when you gonna have a movement of a motherfucker saying, look, we equally need each other. Let's be grown-ups here.
Exactly. And that's the way it should be, and I agree. Yeah. So and it's not right for the guys to start thinking they're better than the women, because then you're just you're just another bad, like a capitalist kind of. But yeah, I've got
Yeah, we equally need each other, and this ain't even got nothing to do with money and all that. Just if you dealing with survival from a natural standpoint, how the fuck are you gonna rule out reproduction when everything in nature bases its survival on reproducing?
Mm-hmm. So really and truly, we do need women. That's the truth, and we, if you look at it like that, because otherwise we can't reproduce and we can't survive. There's no survival without the woman.
Yeah, I don't see how the fuck once he say let's rule out reproduction, we can't really take the argument serious no more. Now we're just hypothetically talking now. He's making an argument based on survival. Let me read the title, right? Are women more dependent on men for survival or vice versa? He said, now when we make this argument, let's rule out reproduction. But reproduction is the main aspect to survival. How the fuck can we do that? You feel me?
Yeah. So you know what? It's kind of like a trick. It's kind of like tricking us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
With all due respect to him, of course. You know what I mean? It's kind of like two parts of. It's kind of like a lie and a truth in one, and it confuses people really.
It's just crazy. And look, I'm gonna tell you, I got a strike on my channel because people was saying they're not getting the vaccine. We didn't even go into detail about it, and then I'm not even gonna talk too much about it on this one because they might take it down. But I just got a strike on my main channel for that. But you notice they will promote these channels that got the division going between man and woman. Not any channel trying to unite the two gonna get targeted. Mm-hmm. These people control the narrative. That's why I was pointing out the Luciferian aspect. Never forget that the media is being controlled, and that the same people who listen, YouTube is owned by Google. Let's start following the owners now. They control the narrative. So you need to look at the information that's popular, questionable as to why they're letting this stuff be the narrative. And if you pay attention to what's coming about all these things, it's a very divisive atmosphere where if you a female with a channel, you got men calling in getting ridiculed. And you got a chat full of fucking females saying he a dusty ass nigga, girl, hang up on him and all that. And the chick got 10,000 people viewing while they just have these niggas call in trying to defend their gender against this women-based bias platform. Then you will have a male platform doing the same shit with the women calling in trying to defend their gender against a bunch of niggas in the chat. Oh man, this hoe look like Freddy Krueger. This bitch look like Baraka. Oh, this a stupid hoe. And I'm all over YouTube and I'm seeing this and I'm like, yo, I get it. Divide and conquer. There are no channels saying that's pointing out the fact that we're both equally value of high value. We both equally need each other. Now them channels, you see what I'm saying? They ain't gonna see how they do it is when you search in YouTube, they recommend stuff to you. But see, if you got a good narrative that goes against theirs, they won't recommend your channel to other people, but they will be recommend your followers to everybody that got an opposite message from you and shit. You know, it's crazy.
And then everybody just ends up with they're like biased, and then they're just filled with the biased message, and then we're all like zombies, just biased in our own worlds, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, but yeah, I yield, but yeah, that's it really. I think you are right, and to be fair, you're one of the channels. You're probably the only channel that that speaks about uniting and equal, and everyone's like a fair human. And most channels are just, you know, they've got their own little aspects. So at least there's you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, all right then. Nice one. I'll interject if anything else comes up in the chat.
I appreciate that, bro. Mute your. Let me mute y'all. All right. Let me salutes to that brother. Let me go to. Hold on, y'all. Let's go to Truth Seeker.
Yo, what's up, bro, Sanchez?
What's
How
good,
you doing?
brother? What's good, brother? Thank you for joining. You got the floor.
Thank you so much, brother. I just want to appreciate everything you do, man. It's amazing. I'm from Morocco, you know where it is located, Morocco, North Africa. And I've been follow your channel more than a year ago from ODD TV live stream. I'm always here, approximately.
Much
And
love. Thank you.
this is what it is. And I'm sorry for the language because I'm not native speaker. You know, I just trying to learn by seeking the truth. And what I want to say is that men and women are equally and they need each other, just like what you said. But they are not equal physically, because if man can carry, for example, 50 pounds, women cannot do that. But they complete each other. Man needs woman and woman needs man, but they do like this. They brain, and if you see, women's are, the majority are all brainwashed with this media and superstar and prince and the society where we live in. It's very strange. And after Uh, After 6 years of doing this research, and especially the last 3 years of my life, I'm overwhelmed with these things of flat Earth and all that. I saw that in the reality. I can I can touch that. When I go to work, all of my colleagues in the work are really brainwashed and they're not believing these things. I swear, man, every day we have chemtrails here, North Italy. Chemtrails are so obvious. Nobody can see that. They just follow what they doing what they have been told. Just that, you know, if you check your account on Instagram, see people what they are doing. They are imbecile, brainwashed, stupid. They reject the truth. They don't want it. They hate the truth. If you want to if wake them up, I don't know, it's so hard, man. Matrix is something awful. I have a lot of problems with people when I'm talking about this, what you were saying, and all all these truth seekers, just like people like Eric Dubai and ODD TV, people cannot accept this. Even my brothers and my father, and my sister, my uncles, they if you want to get into these subjects, you get yourself laughed at, and that's all.
All right. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate that, man. Let me go to the
Thank you.
next caller. No doubt, no doubt. I don't really see. I don't have the hands going, so I don't know who was next. But let's go to the wokest, the new sleep.
What's going on, bro?
What's going on, brother? Thanks for joining. You have the floor at this time.
Yeah, I was basically just gonna say Kevin Samuels is a gay nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Oh well,
You know what I'm saying?
I don't want to.
We're gonna keep it.
I don't want to.
Yeah, I know you don't want to get flagged, but I'm gonna say he a rainbow. He a rainbow nigga. You know
And it
what I'm
ain't
saying?
that I just don't want to get flagged, but I don't want to go and be personal or attacking that brother, because I think that what he offered can be beneficial to a lot of brothers. I had to re-examine a lot of his content, but what I will say is follow the brother Taz to find out the origin of this thing, because the way he giving it to people is, you know what? Let me just say, just go to the brother Taz exclusive channel and follow what the information he got on Kevin Samuels. Go ahead, brother.
Now I feel you. I'm good on following other people. You know what I'm saying? I pretty much get my own information. I'm not really big on following, but
I'm gonna let you speak your mind.
Hey, so I'm gonna let you know, just based on my observation, based on his mannerisms and using words like sweet masculinity. Like, my whole thing is, masculine men, real men, don't need to hear shit from a rainbow nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, you a whole hypocrite in the way that you really live your life. So we don't really need to hear shit that you got to say. And then secondly, my whole thing is, if you not somebody got some background and shit.
You good? Go ahead. You good?
Yeah. Secondly, I was gonna say, anybody that ain't giving it up as far as how that Freemasonry shit go, as far as them making the money and them causing a divide between men and women, that's the whole thing. Everything that he's spitting about has some shit to do with financial gain and financial this. Well, everybody ain't getting it like that. It ain't designed for everybody to get it like that. So you always gonna have a divide between a man and a woman when it comes to that money shit. If you get people's mind off of that money shit and just loving each other, that's the real advice that you're supposed to be giving people. not giving people some bullshit advice that sound good. Yeah, that shit sound fly, but everybody ain't got that CEO type of potential, and it ain't room enough for everybody to be a fucking CEO. So we got to realize shit like that. So if he ain't giving it up on that level to let you know who is really causing the divide in this world, I don't want to hear shit you got to say, for real. That's how I feel.
Now, what I would say is this right here. A lot of brothers feel like you, and they feel like because of his mannerisms that he may be, questionable. But I tell you this, man, that's not enough alone to go to them claims, because it's a lot of pretty boys in the community. They ain't necessarily gay, but they just pretty boy cats. They don't get dirty. They don't.
Yeah, but we know that's a difference between a pretty boy and a motherfucker that's slinging his hands around all funny and saying shit like sweet masculinity. I don't give a fuck how pretty you want to keep yourself. You ain't carrying yourself in a certain way. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes we just gotta call a spade a spade. And my whole thing is, like I said, we can never mind all that shit. Fuck all that. If he this or if he that. My whole thing is, if you're not giving it up and giving up the real to people on why shit is the way it is, then I don't want to hear shit from you anyway. You know what I'm saying? If you're not talking about this money is the true divide, you can't talking about, well, they ain't got it and they ain't doing this with it and they ain't nobody gonna never do shit with it, because it's been designed for 99% of us to not have shit and less than 1% really to have shit. So if your mind is on money, you ain't gonna have no good relationships with people, because that money is always gonna be that divide. So him giving my financial advice, talking about niggas should wear suits and all that dumb shit, man, that shit is dumb shit. So my whole thing is, like I said, I don't get shit from that motherfucker. That niggas couldn't teach me shit. Couldn't teach me nothing. I will break down I can break down all aspects of this game to that motherfucker and debunk all his bullshit that he's saying. And then furthermore, look, he a rainbow nigga, so I don't want his shit he got to say about what niggas should be doing.
Well, look, do this for me. I want you, before I go to the next caller, you got to debunk one of his arguments so we can deal with the argument aspect too, right? Because that's what we want to. You give me an argument, and then you know what I'm saying, I'll shut that shit down. I'm about to give you a couple of them, and I'm gonna drop the bombs for you too, man, when you debunk them. So check it out, right? The main argument is women need men to survive. Men don't need women to survive, but we gotta take away reproduction though, because we need women to survive, and we use reproduction. So you get to not only debunk the argument but critique the argument itself. Do you think it's on a false premises or whatever like that? But go ahead.
Yeah, definitely, man. You already hit on that earlier when you said that speaks to the satanic agenda. That's why I said, furthermore, that speaks to what type of dude he is to even say some shit like that. When you talk about when you take away fertilization and being able to reproduce and shit like that, like, of course, like, men would probably be a little more valuable, but who knows? Because in the grand scheme of things, like when it comes to like healthcare and shit like that, just things that when it comes to your mind, a woman might be able to fucking outthink a man. You know what I'm saying? So it's only in the physical nature where we would be like, oh yeah, well, a woman would need a man when it comes to fucking hauling trees and moving shit around. But that shit, like the whole argument, the fact that he even had to go to some shit, some hypothetical shit that doesn't even exist in our reality to talk about, well, if we wasn't this and that, well, we not that. So that shit makes no sense. Your argument is mute because that's not the reality that we live in. Go ahead and drop that bomb.
Oh, yeah, buddy. Hey, I got to drop the bomb, brother. I got to drop the bomb, man, because look, like you said, of course he wins the debate if he can change it to something like what the brother said, unrealistic. But we win in the debate when we deal with reality. And that's why I'm dropping the bomb. You know what I'm saying? That's a big difference, man. Now, I ain't saying that brother all wrong, because check it out. A lot of women calling in there talking about, I don't want to date a guy who a plumber, or I don't want to date no electrician and all that. And he right when he be getting them in check. You know what I'm saying? And the crazy thing about it, the plumber, electrician, all of them guys, half of them 6-figure dudes. So he be right about that. Well, a lot of black women say they want a 6-figure dude, but they don't want the electrician and the plumber. Well, newsflash, them the 6-figure dudes though, with their own plumbing companies, HVAC companies. You know what I'm saying? So he that's why I say I ain't here to bash the brother nothing, but I can't control my callers. Everybody gonna be freedom to say what they want over here. So Becky, drop another bomb for everybody.
See, and I'm gonna just say this one last thing, and then you know what I'm saying, you can move on. But my whole thing is, we all know it's agents out here. It's agents that they plant on YouTube. This they YouTube. Like, people need to stop forgetting that this is they shit. You know what I'm saying? So these motherfuckers with these booming ass that just come out of nowhere with all these booming ass followers and all this shit, y'all gotta be wary of these niggas. And then this LGBT season around this bitch, and then you get niggas like Kevin Samuels on here. Oh, why? You gotta know where that nigga come from. Talking about something, if it wasn't fertilization and all this shit, and talking about sweet masculinity. Y'all walk around with that sweet masculinity. See where that shit get your ass. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm gonna just leave it at that. You know what I'm saying? Agent ass nigga, and he with that community. He a rainbow nigga.
Hey, salutes to my brother. The woke is the new sleep. You can stay on and interject at any other point, guys. I'm gonna have to go to. I saw the hand raised of Sister Soul, but now before you grab the mic, Sister Soul, let me say this: Lord Knight, please. Click the link and come up to show us how we switching the question around to fit the show, because I'm being very professional. I don't want to deal with nothing personal. If callers want to come in and say what they want about Kevin Samuels, I'm gonna let folks, hey, look, man, everybody responsible for their own behavior, and they gonna be judged on their own behavior. Listen, I can only control mine. I choose not to go personal with the brother, because I want to strictly deal with the arguments that's made on an intellectual debate level when it comes to men, women, and survival in nature, and how he formulates the argument by saying we got to leave reproduction out of it. That's one thing people don't pick up on. We got to keep reproduction in it if we dealing with survival, right? So it's just like people say, a catch-22. So yeah, man, let me go to who. All right, Sister Soul, you put your hand down, but I'm not sure if you still wanted to grab the floor.
Can I? How y'all doing? Oh, I'm sorry.
I got you next, diagnostics, and salutes to the brother Tim Truth. Go ahead.
Yeah, brother. I was gonna say something to what the other brother said, but I forgot what my question was, but the other brother could go ahead.
All right. Diagnostics, you got your hands up, so go ahead.
Yeah, man, what up with it? Y'all can hear me?
Loud and clear. Talk to him.
Yeah, man, I want to say, appreciate you for letting me on your platform and everything. I've been following you for a little while. I'm pretty sure everybody on here, we fans of Sanchez, so we know all about his story and her story. See, what our sisters got to realize is these people are changing it back to, letting them be in more control financially. Because if you don't grow up with under somebody, your dad, your grandpa that got a trade, you know what I'm saying? You won't really learn it. You'll have to go through a whole program and be damn near 30 years old before you making some bread. So with the sisters, they could just walk into any little thing and be a receptionist making $20 an hour, no problem. But they do gotta,
transform a little bit. They can't walk in there with the afro. They can't do stuff like that. So, you know, we got to take a stand together. The brothers got to realize, you know, it might be the sister's turn to, you know, go on, in, you know, the leaders of this thing.
And that's
just,
the
we got to
whole
be
thing
behind them.
about man turn, woman turn instead of our turn. Because
Right, you right.
in order to
You
be,
right.
see, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
No, you right. You know what I'm saying? It's our turn. But, you know, a lot of brothers, I don't know, man. I don't know what it is. People touch on the, you know, single mama subject and how they ruin dudes. Oh, it's a pride thing. Because, bro, I don't have no problem saying my girl make more than me. I don't have no problem with that. But I know, you know what I'm saying, she put up to the house with groceries, she gonna want me to pull them out. When it's time to take the trash out, that's me. You know what I'm saying? I got things I do, she got things she do. So we don't even really count each other bank account. Even though I know what she make and she know what I make. If I got the bread that week, you know what I'm saying, it just is what it is.
You know,
I'll pay for a meal. That ain't no problem.
The hypocrisy of this whole manosphere argument that the man is this predator Superman with the cape on who all like that. That don't apply to all of these dudes. I agree with that. But a lot of dudes making that argument ain't really about that. They ain't really men because check it out. They really rely on government. Because on one argument, they would make those arguments about a man being the fucking savior of it all. But they're not the man doing the saving. Because them niggas will turn around on another argument and show us how much they believe in Trump and Biden or different presidents. If a disaster happened, these same dudes will be waiting on FEMA just like the women.
Right. That's right.
We can't, men can't make that argument today because guess what? These same dudes making that argument gonna dial 911 when they feel threatened just like a woman gonna do. A lot of them are. You see what I'm saying? So everybody relying on the powers that be. Ain't nobody just now. I'm not belittling the man. That'll be stupid. Cause check it out. If somebody come in your house right now, you a man. Your life is the first one on the line for any police or any of that get there.
Right.
And when you do call the police, it's gonna more than likely be men show up. So I'm not belittling the argument. I'm just saying that a lot of guys making that in a relationship scenario are putting us in this primitive environment that we're not in. They're saying, look, just say if we were stranded on the island and everybody was sterile, then you'll need the man. I got a news flash for you. That's actually
that ain't gonna never happen.
But check how deep it is, right? It's actually so insulting toward the male, because what you saying is the male is only needed if the whole world's sterile and stranded on a goddamn island. That's sad.
Yeah, that's sad. It is.
In your attempts to make the male relevant, you actually making us look more desperate to be relevant. But go ahead, brother.
No, that's all I was really trying to say. You know what I'm saying? That, like you say, it's our turn to lead. But you know, like in our, it's both of us, woman and man. So you can't. It's just it'll be different times. You know what I'm saying? If it's a science test, the scientist gonna teach us. If it's a math class, the math person gonna teach us. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. It's just all on, you know, your field. Whenever it's your turn, when your field come up, perform. You know what I'm saying? We all just gotta be in it together. We all gotta be willing to learn.
Yeah, I agree, man. I appreciate that, my brother. Let's go to the brother Tim Truth real quick. Appreciate that.
Hey, bro, great topic. And yeah, I think it's important for you to call this out. I don't like that type of belittling of women at all. And I think that for me, I definitely need women more, but I think that's because of my gender being male. And so I would guess that there's a lot of women who need men more. And I think there's men who need men and women who need women, and not in any sort of a gay way, just in terms of a lot of people need each other based on how much value people give each other. So I think that that's important. I don't think it's really, I mean, I guess it's interesting to think about who needs the other the most, but I'm not sure there's that big of a difference. So that's how I weigh into this.
Now look here, people keep saying I'm twisting the man's words when they know I'm not. It's just that I'm right. That's what I'm talking about. I'm right, man. I'm not twisting the man's words. He gave a demonstration using Bear Grylls' The Island. It's literally called The Island. Why you think I'm using this damn thumbnail? These people are fanatics, man. I'm clear on his argument. I'm not misrepresenting it. I watched the show. I'm not personally attacking the man. I'm just giving my opinion on the argument that he make. And everyone is allowed to do that. It's social media, and I'm being social. And I'm right on this one. I'm right on this one. I'm not misrepresenting his shit. He used this. It's literally called The Island. That's his argument. The only thing about the argument is not based in reality. Because in reality, men and women don't live on separate islands. That's what they want us to live on. Men and women will have to work together. See, they got all the men on one island, all the female on one. That's the narrative that they trying to paint. That's the divide and conquer, man. This stuff is magic. Y'all don't see the Luciferian agenda? Why don't they have a show with the fucking men and women together on one island? That's what we living on this earth. Man and woman, we on this one earth together, and we can't coexist. And all the fucking dialogue and rhetoric that we got is to keep us divided. That's what I'm pointing out. And you cannot say that I'm misrepresenting his argument, because he based it on this whole fucking show. It's dealing with survival. I made his argument the way he made it, and I showed you where it's flawed at. You got to take away reproduction, which is what they did with this series, and y'all didn't pay no attention, because a bunch of men by themselves can't reproduce, and a bunch of women on an island by themselves can't reproduce. So this whole fucking show wasn't even based in reality, but yet they call it a motherfucking reality show. I'm trying to show y'all the magic and the voodoo. The divide and conquer. And you talking about you misrepresent what he said. No, this is the argument he made. And no one said he promoted the island show. He used the island show as an example for his argument. Let's go ahead and put Dennis on timeout. Let's go to the next person. Brother Eric Deep, you got it.
All right. So simply put, man, when it comes to survival, you have to include reproduction, because in order to survive, you have to reproduce for the kind or the species or whatever it is to live on, if need be. So if anyone's trying to use a survival reality TV show as an example, they're just trying to put survival tactics as a use or a tool to try to confuse the people. And if anyone is trying to take reproduction out of survival, they're lying, and they're trying to confuse you. So I don't know what it is that man got going on, but it ain't got nothing to do with me. And that's all I gotta say.
Want to involve your self-sensation of, but not to involve your. Hey, and
Basically.
go ahead.
Now, basically, that's what I'm saying. Is like one man's thoughts and opinion, like especially if they're wrong, and especially if you know that line, it has nothing to. I mean, it's not going to affect me in a way. Like it's wrong, and I know that line. So it's like my mind is surpassed that, and I see through it. So I know that reproduction is the key to survival. You know what I'm saying? So it's like what he's saying is it's falling on my. It's going in one ear and out the other. You know what I'm saying? It's stupid. It's
Take a more passive.
I have to stance on it. Yeah, because I hear it. Like I see what he's trying to use with the example of the survival, the TV show.
Oh,
But
I
nah,
was saying you choose to take a more passive approach. I feel you.
exactly, brother. Exactly.
Yeah, I don't choose to really take that approach on this because I'm a content creator. And at the end of the day, we're all just creating content based around popular topics. I've done my work in establishing myself with cosmology. Now, what I want to do is deal with day-to-day conversations that are affecting young kids and everything. These young boys, they got a dating life. The kids developing their sexuality. They going online for information, and I want to be the ones to have my viewpoint on record for anybody that may stumble across my channel on these popular topics as well. I owe that to the people. We know that I'm not doing this for clout, because if I wanted to have a bunch of viewers, I would do a flat earth, globe earth debate, or I would come with the cosmology. That's when I really get my view. So I'm actually doing this because I owe this. Like when you see that the popular narrative, it can be dangerous and this stuff is popular. I don't have a big channel like that, brother, but I got to do my part in weighing in on a topic that young brothers are concerned about, young girls are concerned about, people that's, you know what I'm saying? So there you go.
I'm grateful for you too, brother. It's like I'm doing it too, but I'm doing it from afar. And how you doing it is definitely reaching more people than I can, from my stance. And I'm grateful for you, bro. So continue on what you're doing, bro. We're gonna continue on trying to wake the masses on, and try to reveal the fakers. So yeah.
Most definitely, man. Appreciate that, my brother Eric. And let's go to Will J.
All right. Peace, brother. Peace, brother. Good to be back on. I'd like to take it kind of deep here. But first, I'm going to start off with saying I'm pretty sure Kevin Samuels is just given a perspective based on how he kind of wanted to go about life. If you watch my man's videos, everything is more geared towards criticizing women, but giving advice to men, which means when I hear stuff like that, he didn't get enough advice.
Let's go to Will. Hold on.
What's up?
Go ahead. You got it. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I was just saying that I feel like he's coming more from a perspective of like this deeper level programming in which you feel like as a man, your voice got to be heard the loudest. Everything got to go the hardest. And we need to look deeper into it. I was doing some research a while back. And did you know out of all the myths and legends that are immortals, not one in mainstream is a woman? There are 13 listed immortals in mainstream, which we know is possibly true, not true, whatever.
And
but the fact that there are no women. Go ahead.
No, not to cut you off, but I notice on a lot of these manosphere channels, they have a lot of these guys have props in the background, and they be having Thor hammers and Thanos gloves and different things to represent that whole patriarchal mindset. Like I said, these are Luciferians, man. Go ahead, brother.
No, you're exactly right, brother. And, I feel like it's rooted in how the man has been programmed to think that everything has to go our way for success to happen. Just like other brothers have said on here, I'm in an interracial relationship, but my wife does make slightly more money than me. I'm not taking that offensive. I view it as a positive. They got niggas like Kevin Samuel that'll make you feel like if that's the case, then you kind of backtracking in life. What you want me to do? Go get a woman who make less than me and I can be less happy? Like, nah, I like my house. I like my lifestyle. And when he gives advice on how to be a man, we viewers got to understand that is his perspective. The last brother I appreciate, and I do think he made a lot of sense, by saying what he said. And he really summed it up in the end by saying he's going to take that background approach. People like me, him, and others, we're not going to be able to have loud enough voices. So we depend on, people like Bro Sanchez to almost correct. I do ride with Kevin on a lot of stuff, but there are some things that are a little bit, I'm not going to say radical, but more towards extreme, in which he's trying to demean and criticize women, but more advice is geared towards men. And, I think it's just rooted in those core principles of a man possibly being immortal, having different ties to that. I feel like if we get back to that, we'll be straight. Yeah, that's it, brother.
Hey, appreciate that. There's a battle going on, and it's a battle to define. It's a battle to define what the universe is. There's a battle to define what the earth is. That's going on in the science world. This whole thing about defining your world. What is what to you, and based on what? We define things based upon value systems we're given, and that's wrong. What gives things definition in our reality? The powers that be. There's a war going on to redefine everything right now. And there's a war going on to redefine what a man is, what a woman is. There's a war going on to redefine what a human is today. And we just seeking the proper definition. And that will bring suitable to proper reality. Because how we define our reality is how we interact with it and how we manifest it. But the battle to define what a man is one that's being fought right now, whether all men choose to be at the forefront of that battle or not. The battle to define what the universe is being fought right now. Whether y'all choose to be in the forefront or the background, that's going to be your choice. I choose to be in the forefront, infantry, marine, front line. And I don't think there's a lot of people that sign up for the Marines. That's why they the few to proud. But I wish it was. I wish it was more brothers that would be bold enough to join up for the front lines. But I guess that's why in the infantry, we get to wear the beret and they don't. Let's go to the next caller. Christina White, sister, you have the floor.
Hi, Sanchez. Hi, panel. I love your glasses, by the way. And I love what you were saying about coming on this platform and letting the youth know about what's happening. And I think it's extremely important because they are researching, men versus women in the debates that are going on. I'm not sure if the panel really touched on it, but there's, as we all know, there's an agenda behind homosexuality. And there's a survey that went out that said 1 in 6 children or youth or adults between 1997 and 2000 identify as homosexual. And I just know for the music industry, the movies, they really push this image to have, making these youth or these people choose immediately you're feminine or you're masculine. And I don't know if they touched on it, but the fact that you guys are talking about reproduction, and we live now in a world where they can reproduce without a man or without a woman. They're able to make it in a laboratory or go to the doctor. So I definitely think these people, these celebrities or YouTubers that are pushing this agenda, they're working for these people of higher power, even if they don't know it, to push this agenda that maybe not 5 years, but 10, 15 years, where there is a huge more separation between, everybody, because of the fact that I identify as a woman, even though I was a man, and I have this child with my wife. So it's just wanted to touch on that, with the fact that we're talking about it as a whole, but as you know, there's something greater going on that's done by the people that control this world. That's all.
That's a fact. People don't see it. They don't see that when they be on these channels into the personality worship. A lot of these guys, they come in here with celebrity affiliations, big corporate affiliations. They're sent from big people to come out here and control the narrative in society. All of these corporate millionaires and Boulay and Prince Hall Masons and different corporate Negroes, they got millions, but that ain't enough. They want to also control the narrative, the conversation. See, that's what y'all don't get. Like, these folks pay a lot of money to control what you talk about every day. That's called the narrative. What's important for you to talk about. And right now, what they're got us doing is divisive. It's, if you pay attention to what I'm saying, see the sister get it. I'm just expounding on her, but you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna pass the mic around, but y'all, it's a very evil agenda, because we equate intellect to being part of the consensus. So when they blow these folks up and they got 20,000 people on the live stream, you think this is the important topic. This is what we need to be doing. But when you really look at it, it's not really productive to men and women as a collective, as much as it may be productive to niggas who just trying to be pimps, right? Because that's what I find. It ain't really nothing, guys who seeking forth for, think about it. I'm not putting Kevin Samuels in this. I'm putting the whole manosphere out there in general. Dating has turned into how many chicks you can get laid with. Like in one of Kevin Samuels' videos, he was unboxing cologne, and he was giving a review on the fragrance. And the first thing he said was, "What does seduction smell like?" Did you know that seducing a person and charming them are two different things, and that our ancestors did not deal with seduction? Our ancestors dealt with pure charm. Now I'm gonna break that down in another stream. But seduction is a whole Greek concept. They had goddesses that were based on seduction. That ain't really charming a man based on who you are as a person. It's seducing them based on presenting some fake. So that would turn into a big makeup industry today. See, makeup is based on seduction, fooling a person, seducing them, or things that will add a layer. That's not charm. That's seduction. When you wake up in the morning with your makeup off and all that, and he look at you different because you seduced him. Our whole beauty market is based on seduction, and that's a Greek concept. We didn't seduce each other. If you can't charm a woman based on your personality and your flyness, man, you got to go through all this seduction is trickery. They put certain hormones in the cologne to triggers women's a hormonal response from the woman. That ain't even real, bro. That's straight up magic and seduction. The fact that they taking genetics from animal pheromones that animals emit in nature to find a mate and put it in the cologne. That's cheating. That's Greek shit, seducing a motherfucker. Woman like, I don't know, it was just something about the nigga. And you don't know that it's some damn synthetic animal cells in the fragrance he sprayed on. That's a magician. People might not like what I'm saying, but our whole beauty industry is based on Greek seduction. It's fake and phony, using tricks to get each other, not necessarily getting to know each other and falling in love like the old heads did. But let me quit running my mouth. I can go deep on this. Let's go to Sir Drop. Take the floor, my brother. You got it, and then we'll go to the more you know.
All right, cool. Yeah, that seduction was powerful. That lust, that, because when you seduce, it's sort of like this. I was gonna go somewhere else when my hand was raised, but you dropped the mic with that. It's like how somebody will lie to you for like 3-4 weeks, turn into a month and a half, and then you hook up with them and you see everything they did was a seduction. The whole thing was fake, just to wheel you in. Now you tied in, you damn near got a baby out of it. But let me ask you a question, bro, before I pass the mic. How do you feel about multi-wives, and how do you feel about women can have a baby before men was around? Remember they said women can have a baby without having sex. And what do you feel about multiple wives? If you can carry that and then pass it. You hear me? My shit blanked out.
We heard you, fam. It's good questions too.
All right, cool. He might have stepped away from the mic. Now, what I feel about it is this. Multiple wives, if your main wife want that, I believe it's cool. But I believe if you just a male and you like, I'm a king and I'm supposed to have many wives, then I feel you're not submitting to the half of her power. She got to give you half her power. You got to give her half your power. You see what I'm saying? Now, as far as the women being able to have babies is hearsay, but I think that's how the male came to this earth. Now I don't feel like that 100%, but it's a thought to have. So if that's how the male came from this earth, this is why a man would say, I'm God, I come from something else. Hold on, you're not God. God is a creator, you was created. Cool, never mind that part. But I'll go on to pass the mic. He was passing it to somebody right after me. Y'all can go ahead and get the floor.
Yes, bros. Can you hear me?
Yes, I wanted to say something about what Sir Drop just said when it comes to the woman creating, procreating. That's what the Doggone tribe teaches still to this day. They have brought that down from their ancestors that at one time, they didn't need a man to procreate. And what I believe when that happened in that physical sense, when we talk about going more into the physical, that's what happened, because the body, when a woman is first pregnant, it's a female fetus basically inside of the embryo cells. And then it decides to go to a male or a female. So at that point, it switches to a male or it doesn't, So I believe
Hey,
that's
but you know why they teach that? Because the Dogon tribe, if you look at it at a broad stance, that's no God. If you look at it backwards, so it's a no God tribe. So, but what I'm saying is,
well, they believe
what
in the
happened?
spirit.
No. Here's what I'm asking, and then we're gonna pass it to the dude that was coming in right before you. What stopped females from able to do that? Is the question now.
What?
The
Talking
moon.
about the whole
Yeah,
immaculate conception.
Yeah, exactly.
But see, now we dealing with mythology. Think about this, right? Adam had an immaculate conception when he conceived Eve. So men have immaculate conceptions in mythology, and women do too. But that's the thing. When we gonna stop dealing with mythology? Because men and women don't live on an island of their own. In other words, check it out, right? If that was women having immaculate conception, that wouldn't have been a need for the man. That's why they tell you when women were able to do this, the man didn't exist. So-called after she gave, so then they say after she having immaculate conception gave birth to the man, she lost the ability to keep doing immaculate conception. Now she have sex with the man to create humans.
Right.
But if you think about it, that's what they say in the Bible. They said first Adam gave birth to Eve out of his rib cage, but after that men stopped giving birth, and now we have sex with the woman.
Well, that's not what that Bible is actually saying. People
That's
had that
what it's. That's exactly what it's saying. Think about it, right? Where did Eve come from? Out of Adam's womb, which is a cut, a slit, same thing you got just on the rib. Before they was putting the wounds on the rib, they was putting them on the head and everything else. This is a sick tradition among the Greeks. When they took the goddesses out the top of their pantheon, the gods had to give birth. See, when they had goddesses, the womb on the goddess explained where everything come from, birth. But men didn't have a womb, so when you put the men at the top, the men started talking about giving birth like Jesus doing, like Adam had to do. He had to give birth to Eve. Exactly what it's saying.
Yeah, bro, can I just take that for a little bit further?
Yeah, go ahead.
So if we take a look at this and look at it in the sense of a few days ago, you're on doing a live and you were talking about the succubi and the incubi. Now, one way that you could look at Yahweh from the Bible is you could actually look at him and his immaculate conception as similar to the idea of an incubus, if you understand what I'm saying, in the sense that the incubi being a spiritual creature that has a sexual relation with a woman and then creates life. So you can actually look at Yahweh as a form of a demon almost, or as a form of an incubus. And in the same way, you can look at the idea of, say, Lilith, and she's already associated with succubi, as in a spirit that will have sex with anything and create monsters, basically. So that's another. This is taken into the deeper war, more on the mythology level, but it's just an interesting idea.
That was powerful. I appreciate that. Hey man, salutes to all the people on the panel, yo, because
hey, bro, she was we it wasn't just the immaculate conception. Do you believe a woman ever could have kids without a male?
Now I think we always I think we always will need each other, man.
Period.
Yeah, I think we would always need each other too, because if you think about it in terms of like a wet dream, right? So a guy, we bust a nut in a wet dream. That shit ain't going anywhere. That shit going on the fucking bed or carpet, whatever. So in order for a woman to have an immaculate conception, she would have to be able to produce male sperm, likely in their wet dream. I mean, and I'm curious to see what the sister got to say about that. I mean, but that's where it sounds like in order for it to happen, almost what it would have to be. You know what I mean?
I'll let any of the sisters respond before we interject, since he wanted to propose it to him.
It don't sound like too many sisters having wet dreams, but niggas
Right.
busting in them. So
Yeah. Well, I'll say this, man. The same people who told us the man can exist without the woman, or the woman can exist without the man, before they even started telling us that, they was telling us the sun can exist without the moon. The moon can exist without the sun. The truth about nature, nothing can exist without the net stain. But the whole concept of arguing of what can exist without that, and you can't exist without me, you can't exist without me, was a childish de-evolution setback in humanity. And we got to wake up out of this. This shouldn't even be the narrative for generations to come. Because everything needs each other in this system to work equally. And once we start realizing that, man, that's when the roles will go back right and won't be blurred. The balance will come back in the universe, and everybody will be content with their place, their roles. Everybody respect everything equally. Real talk. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how else to stress it, but the sun can't exist without the moon. The moon can't exist without the sun. And I look at that like man and woman, but I'm going to keep passing it, man. We got Sir Drop and Christina White next in line with their hands raised, and we got tons of people joining. I just let 2 more people on. And if y'all want to get in the bill, raise them hands up, because what's going to happen when you raise the hands, it's going to create an order based on when you raise the hand. So I find that dope. Go, Sir Drop. You got it, bro. We waiting on the brother Drop, and then we'll keep it pushing to Christina. Christina, you ready?
Yeah, I was just going to agree with you, what you were saying about like this history, this knowledge that we get from these oppressors. And I just find it interesting that like we take it as truth and not actually, like, I know some people really believe in it, but like there is a balance, there's a yin and yang, and we live in a society and we have to be aware of the society that's pushing us against each other and making us hate each other and making us separate, because with us together, there's power. So we just have to be wise in that sense of understanding where we're getting this information from and following the tracks versus just it be something new that came up 100 years ago, 200 years ago, but actual things that you have researched and explained about cosmology where it goes back thousands. So that's it.
Hey, salutes to the sister. Let me check the audio real quick. Salutes to that sister, man. Let me drop a bomb on that while I'm at it. It's too about to go to the next hand. This is a 5 bill. I want to say I thank you all, everyone on the panel. And let's go to Rogue. Rogue. What's good?
I'm doing good by this time. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, well, you're very low and muffled. Yeah, you might want to adjust your microphone and give me a mic check once you do so. Young Q, what's good? I see your mic in Q nets. You want to interject?
Yeah, no, I'm just, my bad. I just was making sure it was working.
Oh yeah, you loud and clear.
Okay.
So at this time, we're waiting on the brother Rogue to adjust his mic, and I'm gonna go ahead and turn the floor over. It's an empty floor for anybody that chooses to interject at this time. The floor is clear.
Is my mic doing good now?
Yeah, there you go, brother. Go ahead, you got it.
I appreciate it. So on the whole reproduction thing, I just wanted to add how, you know, the whole theory that we came from germs and they also reproduce themselves. So I think that also plays a effect on why we think certain men or females could have reproduced themselves at one point in time, or at least that's the new modern way of thinking it, dealing with scientism. When I spoke with one of my friends, that was one of his responses to that, saying that we also came from germs or evolved from germs that reproduced themselves at one point.
Yeah, you know, that we evolved from germs. Yeah, I tell you. Think about how silly the shit is that they teach us, right? Let me tell you something. So we evolved from germs, and now we spend our whole life trying to get rid of them motherfuckers with sanitation devices. Like, let me drop a bomb on that. Come on.
Oh
Come
my
on, man.
We commit genocide in all levels. That means, goddamn.
We evolved from germs, and now we gonna spend every day saying wear a mask and put on sanitation, and we evolved from germs. Now we dying from them. What the fuck? Crazy, man. It's madness.
Hey, can I interject?
Go ahead.
Appreciate it. Man, that is one of the hardest debates to be on with a person when they do believe in that type of conception, and especially like the God conception that we all just came from one man without him needing a woman, which was your grandparents, and so on and so forth. And it's been that way. Like, what makes you just think that at some point it all just was at one? And it just makes me believe that it had to always be two. I don't know how, but it was always two, because that's what we can prove so far. And I don't know. I just wanted you to try to build on that for me.
Yeah, I agree with you, my brother. You can't have one without the other. You know, that's the whole universal concept. The yin come with the yang. And the ancestors never ever had a narrative of which one better, the yin or the yang. Which one was first, the yin or the yang? Which one could survive before the other one, the yin or the yang? That was never a fucking narrative in the ancient world.
And just to go deep on some Bro Sanchez type stuff, if you look at it, I mean, everything in this world requires that man and woman X and Y type of conception to get here. Then, I mean, that goes all the way to the sun and the moon, you know, for us. 12 hours a night, 12 a day. And it's just crazy to me. And to me, it just seems like it always had to be both. That's just how it is.
That's right, man. Hey, shout out to the brother AM1 in the building, man. Make sure y'all follow that brother. Good brother. Set the bombs. Becky on the bombs for my good brother AM1 in the motherfucking building. That's a good dude right there, man. But yeah, man, you're right, brother. And I'm going to tell you right now, you better keep in mind, all of us brothers up here that agree with this, we're simps, though. Y'all got to keep in mind that the term modern man and modern woman changes and redefines it now. So now, your great-grandfather was a simp according to modern man standards. If he, you know, because back in them days, niggas went around making families. That's just what they did, you know. The modern man sits in his damn condo, single by himself, whenever he decide to, you know, niggas go out there and go and trick and whatever, they ain't taking none of these broads serious. That's just, you know, I get it, you feel me? The modern man is a nigga basically don't want to grow up and limit himself to one woman. I think that's the modern woman too. Like, you look down upon if you're a family motherfucker in a minivan and shit. Like, you know, that ain't modern. The modern image of a modern woman is this independent chick, you know, with the Birkin bag, and the modern man is this independent nigga saying he don't need her ass and she don't need him, and goddamn it, you know. But if this is what it mean to be modern, modern must be a synonym for divided, huh? But let me just let everybody weigh in, man. It's crazy though.
Oh, you gotta drop Becky with that one, 'cause that's straight facts.
Hell yeah. Shout out to you,
bro,
man.
When we speak on the question of survival, are we just talking about surviving in society or surviving in a survival situation?
Were y'all able to hear everything I just said in the chat room? I know the panel did, but somebody saying they couldn't hear. I think I'm gonna time them out for that. But Anyway, let the brother that just asked that question ask it again loud and clear, and let's deal with it. My bad, brother.
What I said was, when we are speaking on the survival, do men need women for survival, or which one would be more beneficial? Are we speaking on society, like to live through this, society that we live, or are we talking about a survival situation?
I don't think you can separate the two. Think about it. Living every day through this society we in is survival. Right? So let's just deal with the argument like this. Men versus women, period. Not survival encompasses all of the aspects in our life that we got to overcome, brother. So we don't live in the jungle no more. I'm gonna tell y'all what's happening now. It goes back to what I was saying about the manosphere in Kevin Samuels. They're saying we're modern men and women, but they having a primitive setting to say, well, women need men if we in the jungle and the fucking lion chasing after her. But nigga, we ain't in the jungle. If you saying we're modern man and modern woman, you can't keep using that old ass primitive example. Becky, drop a bomb. Now that's what I'm saying about how this shit is stupid. A modern man is seeing a lion come down the street, gonna call 911 or the pet motherfucking control people just like the woman. That's what I was saying. You can't change the setting just to fit your argument at any given time. So when a person say, oh, we talking about survival or just day-to-day society, what they trying to do is say, oh, we talking about if we was in the jungle or in the cities and with the apartments and projects. We don't live in the jungle no more. So why are we even doing that? Because the niggas in the manosphere made that flawed ass example. Y'all get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely get you. But when I was saying survival, I mean, like, if a burglar or a robber comes into your crib type of stuff too, like a survival situation like that, or a lion attacking you, whatever that type of survival is like, even if a robbery is happening, are we saying that kind of survival situation? Because personally for me, I feel
Okay, yeah, let's use the scenario of a house break-in. Let's go there. Go ahead.
Yeah, I feel like that all of that's just based on preparedness and your intuition, because there's some men that don't know how to fight, for one. There's some women that's really good with the gun or sleep with something under their pillow. And there's some men that don't sleep with nothing. And I think those women that, it just depends on how prepared you are on that situation, or even any survival situation as far as I'm concerned.
Now check it out though. I'm gonna show you how the argument is flawed no matter how you look at it. He's saying we modern men, but to make us relevant, he going back to a primitive situation. Now check this out. Let's just say we are back in the jungle, right? And
we're speaking on a robbery.
Wait. I'm gonna get to the robbery, right? But I want to deal with the concept of being in nature too, because shit can crash. And that's one argument we hear in the manosphere. If all the governments crash, man gonna have to go back to nature. And that's when we really gonna get the shine. So let's deal with that. I want to deal with that man in his primitive state, right? And then we'll go back to the robbery. But check this out. Man in his primitive state is not defending himself, is not, fighting the lion to protect the woman. Because I just told you, if you take the women and the children out the picture, he would have to fight that lion anyway to save his own life. So in his attempt to save his own life, he gonna save his women and children too. He ain't gonna just sit there and let the lion beat him up. So that's what I'm saying. No matter what example you give, it's a flawed argument. whether we go back to nature or whether we go to this robbery right here, the man ain't defending the woman. If I'm up in the house and a robbery coming in, yeah, I'm defending my women and my children, but what the hell, I'm defending myself too. See, man acting like he ain't like if that woman went in the house, you'll just be like, what up, robber? You want some food? You get what it's a dumb argument. You feel me?
Yeah, I definitely understand you. And that's why I say, like, it just depends on how you're prepared. Because even if we're primitive, if the woman knows how to, plant stuff and grow up food, because winter is gonna come and we need something to store, it's not gonna only be the man that's gonna help survive. It's gonna based on what information we know, who's the most prepared for us in any type of situation. So I don't ever think there's really a competition or that conversation really needs to be had. But it's one that keeps being, expressed a lot.
Most definitely, I'm gonna go ahead and pass the mic around a little bit. The more you know, I see your hand is raised, so I'm gonna call on it.
Yeah, I'd just like to go on from what you were saying about the primitive people. I think we've always got a problem with the way that we talk about primitive people, because within this system we look down on them, but they're actually independent of a system. So when we're looking at the primitive man, you're actually looking at a truly independent man, and he didn't come on his own. He didn't get into the jungle. He's not in the jungle on his own. He's got his family around him. Do you know what I mean? They know how to live on the land, whereas we're dependent on our jobs. We're dependent on the economy. We're dependent on how much toilet paper is down at the store. We're completely trapped on a level that that these people who are living in the jungle, they're just not living on that kind of level where they're trapped like we are. If we don't have our house, what are we really going to do? Why are there homeless people in a city when in the jungle there ain't no one homeless? What's going on? We need to ask proper questions and put things in their proper place. Like what Taj Tariq Bey says, we need to put things in their proper terms so we understand what the hell's going on. That's all I got to say.
I think a lot of it's based on environment and what environment a person can be in. But I did want to circle back, if you don't mind, bro Sanchez, to Sir Drop's question about polygamy and kind of seeing, because I put some thought into it after he had said it, and I was thinking, like, because bro said if you okay with it and she's okay with it, he thinks that's the only way that could potentially work, and I kind of agree with him. I don't think there's any other way for it to work, but on some ethical shit though. Do you really think that it's a way to even go? I mean, who are we to tell people with multiple wives? I mean, I just wanted to touch on it real quick.
Hey, can I interject?
Yeah.
Man, I feel like as far as that goes, so just how we know that every single person is different, every man, every woman. So I feel like as far as the survival part of it, yes, we need each other to survive. There's just no other way. We can't procreate without one another. So as the survival aspect is shut down at the fact that, yes, we need each other. But on the other side of who's going to be together, polygamy, just being monogamous, I feel like that goes for the partners. Either they own that same type of yin and yang energy, or they're not. And I just feel like that's going to be of who's together and who's not.
Hey, bro Sanchez, can I quickly weigh in with something?
Is that Adrian? Yeah, sure. You go ahead.
Thank you, bro Sanchez. Peace to the panel. Peace to the chat.
Peace, brother.
How can I even put this? It's going back to the question about survival, who needs who, and so forth. Do you think maybe there was a point in time where it wasn't about man and woman, but it was about who nurtured the man and woman when they first came on the scene? Like, I think like a lot of people are forgetting it was never like man and woman who nurtured the first man or who nurtured the first woman. So it's almost like we don't need each other, but we need that nurturer back. If you understand what I mean.
Anybody want to interject to that before I go to the next person?
I'll wait till
were you speaking on
I
like the
interject.
oracle?
Oh, cool. Go ahead.
Let
You
the
got it.
brother Narco get it in, and we'll rotate it from there. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I feel like that nurturer was the earth, you know what I'm saying, before they kind of manipulated people's thinking on not how to use the earth to be able to benefit each other.
Okay, let me put it in a better way. It's like if you are a parent, which most people are nowadays, and it's like a baby don't just look after itself for 9 months, for a year, for two. You understand? It needs guidance. So who was the first person? I'm not saying mom, like a tree can't look after a baby, or the water can't look after a baby. Like Mother Nature is all the elements, but I'm not saying Mother Nature was the first carer. Who can see like who looked after the first baby? Was it a man? Was it a woman? Was it
It
something
was
else?
both.
Like
Both.
It was a
It was
couple.
everybody.
It was a family. Cause guess what?
okay,
Because guess what? We don't even say. Even the grandma look after these children too, and the grandparents and shit, the aunties, the family raised. It's supposed
thank
to
you.
be the village.
Thank you. So this is where I was trying to go with it. It's not about man and woman. It's about the entire family. So yeah, I just wanted to put that out there.
All right.
Yeah,
Hey,
mind if I
salute to that.
interject?
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead.
I definitely agree with you when you say family, but I was raised in Haiti personally, and in the area that I was raised, it was a really small, poor village. I ain't gonna hold you. So my grandma and all the grandmas in that area, if they cooked a pot of food to give to the children. I ain't gonna hold you. The adults, if they were sick or something, yeah, they serve you. But aside from that, the children is gonna eat in that. When I was a kid, anybody that was playing marbles, going to the river, if they were hungry, they would eat. And that was based off of whoever had it at the moment. And that was majority the grandmas of my village personally. So I think the aspect when you were asking your question, were you speaking more of like the oracle position that was given to whoever was, raising the people back then?
So was that for me, brother, or was that for Sanchez?
Yeah, that was for you. Is the oracle, would you say the oracle is the person that you were trying to get to?
There you go. In yes, but yes, I guess you could say the oracle. Yes, yes.
Copy, thank you.
I had the same kind of thought the other day, and basically, I know it sounds crazy, but not myth. I'm not trying to be mythological or anything, but I tried to like put myself at the beginning of the world, and I'm a baby because I know that babies you need, we're humans and we start as a baby and then we become adult. And I thought to myself, so how would I survive? And I thought maybe that's the whole aspect when they say in the Bible, not saying it's all mythological or anything, but they would say that Adam and Eve walked with the Holy Spirit, because if you really think about it, nothing's new under the sun. The only things we have are thoughts in our head that we think about. And those thoughts guide you every day. They guide you to do good or bad, and they guide you to be able to survive. So it's like that's what I come to kind of understanding, that it might have been like the Holy Spirit that was leading, even a little baby. As crazy as it sounds, but yeah,
That's deep. I mean, yeah, it's deep. It's deep.
Well, you could say that, but I don't believe. There was all types of ages, and when everything began. I personally also believe that everything was created all at once, adults, kids, and all of that, and they had the knowledge of how to nurture. It was just instinct nurturing. So I don't really think it was no Holy Spirit. I'm not sure if you're trying to say a spirit or actual person, but I think it was an actual person that was raising everybody, and everybody knew how to live, or at least how to survive and take care of kids. It was just instinct.
Let's pass the mic around a bit. Anybody else on the call want to interject to this topic?
Oh yeah, I do.
I'll say something.
All right, yeah, let's go ahead and let the brother Q get it in, and then we'll go to Caruth and then Adrian. That's the order that I saw. Go ahead. Y'all could do that order. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, as far as like a lot of the changes we see with men and women nowadays, on two notes, like one thing is I know social media and the internet fucked up things a lot. Cause then you got everybody trying to be somebody that they not. You got men trying to flaunt and show shit. All they trying to show on Facebook or Instagram is, oh yeah, let me show off these bands real quick, allow my, on the side of my 30 clip, on the side of my whole bag of weed. It's like that's a whole stereotype now. So you got flexing niggas, then you got females who don't want to do nothing but show off their ass with them putting up the little two fingers in the pose with the smooch face and shit. It's like everybody has become basic. It's like ruined the game of real people being real people. So it's like everybody getting catfish. Like the only way you can catfish somebody back in the day is if somebody was just trying to put you on with somebody and they told you this person looked this that way and you just didn't know till you got there. It wasn't no posting fake pictures and all of that shit. Like between that and then I just feel like with marriage, a lot of people don't take marriage serious. Like when somebody say, okay, I'm trying to be with this person for till death do us part. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like women don't take it. Like a lot of women look at it for the ring and the ceremony instead of everything that comes behind that. Like marriage is one of those things when you love somebody that intense, some people want to be with that person in this life to the next. You know what I'm saying? And then you got to remember, like, will you be able to still be with that person if they legs stop working tomorrow and they had to walk in a wheelchair or roll in the wheelchair for the rest of their life? Like a lot of niggas ain't ready for that if it was their girl. A lot of girls ain't ready for that if that was their nigga. Like that's real type of love. Like when you done seen that, like I didn't grow up around old folks, so I done seen motherfuckers take care of each other till death do them part. And I feel like when a lot of girls nowadays talk about marriage and getting together, they not seeing that far ahead. They just seeing that ceremony, that dress, and that ring. Not what am I gonna do after all of that shit is over? And niggas just be so scared and running from marriage that it's just ridiculous. It's like you just think you finna be a player forever until you on the old niggas sitting on the sidelines getting all your money ran.
Facts, young Q. Big
And
facts.
like, who was that who was just speaking?
Young
That was
quality.
the young Q.
Yeah, it's me. It's Q.
You, hey man, real talk, that was strong, bro. But this is my perspective of that. I'm not married, but me and my girl, we probably all gonna be getting married this year, right? But still to this day, marriage to me as a word really doesn't mean nothing to me, and this is the reason why. When I was younger, man, I was a player my entire life. You know what I mean? I've been with my girl for 8. It took us almost 8 years to get married to this point. But I say that to say this. When I was younger, I was talking to married women, and I had a woman who told me she had divorced a man, and he, if come to find out, this was a soldier over there fighting in the war, and I'm over here banging his wife. You know what I mean? And I've seen too many times people that's even 15 years in the marriage and the man out doing something with a woman. And so my thing to that is this. Yes, my parents, they've been together over 25 years. Do I believe something may have happened in that 25 years? I'm not sure, but they definitely, I couldn't tell. But the whole thing is this. With marriage, it just goes to the people themselves. Like you got, like how you said, cut your legs off. Would you be with this person just because you said those words, for better or for worse? Some people wouldn't do that that's married, and some people that's not even married would do that for their partner. And so I don't think marriage itself really have any merit, but as far as the commitment between one another, that's what make it, keep going for the future. And I had something for the other bill. I really wanted to build on the other bill, but I can't get to it, and I don't want to be long-winded, so somebody else grab that from there. Did y'all
Hey, I
feel
wanted
me
to.
with that, Chaz, or do
Yeah,
y'all feel
we
like the marriage is
we
something
felt that
stronger?
all
No,
the way.
I agree 100%. But go ahead.
Yeah,
You got it,
100%.
kid.
It's all on commitment, not the whole marriage thing. It's based on who you decided to commit
Because
with. I
somebody can have a
definitely agree with
ring
that.
on and be fucking with the ring on. Like motherfuckers don't care about no
Hey,
ring, nigga.
let me ask y'all this. So if we can agree with multiple wives, right? Is it a double standard? Can we agree with women having multiple husbands? Or
I can.
now is we reaching?
Now guess what? Guess what happens? Now guess what? Now guess what just happened? We just created the same world the animals got. Cause think about it. If men can have multiple wives and women can have multiple husbands, it really ain't no marriage. It's just everybody fucking everybody.
Is
I'm
a
not gonna
lion
lie to
married to
you.
another
I
lion?
actually did think it was like that. I really did think it. Like I perceive, like in the primitive times that you just walking around and if you like somebody, you guys click it, y'all fucking, and y'all move on with your life based on what
Yeah,
your life.
but why we keep thinking it's primitive times? Like I'm starting to question if I believe in primitive times.
Okay,
Sounds
no.
like
I'm
uni, bro.
saying
Sounds
When
this
I
like
at
say
uni.
least
Young
primitive
Q.
time.
times, I just mean
That's what I
okay,
want to
the
get on with.
ancestral times. I
Look,
apologize. The
I'm just saying,
ancestral
but if
times.
you think about it, if you bring that scenario where okay, multiple wives and multiple husbands, then the question gotta be, what's your limit? If you say unlimited, then yeah, that's just everybody fucking everybody.
But trust me like this, I'm not accepting none of these raggedy people dealing with baby who I mess with. So that's why I don't got to deal with multiple wives. But man, I'm not letting none of these raggedy. Yes, baby, I like him, and him, and him. All right, cool. Go like him. You ain't gonna be with me liking nothing else than me. And if you like them, you ain't gonna tell me. And if I like something else, I ain't gonna tell you. But as far as you being open to tell me you got multiple husbands, I don't think my DNA could accept it. But y'all go ahead. My bad. I'm gonna mute up.
I think it's the idea of being in a relationship, period, that people got to understand. Because, if you're going to be wanting to have multiple partners, then why are you even married in the modern concept? Hate using that word, but in today's kind of verbiage, if you're married, then you kind of agree that you are with that person. So if you start going with multiple partners, then I feel like you might be best off just never being married, but being in some type of mutual agreement with that partner.
But
You know what I mean?
some people look at marriage like a business, though. You know what I'm saying? They'll look at it as like multiple incomes. You know what I'm saying? Type thing, rather than. I mean, because you can get married. Can't you get? I believe. I mean, never mind. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I definitely
Marriage
agree with that.
changed by region, cause like in America, you can't be polygamous. In some countries you can, and in some countries you can marry a damn 12-year-old. So we got to keep that in mind too. But go ahead.
Can we agree that marriage is something that was brought on by the church? Would you say?
Yeah, the
Hey,
concept of a higher power sanctioning the love of two people is a religious concept.
Yeah, and I also think the reason why so many people are cheating and doing all this shit is because at the back of their brain, they know that that's just bullshit. They know that higher power that they just swore that they'll do all this, and then they still do that. I just think that in the back of their head, they know that it's not really. They don't need his permission. They know that they are on God. They know they have that power.
hey, bro, Sanchez. No, no word of a lie. I've met two people who has actually gone over to Islam just because of that concept of having multiple wives. And sometimes I think like, was this all a trick from the beginning? Because which righteous man and righteous woman is going to allow their partner to have multiple lovers? So me personally, I just think it's like a one big trap in that sense.
And see, I understand that 100%, but I'm still 50-50 because at the same time, like I give all my loyalty to my boys. And what I mean by that is my brother and my best friends. And they gonna all get the exact same loyalty from me, like no matter what. So I could understand how a man could give multiple women. That's just not me, because that's just not how I was raised and whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. But as far as the entire thing, I could understand how some people would just accept that way of living. That's just something that they accept.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't want to throw rocks at a brother in a polygamous situation. I don't want to throw rocks at the sister with multiple husbands, but I will say this. The brother brought up a good point. You ain't going to show me a situation where there's a woman with a bunch of husbands. Polygamy is only in the man's favor today.
I mean, I don't even think it'll work technically if you was a woman with a lot of husbands. I mean, I know it's possible. People do it, but it's like if you talk about what if you want to have kids, you know what I mean? She'll be, you know what I'm saying, unavailable for 9 months. You know what I'm saying? At the time when if it was the other way around, if a dude had multiple women, you know, females, he'll be able to maneuver correctly. You know what I mean?
Definitely when it comes to reproduction, it would be definitely in a man's favor. Polygamy favors the man, and it seems nature designed it that way. I'm going to just go ahead and drink to that being a man, and I might need to be talking to my girl about this thing we got.
I'm wrong.
I'm just fucking with y'all.
Finna cut the shit out Sanchez ass. She about to cut that dick.
I did want to ask you, man. I saw you with the fresh fruit on, man. Who are you supposed to be today? I said, when Flavor Flav started hosting the show, man.
Oh, he taking shots. Let me drop a bomb. Shots fired. It's all good.
Nah, my man, you fresh, man. But that tripped me out. I say my boy done jumped stupid today.
Nah, man, it ain't nothing. It ain't nothing but a jacket and some sunglasses. See that? That's all it take, huh? See that?
That's it.
But nah, I'm just fucking with y'all. But look,
niggas always think somebody fresh when it's new.
Yeah, I ain't doing much. It's just y'all don't see me like this, so maybe that's what it is. But salutes to everybody on the panel, man. This bill is dope, though, man. Let's go ahead and keep the mic going, though. The more you know, I see you. Go ahead,
man. Yeah, that was jokes. You guys are killing me tonight, man. This has been really fun. Yeah, shout out to you, brother Sanchez, man. I've been following you for a long time, and you always put on a good show. So thank you very much. Yeah, do you know what? That's all I got to say right now. I was not ready. I wasn't expecting it. I'll pass it on.
That's fine. That's fine.
Hey, bro Sanchez. This is going back to that topic with the multiple lovers and things like this. How can I put this? You know, like, as we say, there's nothing new under the sun. So most of these religions and all these things have been played out already. So it's like, when I was saying it's almost like a trap. It's almost like it's already been pre-planned. They already knew what this probably would stir up and where they were going with this agenda. That's why I think maybe it is a fifth. How can I put this? Because you made a good point about the reproduction. It only benefits us when it's time for reproduction to have multiple lovers. But me personally, I'm okay with one. I'm content with one myself. I mean, most people are not content with one. They need 10. I don't know why they need 10. They've only got one.
Well, if you think about
one instrument down there, you know.
Well,
so,
you know, we do live in a world where people want 20 pair of shoes. They want to be able to switch out between 10 different cars, 20 cars. you know, and they want to have that bars over into, hey, I want 20 women to choose from. But we like we're the variety age. But go ahead, y'all go ahead.
Let me ask the question. The one that was just speaking, were you a player growing up, or was you always a one-woman man?
I was a player, my brother.
No, it wasn't you that was talking. It sounded like a Hispanic brother. It sounded like a different brother that was speaking.
Okay, no. I mean, I was a ladies' man when I was a ladies' man when I was growing up, but as I got more older, I realized that shit's all played out, man. It's not for me. It's not for me. And I really wanted to do the family life, so I made a different choice.
I somewhat feel like that's the cycle, right? Because I was the exact same way. I was the guy that had to have multiple, when we called it a starting five, a point guard shooting, you know what I mean? You know, we had women in our phone.
Your roster. Yeah.
Gotta drop a bomb for that one.
Yeah, we had women in our phone under 911, which means if I call you, I know she's gonna come. You know what I mean? And that was kind of how we grew up. But like you said, as I grew older, like that entire lifestyle just started to be, whack in a sense, you know what I mean? And when I had my first daughter, you know, that definitely changed things a lot. But I say that to say this, the brothers that was growing up seeing us do that and they wasn't able to do that, now that they're getting a chance, you know, maybe they grew into themselves a little bit later in life and now they starting to get a little swag about them and got a good job. And, you know, so now it's their time to have some fun. And I think that's just the cycle that it goes in. You had the girls that was getting played on and all that, now they want to be the player. And I just feel like that's the cycle.
Shit, I wasn't even no player when I was the young and shorty. I was the shit. I already know what I want. When I get with a shorty, I'm just trying to make it work. And when you younger, you don't know that you ain't ready for that shit, and the universe ain't gonna give you what you're not ready for because it'll fuck you up, or you will fuck it up. So you know what I'm saying? Once I got my shorty and we were together about 8 to 10 years at this point, you know what I'm saying? It's like in the verge of marriage, but me, I ain't never been the type that wanted multiple women at the same time. Like I grew up a little different because I grew up with my grandmother and my mother in a sense where it was like I felt like I should treat women like I want a motherfucker to treat my sister or my mama or my grandma. You see what I'm saying? Like I always went at it with that concept. So I was more considerate of their feelings and shit like that and not doing them wrong because I felt like,
well, thing is that I was brought up the exact same way. But as far as the culture, I was real into the culture of, you know, seeing the rappers with the multiple women. And I think that's what grew on me most in that sense.
Yeah, see, and I think another thing too, man, and shout out to Leonardo and the brother Yaha Bey. Yeah, Sister Carly and all of y'all, salutes to y'all, man. Thank y'all for joining us. I see you, Duke of Memphis. We're gonna get y'all in rotation, man, for sure. Hell yeah. But what I was gonna say, you know, I actually forgot what I was gonna say. Let me
Was it in response to what I said?
No, some to the level, but I was gonna go somewhere else. It's all good. I'll keep the mic moving. Let's go to who was next on here? Let's go to Yaha Bey.
Peace and love, family. Can you hear me?
Peace and love. Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Man, you just killing the game today, man. You killing the game.
Appreciate that, brother.
I don't know if you know what you're doing. I see you. You looking good too. But
Thanks,
check it
man.
out.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah, check it out. That was one of the many ways how when we were younger we were taught how to get a woman.
That's
you know what I'm saying? You got to be dressed sharp, fresh to death. That's what would attract them. And then as we got older, we found out, okay, well, if I have a couple of bands and I flash them, that will attract them. But at the same time, I was thinking like what you were saying. I went to the concept. I was like, well, when did this whole marriage concept come into play anyway? You know.
Now look, I'm gonna just build on something you said, brother, because you dropping jewels. But I'm gonna be honest though. You notice I don't really dress like this all the time because guess what? I really rely, me personally, let me just do this real quick. I really rely more on my personality. Now, not to try to toot my own horn, but when I was coming up, the colorism thing worked in my favor, and light-skinned niggas was in style when I was coming up. So we ain't have to have a lot of the fashion savvy that the other niggas had to have, but I still had that on top of, But what I'm saying is this. On top of all that, man, you gotta have a personality too. The brother dropped jewels. The appearance and the money gonna get you in the door. But if the woman don't really like you as a person and your personality, she'll date you just cause you dress good and got money and still be going and get a pussy to a nigga who ain't got none of that. She just like his personality. And she'll be giving that dusty nigga the pussy who ain't got money, who don't dress like you, but that nigga make her laugh and got a confidence and personality you wouldn't even know he didn't have the money and shit. Now I see that. I see some niggas' personality take them to the top of the game, and they don't lack the confidence. Like you would think they got money, how cocky they are, and they can have that ability to take control of the show and make the women laugh and kind of. And bro, I'm telling you, man. But let me say that man can always get fly and get money, and it's just an addition. But the man who just relying on getting fly and money, that's the nigga the girls don't really like, but they call him up because they trying to get their hair fits, and they ain't really, they'll trick with the nigga. And that's why he mad. See, a lot of them niggas like that mad. They ain't lacking money and shit, but they single. They can't really keep a woman, but they giving dating advice. Let me just pass the mic, man, because this is going to hurt some guys, and I don't want to do them like that, man.
My day, it was called having a mouthpiece. You couldn't, it was some dude who had all the money and all that, but if you ain't got a mouthpiece to approach her and tell her the right things to get your number in that phone, her over to the crib or whatever y'all about to do, you know what I mean? You just didn't have it like that. And so just like you said, the guy that's always getting fresh, if she like him for that, that's going to waver. But the guy who ain't even got to get fresh, just imagine when he do get fresh now with she, you know what I mean? So yeah, 100%, man. You right on par.
Yeah, man. All of us on point today. We're going to drop a let's go to the next person. Everybody spoke except question everything. So let's get him in, and then we'll go to the rest of the hands. All the other hands we already called, so we're gonna keep it in order. Thank y'all for joining. Go ahead.
Yo, you get me?
Loud and clear. You got it.
Oh, what's good? Peace to the panel. Yeah, man, I think that it's a pretty good topic too. But I look at it like this here. I heard the brother say something about, about the culture, or following the trend of the culture or something like that. I say the culture fucked us up in reality, because what we call game today came from a fucked up culture. The farther back you go, that shit wasn't, that really wasn't a thing. Family values was a man being with a woman, they coming together, reproducing and stick and building that foundation. So when we look at, hip hop and some of the shit that's going on nowadays, even when we was growing up, it actually flipped everything upside down, and it became the norm. We even gave it names, light game. That's the new name for the term, to make us comfortable, and thinking that's something that even the kids that's coming up today, that's something that they should be chasing. You feel what I'm saying? All this shit here goes against nature, man. We was never meant to be this way. But I keep it short and sweet like that. I fall back.
Appreciate that, my brother. Let's go to hold on everybody. Let's go to the brother. We got 3 people with their hands raised, but before I go to y'all, all of y'all are brothers. Let's see if the sister Carly wanted to interject. Let's get the ladies first. If you wanted to interject, Sister Carly.
I guess I just wanted to speak up for the ladies, because I don't think guys realize how hard it is being a female sometimes because we have to, we grow up having to defend what guys chase after. I guess I'm not really sure how to word it, but we have to turn down so many guys in one day. You know what I mean? It's actually really annoying. It can be challenging. Some girls like the attention and they'll go for it, of course. But the majority of us, throughout the day at work, just out in the street, it's just constantly, hey girl, hey, hey, hey. Basically, they don't come out and say it, but they're all saying, hey, come home and sleep with me or what have you. And I think marriage really is just about what region you're in, because I can understand the whole polygamy thing sometimes, especially in the Muslim countries where the husbands don't do shit. They just sit there and, pass me a beer. And you got like 6 kids and, so you get a little help. I can respect that.
Like a robot.
Got it. I'll fix that.
Yeah, and so like I said, polygamy in some situations is actually beneficial to them people. And in some people it ain't. You know what I'm saying? Kilzel, go ahead. I'm sorry, y'all. Kilzel, go ahead.
And with regards to the polygamy thing, it's to my understanding, like my elders taught me that like I was a player, I was a big player, but I'm not anymore. I've settled down. But they taught me that you're supposed to. A man can have more than one wife as long as each wife knows that is happy with it, and each wife is treated equally the same, with no difference. Because if that doesn't happen, then it causes hatred and animosity between the wives, and then that's what starts, a whole generation of that back and forth, bad things happening. But at the same time, with regards to a woman having more than one man, it's a thing where a woman is. Sorry to be a bit not too graphical, but like when a woman receives the the sperm and stuff like that, so she receives a spirit within her, and if she's having too many spirits go inside of her, I've had experience with different girls when I've seen the change, and with my current woman, we speak the same. We've got the same tone of voice. We speak the same because we've been around. Our spirits have entwined, and that's what ends up happening with a woman with many other partners. That's why they shouldn't have a man, because more than one husband, because it messes up their whole spiritual aura and stuff like that. But I'll pass the mic. That's what I believe anyway. If anybody's got anything that they think about that.
Yeah, that was kind of deep what you said, my brother. One thing I wanted to add to that, in some ways, some people do not agree with multiple lovers and these things, but the only time when it seems to be accepted, or not accepted, but not so much frowned upon, is when he's got multiple baby mothers. But when he has multiple girlfriends, it's a different thing. But when he has multiple baby mothers, it's not really looked at as in a bad way as much as he would have girlfriends, in my opinion.
Hey, shout out to all of y'all. Let's go to the Duke of Memphis, man. Salutes to everybody. Thank y'all for joining.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Chad, to the panel. What's up, Bro Sanchez? I want to thank you for everything you do, man. I owe a lot to a lot of people for the knowledge I have right now. But there's a quote in the Bible that says something about knowledge increase. I think when that spirit hit the earth, it came from you, man. But what I have to say is in a couple of questions, man. I want to ask: do you think that man and woman are naturally know each other, or do we are we thrown out by a belief system that we have our own perceptions of? Are we thrown off, by a belief system, or do you think we know each other naturally, and that's what's messing everything up? If we're not knowing each other naturally.
Yeah, I think prior to what we call government, right? When we deal with pre-dynastic time, and when we talking about going back and dealing with humanity in their most natural state prior to the mental tampering with of government, religion, social engineering, because that's a good point that this brother bringing up, and we're about to go deep now. Let me drop a bomb for this brother. Because the reason this is deep is because we're trying to make sense of these roles, man and woman, but we don't even know what a man and woman is based upon these modern definitions that they got out there with us. That's why we can't get it together. So now let's go back and see the thing is this. The reason we don't know the difference between the two roles and we keep battling each other for the dominant role, man and woman, is because in our natural state, we didn't even have a concept of domination. Beckett, drop a bomb. I know y'all don't get that right now, but check this out. Our ancestors ain't have no word in their vocabulary, dominate, dominion, domination. That's the concept of one over another, something opposing its will on another one. So if a man dominates his woman, she's not really a human. She's more like a sex slave. The thing about it is this right here. In the Greek world, they thought that domination was the epitome of male sexuality. And domination is actually a genre in their sex category. I'm not making it up. Domination is a popular sex. We're not even going to talk about it. But anyway, the point that I can control you and you don't really want me to do it, but I'm going to do it, turns on the Greek men. Now, I see a lot of brothers adopting that, right? Like, we don't understand the origins of these paradigms we adopt, thinking that we're becoming modern men and alpha men. You're actually not, but you becoming Greek men, though. We never, in our natural state, we didn't have to ask each other which one has the most value or what the role was. We came knowing that. The animals don't have to go through hours of lectures and reading books on this shit. Something happened to us humans. And you know what happened to us? Social engineering, mind control, government, redefining what the man and woman are will make us try to assume the definition and becoming something else than what we know we are. In other words, the women that say, I don't need a man, all I need is my Birkin bag and I'm a bad bitch, all that. Some in them, there's that natural instinct of a woman that knows she need a man, but she thinking that that's a flaw in her because modern society telling her, yeah, that's weak. You don't need no nigga. Get that out of you. And coming up as men, it was the same with us. When you falling in love with a woman and want the niggas say, man, you weak, bro. So they're training us to be divided. See, y'all get what I'm saying? Like, they redefining what it is to be like this outstanding man or woman. And when they tell us what a man or woman is, we look in the mirror and say, am I that? And if we ain't that, we try to become that. And that's how social engineers change who we all are. And that's how they got us divided and conquered, man. Yeah.
Hey, to add on that, it's a little mythological story in the Bible when they talking about when they let us create man in our own image and our own likeness, and they programmed them to be fruitful, multiply, and to dominate the earth. You know, and that's a mean word to tell somebody, man, to dominate, man. I mean, you're not gonna have any peace, nor it's always gonna be divided, because a king, you know, if you got a king there, he's always gonna be overtaken, you know. So, you know, to dominate, a dominating spirit means it's just destruction the whole time, division. And I think men and women have their energy within them, you know, to dominate each other. You know, instead of getting to really just naturally know each other, like we see the animals on the animal kingdom and stuff like that, doing their thing naturally, and we'll see them go a whole season, and they'll come back and they do the same thing, a natural thing. It's like we the only creatures on this earth that don't know our natural purpose. And I fall back on it.
It's facts though. Like I told, like it's crazy, man, that we all online trying to rediscover what it means to be is a man or a woman. And I'm gonna tell you, when you're 20s and 30s as a black man in America, and you're involved in these communities of dating advice and dating strategies, what it means to be a man, and you're single, and advice from single men is the blind leading the blind. And what makes it pathetic is go down here to South America, right? The average young man in South America is married with a whole family, 20, 21. Y'all think I'm making it up. Y'all think I'm making this up, don't it? In South America, by 22, 21, you already married with children. Y'all think else know this? I swear I ain't making this up. It's something about how they mature quicker than us, come to the family development. I'm not making this up. Y'all go do your. Oh, my mic was off. What I was telling them, let me repeat myself for the people. My bad. I'm gonna quit muting my mic. What I was saying was, it's pathetic when you in your late 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, or whatever, and you're online engaged in these communities, and you're single, and you're listening to other single men. It's the blind leading the blind. All of y'all gonna die single, but you're gonna have this brotherhood of stubborn niggas saying, well, we gonna hold out and to death do us apart. You really married yourself to a community of miserable people, and you didn't enjoy your life and find a woman. What you found was a community of niggas complaining about why they can't find women, and spent their life doing that instead of looking. See, and when that, see, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you know what? I got a question for each sex. You know what I'm saying? When you do meet somebody, is there a sense of you want to control the situation? You know what I'm saying? Do you feel like it's a battle of controlling this, the beginning of this relationship? You know, because I feel like it on my end sometimes. I'm trying to, when I meet the woman, I'm not trying to do it, but it's like I'm trying to gain control.
See, and I'm going to just go ahead and say it, and I hate to say it, but that's kind of a form of insecurity on our behalf as men, you know? And all of us probably be guilty of that, especially if we really meet a woman we feeling and she fine, and she talking about, look, well, I'm finna go to this club and she got some short shit on. Niggas gonna try to control that. Niggas, he laughing. Look, hey, y'all know I ain't. Yeah, but you know, niggas gonna feel better. Like what, you know, if we can control it a little bit, and then I think it's vice versa with her too. So you got a point, man. Yeah, that's a tough one there.
Yeah, so I fall back on this, man. I think it's I think we're here to try to get to know each other naturally. It's like we're in this some kind of system, a belief system that each sex has different perceptions of. You know what I'm saying? I think of it one way, and a woman, she definitely think of it another way. So we're reacting differently in this bubble we in. And we're way away from the natural way that we're supposed to interact with each other. And I'll follow back on that one.
Salutes, man. We keeping this fire bill going, and most definitely, man. Salutes to the brothers. Go ahead, Caruth. We see you. We see your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can just backdoor what he said at the very end there, that the way we supposed to communicate is off balance just because of the simple fact, man, I haven't talked to my grandmother in years and years. And she added me on Facebook, and it just really got to my skin. Like, she ain't put no message on it or nothing, just added me on Facebook like I'm a just regular friend. And I mean, that just goes to show you, man, it's just weird these days, but I would much rather, a call from, something like that, and you just add me on Facebook. But I mean, just that's in a micro scale. But I just had to add that to what my man was saying as well.
Appreciate that, my brother. Appreciate that. Let me see who we got here on the panel. Okay. Man, look, the floor is open at this point then for anybody to build. Oh, the sister Carly hands is raised. Let's definitely go to the sister. You got it.
Okay. Sorry about earlier. I think it was my headphones. So I just got rid of them. And one thing I would like to point out, it's off topic, but I've noticed everybody here that has a video, I see the beautiful sunlight in the background. And I'm just wondering how on a bar earth I can see that same damn sun in Japan. I'll just put that out there. But anyway.
Hey, I gotta drop a bomb right there though, for real. Any globalists want to come up, that's why I got more topics in the title. We could get that in too. Go ahead, sister.
But, what I was saying earlier is about the multiple marriages is I kind of understand it, because in Muslim countries and in Asian countries, the husband don't do shit. He just sits there, drinks a beer. Woman, make me a sandwich. And you got 6 kids. Maybe you need a little bit of help. A lot of times it'll be the females that are asking for a wife because they want the help. And they don't even care that he's, smashing this other woman, because a lot of times they build some type of sisterhood and an understanding, and they're happy like that. So, in some situations, it's the woman that seeks it out. It's not always man driven. In some cases, facts. And they got some females that like females, and they want the female.
Sister Carly, not to cut you off, I'm gonna give you the mic right back, but just to prove you're not lying, that's the same thing the brother Polite's wives say. That it's better for them that way. So salutes to them. But yeah, go ahead.
And so also, I know, like in a lot of Asian countries, they don't really have divorce like that, because they view marriage as more of a reason to have kids. Marriage is for children, and it's like a partnership. They don't really get divorced. I know here in Japan, you get married, you have kids. Once the kids come, the intimacy stops. It's very common to see older Japanese people that don't sleep in the same room anymore. it's common to have the older men will have young girlfriends, like college age, because their older wives are done having kids and they just let them date. It's strange, but
It's like
it's
that
a
in
culture
South
thing.
America too. You're right. In a lot of
So
the
it just
South.
really depends on where you grow up and how you were taught to view marriage. I think as Americans, we rely on looks too much. You know, oh, she fine, I gotta marry her. You know, but what happens when you have kids? You get fat, you get wrinkles, you know, I mean, pregnancy itself isn't flattering, you know, it'll mess you up. And so, you know, you build it off of looks. You know, you might get disappointed in a couple years. I'm sorry? You having the same problem I had earlier, man. It sounds like a robot.
You're sounding like a robot. You're sounding like a robot, whoever
I
that
had
is.
that problem earlier. It might be your headphones too.
Borging up a bit. Yeah, this is fire. Let me drop a bomb though, cause I want to say something to that. Go try again, Q. Okay, well, yeah, it's. Oh yeah, you borging out. Hop off and hop back on right quick, and I'm gonna throw you the mic back.
Okay.
Okay, well, he sounded good when he said that. Damn. But yo, hey, check it out, right? When Carly was talking, sisters in the chat was throwing off bombs and agreeing, and guess what that proves, y'all? On some real shit, I think in a natural setting, polygamy probably would be inevitable. We see it among the animals, but I think in a world today where they divided us like it is today, most folks only most folks can't make it work with one lover. So you see the divorce rate we got, and that's just without polygamy. So for the sake of the system not being overwhelmed, they might say, you know what, fuck that, we'll be having to file fucking 10 million divorces a day if we let them be polygamous. But I don't know, but I know one thing, it's a lot of polygamy going on, and it's working, and it's a lot of polygamous couples that are still together, where there was a lot of non-polygamous couples that went through several husbands or several wives. You know what I'm saying? So I say to each his own. I don't know, man. The debate would be in a natural setting. Would polygamy be inevitable? But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and pass the mic around and let everybody.
Hey, can y'all hear my mic now?
Yeah, down you loud and clear. Go ahead, bro.
Nah, yeah, the sister Carly's point when she was talking about the pregnant woman, I said, I'm one of the men, I love the pregnancy and I love the stretch marks. I love all of that shit, dude. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, when you really love your women and your woman, it's like that shit that comes from childbirth. It's like the symbolism left on the earth that made your child. You see what I'm saying? It's like you seeing the mark made, literally like one of the greatest things to ever happen to you. So it's really like a great deal of appreciation for me. But that's a sad note.
My question with polygamy though, what would be the main natural purpose for it?
I'll give you a prime example. In a warfare scenario, just say if we're about to be exterminated, there's a group of people, invaders, foreigners, and they're annihilating Black Americans, and we about to go extinct. They reduced our numbers down to about 10,000. Now we have managed to escape with that small group that we got left to a secret refuge where we can reestablish ourselves and get our numbers up for the next hundreds of years without them interfering. Well, in that reproduction phase, we will have to renew our religious structure to promote polygamy so that we can hurry up and repopulate our numbers back. So that will be one case where we will say, look, we need, if it's more women than men, then you would say, okay, well, some of you men gonna have to impregnate some of these other women for the sake of, So if you wanted to look at it on that way, I guess you dealing with polygamy and these that's one natural way where I can see where it'll probably be beneficial.
Keeping life going.
Yeah, if you wanted to speed up the
Nation
population's growth, you would promote polygamy. If you wanted to slow it down, then you would reform that to what I'm saying?
Hey, you know what's funny? Like, if we wanted to look at it from like a skit point of view and make a skit out of it, imagine, how niggas always be like, what a hoes that or something like that. Not that I'm on that type of shit. I ain't one of them type niggas, but they can say some funny shit like that led to motherfucking polygamy. It's like niggas was like, what a hoes that? I don't know. It's less women out here. We need to create more. Like niggas didn't go out and just get to marrying all kind of wives and women and shit like that. But one day it's like, shit, niggas got to realize, unless it's like the biggest thing of the debate that it seemed like to me is men don't like it the opposite way. They don't like it if women get to have multiple husbands. And I've seen it that way. Like, I've seen it look the opposite way. Like I said, boy, niggas sure change their side of the fence when it gets to the other ball game. And my thing is, shit, if you can't dish it out, don't, if you can't take it, don't dish it out. You feel me? But I'm like you, to each his own.
Hey, say, I think of that real graphically, if y'all don't mind. How's everybody in the chat doing? Y'all all good? And on the panel?
For sure, my brother Wiggly. Thanks for joining, man. You got the floor. Go ahead.
Just to talk on this topic, he said why people probably trip on women doing it, but men not. And it might get, I'm gonna try not to make it graphic. I imagine a man, 4 or 5 men going deep in that woman and leaving something in there every time. Imagine that. Versus a guy, he comes out, take a shower, and it goes right off his skin. I don't think that some of these women could go as deep as some guys might go inside of a woman. I don't know if they could get all the way up in there.
Put it like this. No, put it like this, bro. I'm with you, right? But you also got to realize this the reverse too. Also, of when you fuck a woman, it ain't just shit that go up in her. It's shit that go through your fucking urethra too. That's why if a girl's pH balance ain't right, fuck around, burn your ass or something, or give you something, because when you in that, it's pressure against pressure, hole against hole, and at the end of the day,
that's
you
true. I think just on the surface level, the way I'm saying why people would look at it and say, ew, probably just on the surface level. Yeah, they probably looking at it just like that. That's real scientific. Right. Where you
because if you think about it like this, if you having sex with a girl and neither one of y'all use a rubber, there's a chance on both behalves that the other one is gonna catch feelings or whatever. It ain't just like it's just women that shit happen to. Niggas get hit with some shit too, depending on the chick. You see what I'm saying? Or depending on the nigga too. So like, everything ain't so one-sided. That's all I'm saying.
I'm just saying that people look at women as something to go in, and men, we can come out of that. But whatever left in there could, like a whole lot of shit that's left in there, it could just stay in there. Versus, I know what you're saying. It can still get in our pores, get through our bloodstream, change our motions. I like to tell people when you're having sex, you need to be careful with that because you exchanging souls with people. You exchanging blood patterns and shit with people. And that's why folks so crazy around here, screwing everybody and then bringing all those spirits back to the next person who might have been with a whole bunch of other spirits. But see, that's so metaphysical. That's so science. I'm saying on the surface level, the marketplace, with the public square, we look at a coochie like, ew, look at that hole. Why they putting some of that hole and it stay there versus that stick? I can pull that stick off and put it under the water and watch.
Hey, I'm tripping because he just broke that shit down to sticks and holes on y'all.
I'm just saying, try to make it,
sticks and holes.
Well, not only does it stay in there, but remember, you can get pregnant by more than one guy at the same time. So that can also happen. It's not common, but it's happened.
It's just so many more things, and that's why people just own the surface.
Hey, sister, talk about that, by the way.
So basically, there's been incidences where a woman So the time when you're conceiving is only about a couple of days. So if I sleep with one man today and the next man tomorrow, within that gestation period, both those eggs can win. All right. So I end up having twins, but each one is from that other father. So, you know, I have twins, but they have different dads. It's happened. Look it up. It's really interesting.
So now, right now, I'm knowing that it's happening. So like,
but guess what? No cap. But guess what though? You and I'm gonna give it to you, Q. But you know what that proved? No offense, but it proved that we similar to dogs in a way. God damn it, because that's how it is with dogs. But go ahead, brother.
No, you know, I was just like, no, I'll let you finish.
Hey, bro,
I'm done. I just no, you got it. I'm giving you the flow back. I'm done. Go ahead, Leonardo. You got it.
Look at my camera. You see the sun over that side?
Yeah.
Now hold on.
Say something while you talking at the moon too.
The moon is on that side. The sun is on that side. How that happen? You feel me, bro?
You know they don't want that smoke, Leonardo.
They don't want it.
This shit get to her.
You see that moon? Turn the other way. Sunset.
Everybody looking at a sunset, even Carly in Japan.
Much love and respect.
Not a sunset, but yeah, sun.
Yeah, I'm looking at a sunset too.
I'm looking at a sunset and a moon.
Say, man, you know how much that bro Sanchez, bro, like I never even thought about or cared about or put any attention toward flat earth, but once I saw them streams on that shit, bro, how much you made me think like man, that is a good question. Why is the sun and the moon out if night is on one side, day is on the other side? I mean, the moon supposed to be on one side, the sun supposed to be on the other side. Well, then how do we both see the moon at the same time from both sides of the world? That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, and the fact that the sister Carly in Japan is like the nail in the coffin to it all, to the naysayers. Now, globalists can come up here and explain that to us. That'll be awesome, but you know they not.
I doubt it.
Yeah, I can see the moon too, but I can't really show it to you guys. I was trying to get out, but the balcony only goes but so far. But that's crazy how he can see the moon too. That's weird.
Moon and the sun in the same in different directions.
Where is Leonardo at?
I'm in Georgia. There go the moon.
Right.
Right there, y'all see it?
Yep.
Now I go over here. The sun setting over there.
Georgia and Japan.
Georgia, Japan, and I can see the same here in Vegas too, just for more reference.
Hey, bro Sanchez, I swear to you, that shit becomes so normal to me now since I become a flat earther.
Hey, wow, I can see it right now too. Hold up, G. Hold on, let me see if y'all can see me, G. Hold on.
All over the world, we can do this, and they think they on a globe.
Hey, y'all see that motherfucker over there?
Yeah.
That's the moon, and behind me,
right,
that damn sunset.
Damn right. Y'all got snow, huh?
Oh yeah, you already know it's Chicago. We just got out of all of the real deep snow. It just started melting today and yesterday.
Hey, say, I don't mean to cut you off, Sanchez. It came to my mind. I remember what I wanted to ask you one time. Is the earth turning or are the stars moving? I'm gonna ask because
it's only the stars, the wandering stars, that's creating the motion of time. Everything else is still.
How much do they move? Because I was on my pet show when I was over in Grand Prairie, and I was telling my fiance, I was like, man, I'm just gonna pay attention to that one star all the time. And bro, for the whole year, that star didn't look like it moved, but maybe to my eyes, just to my eyes, it looked like it shifted maybe 1 or 2 inches to the right or the left. But I know damn well my eyes stayed on that star.
It probably ain't move at all, and it probably was changes in the atmosphere that made you think it even shifted an inch, and the star that you was focusing on was probably a fixed star.
Yeah, man.
You
got a lot
got
of
fixed
questions about
stars
flat
and
Earth,
wandering
man.
stars. Now the wandering stars are what's creating time, and this how you look at the fixed stars and wandering stars. Think of a clock face. The only part of the clock face that move is the hour hand, minute hand, and second hand. All of that is representative of what we call the wandering stars. The main three being the sun, moon, and you could say Polaris is one of them wandering stars, but we don't see Polaris move because it's standing in the center of it all, spinning around. It's the pole in the middle of a clock that's turning the hands and shit. So it's moving, it's wandering, but it appear fixed. That's the thing about Polaris. But like the fixed stars would be those places on the clock where they draw in the numbers down and they put the little lines. Each one of them represent what, like, 5 minutes or some shit or whatever. But you know what I mean? Like, all the little hash mark, none of that don't move. That's the writing on the clock. But then you got some that do move that's above that, pointing at what don't move. So like the second hand or the minute hand will point at one of those hash marks or a number. That's fits to the clock. But the hands move, and you can look at that like fit stars, wandering stars. That's how they relate to each other. One is pointing at the other one. One is the, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
That's how I look at it. But go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, see, I know Chat probably was seeing me in chat when I was talking to you first, but see, I always do that. I always come when it gets to a good vibe, and I don't be wanting to go back to no smoke and nothing like that. The vibe just so player, man. So I'm sorry, Lady Legs, unless he asked me what I was talking about. Man, I gotta leave the vibe the way it is, man. It's nice here.
All right, I'm gonna keep the flow open, and I'm gonna just let y'all get it in. Y'all can go ahead.
What was he wanting to smoke about?
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and say it because that what I don't. My thing is, I don't know what it is. Hold on, bro. I don't know what it is about the black people. I don't know, man. With the men though, like in my opinion, I feel like right now it shouldn't be one black man that's got any goddamn thing to say about a man that's finally getting the world to see something from just a black man point of view. It just so many brothers be getting stuff together, and then I don't know why, but it ain't nothing to say about Kevin. Like, just leave that shit be. Let that man work. He doing something that ain't never been done. He getting women to sit down, be quiet, and agree.
But I'm gonna tell you some real shit. Here's what I think about. I think with anything you do in a social setting, it's gonna be publicly scrutinized. And if you don't want it publicly scrutinized, you should do it in a private setting, right? So you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. He have a business of interviewing people in private. He choose to take private conversations and post them to social media and make them public. So if you call in for his services as a woman, you don't know if the next video may be you. You see, so that's part of the contract, I'm sure, where you know it can be used for the channel or whatever. But once he put it on that channel, there's no longer a private discussion between him and the client. It's now a discussion that the public can scrutinize, like Richard Bay, Jerry Springer, and all that. So if Maury wanted to counsel these couples in private, he can do that. But once he take that and make it a public sort of platform where we're teaching from it as a community, then we all get to scrutinize the way we think we should.
That go back to, I don't mean to cut you off, but they go back to what I was talking about Sunday. I believe we were talking about platforms, arenas, you know, spaces where things go on. And folks trying to tell me that I don't see what I see. Everybody on this panel and everybody in that chat, everybody on any other channel that's going on right now, all know that Black men on this planet, in this time frequency, Black men are just, for some reason, I can't put my head around why in the devil the whole goddamn world hate us. And I know, and wait. No, they don't hate me. I've been here and they did this for me. I've been there, did that for me. I know everybody got the anecdotal situation. But on the world stage, for some reason, the Black man in his image, in his being, his power, his presence, just being a goddamn Black man for some reason, it's just not liked in this time frequency, and I do not know why. So what baffles me is, brother, Black brother, all y'all Black brothers, I know you see what the hell I see. They don't need our help beating us up in the slightest. They got the Black woman to beat us up. They got the white man to beat us up. They got the media to beat us up. Most of the men going gay and putting on tight clothes and they beating us up. But we don't need to help them fuck us up in no way, form, or if I could have it my way.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think?
Can
I get my bomb?
Wait a minute. That deserves bombs, but I want to clarify something. Only if he see, cause the thing is this. I don't think nobody on this platform or us criticizing these dating coaches constructively is helping these folks out at all. I think it's helping us out. That's what I think.
Say that again. I'm lost. Say that again. I'm like Jesse Black.
I think in the age of social media, the only people that take I hope you're not. So listen, when you say that we shouldn't help them tear us down, I agree. But are you saying that us criticizing Kevin Samuels in any way is helping them do it?
What do somebody got to say about Kevin Samuels?
Anything they want to say with their freedom of speech. For example, right? Let me answer your questions, right? Here's what I don't like. When Malcolm X was coming up, Malcolm X was an outspoken person just like Kevin. So I'm giving Kevin props here. Malcolm X knew for his dynamic approach, he would have people want to debate him and say things about him because he taken his radical stance in society. So there was a time where radical speakers welcome the ops. And one thing I like about Kevin is he know he gonna have opposition. Every man with a voice and a radical stance know you're gonna have people saying, nope, I got something to say about that. That's why it's called social media. Right. So now listen, what I like about Kevin is he opened up his platform for people who got something to say. But when a person say, what does anyone have to say about Kevin? There's a lot we can say about Kevin that's good and bad. Often when a person say that, they're saying, what bad does anyone have to say about him? And there's really nothing bad, I think, people looking for to say about. Hold on, let me finish and I'm going to throw you the mic. I don't think anybody on here looking for anything bad to say about anybody. I think that with anything you do publicly, you're going to have critics. So I know this firsthand. I take a big radical stance with flat earth, and I got hella critics. I got more critics than Kevin Samuels, and I got way less supporters than what he got. So I know firsthand.
Only thing about that, your critics ain't getting a movie released every 2 or 3 movies released every damn year to remind us how they do a black man. See, flat earthers ain't
hold on,
getting flat earthers aren't getting
saying.
that
I don't get
psychological
what
beat
say
down
that
the way
again.
the only thing about yours is flat earthers not getting films that show how black men are being done, tortured, and beaten every three or four damn movies every year to remind us of what happens to black men.
What's your point with that?
My point is what black man got to say anything about us having some power to get something in this world?
I don't. I don't
know what I'm
but
saying.
So
when I see, like I seen some black man putting up this man, anybody goddamn jail records. Man, look.
Well,
I'm from
see, now we don't do that over here.
Right, I know,
now,
but what I'm saying is
hold on. Here's what I do.
That's how far it done gone when we so much touch it.
Listen, now let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. No matter what you do, it's gonna be, and I say this, your own people are more likely to tear it down before the fucking white man. And people say I'm a coon when I say that.
I wish it wasn't like that. What I'm saying.
But listen though, here's the thing though. What I want to say, I think as black men, we can capitalize where we disagree, like white men. I'm gonna give you a prime example.
Yeah, but take
and
that.
Hold on, let me show you something. Let me show you something. Hold on, let me make my point because I just said that, but I ain't make the point.
Like Yale and them do. Go under the
ground. Hold on. Let me make a point real quick. Let me make a point, and I'm gonna pass you the mic back. What I mean is this: I see the Joe Rogans and all them of the world having disagreements and capitalizing off them. I see a lot of these esteemed science communities amongst the Europeans having professional debates, and even in the white manosphere, they would, use the disagreement as a way to put money in both of everybody's pocket. In the black community, black men ain't working together. Every nigga on their own island and shit. Now, of course, if you got a big following, you're going to be selective on who you work with. But the thing is this right here, brother. In anything we do, you're going to have a critic community. In sports, at the end of every game, the critics come and say what they like and don't like. And if you're a fan of Joe Montana, you don't mind when the critics is talking good about Joe Montana. But the moment the critics say, well, Joe had a bad game, I think he could have did better, he didn't do good here, then the Joe Montana fans gonna always get mad at the critic because the critic taking an unbiased approach. He don't get paid to stroke Joe Montana's nuts or not. It's the fan of Joe Montana who don't want you to ever say nothing bad criticism about him. I'm not a fanatic of any of these personalities online. I make content for people to feel free to speak good or bad on any of them because we can't just point out the good. We got to point out the bad if we want to do better. So when I see a lot of bad things going on that I think is dangerous when a lot of these folks get these cult-like followings and would think they can do no wrong. All right, there's a lot of things I see good and bad with Kevin Samuels, and I'm not gonna I got a platform and a voice. I'ma say it. I'm not fake. I'm not just gonna be like, well, I think this about a dude, but I'm gonna ignore him and let him do him and do him. I ain't that kind of dude. Because these dudes that I'm talking about use their platform to say what they think good and bad about this woman, that woman, this dude who they think a beta, alpha, they do the same. We all do it. So when we do it to them, I think we all on here trying to make good content, deal with worthwhile topics, right? And all that. And I don't think is cool. For example, if one man can do it, everybody can do it. If Kevin can give his prejudices and goods and bads about a person, dislikes on individuals, people can do it on him publicly. And guess what I like about Kevin? He don't mind if you do that. He actually opened his platform for that. See, that's what I'm saying. A lot of folks that's caping for Kevin wouldn't even approve of y'all actions. Because Kevin is telling his ops to come on my show. I got it open. Let's debate. And folks is saying, how do you want to debate Kevin? Kevin know he got a radical approach and people gonna agree and some gonna disagree. But his cult fanatics will say, how could anybody disagree? Well, people can disagree and have different viewpoints. We're not all the same. Everybody ain't, you know, folks, some of us level-headed, we can see the good and bad and point that out in these situations. But when you follow a person with a cult like fanatic aspect, you can only see the good. I don't have that problem, and a lot of others don't, and I'm glad Kevin don't mind me being a man and not only just seeing the good, right? He's a realistic guy. I'm pretty sure Kevin would agree with me if he was listening. He would say, yeah, you know, I may not agree with the shit Brother Sanchez saying about the women, but yeah, man, if you got ops, bring that shit. That's why I got a show. Hey bro, that's why I watch Kevin. If Kevin didn't allow opposition on his show, I'll unsubscribe. I don't like biased platforms. But what I don't get is when folks are caping harder for Kevin than he is for himself. He's basing his platform off allowing women to come up there and oppose it, men to come oppose it. Now, it makes for a better show if women came to oppose it.
Sanchez.
But yeah, go ahead, brother. You got it.
I tell you all the time, I deal in energy. So I'm not capable for anybody. But let me tell you the difference between Joe Rogan and everybody you just named off. The difference between them and us is when they do it, they got private interest groups to fall back on for support. They got long-standing institutions to fall back on.
The white man water always colder. See there? I knew you was gonna coon like that. Go ahead.
Right. No, I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they're people. They have something to fall back on. Well, when black people get out of line and when black men, forget people, black men get out of what should be the norm for us and we get exiled and knocked down, well, we don't have a special group to fall back on. A special interest group. We don't have long-standing institutions with old money with Benjamins on it before the head was big. We don't have that. So sometimes when I'm looking at this thing from an energetic standpoint, that group of people, that black man group of people, y'all need to find a way to try to find some unison because everything in their mama trying to fuck y'all over. That's what I'm saying. And when I see a black man doxing another black man, going in on a little petty shit. It's okay to scrutinize people.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you. Hold on. Wait. Let me say this. Do me a favor, brother.
I was almost done.
But look, do me a favor. It's gonna seem like we're doxing someone. So
I'm sorry. I won't say that no more. You're not doxing.
Only deal with what we're. I only want to be responsible for the actions of my show. Yeah.
I do what you were doing.
Cool.
The small little talk about these people diverting folks' attention away from him with small little janking and scoring. Man, come on, man. We don't need to do that to none of the swords we got, man. We can talk about somebody's points of views, but even insinuating, and I don't think you did, but even insinuating homosexuality, insinuating any blemishes.
I agree with you on that. I actually said that before you said it. I actually agree with you on that.
You know what I'm saying?
I said, let's deal with the argument.
Don't do none of this stuff I'm saying, but I know people watching. And if y'all watching as a black man, how freaking dare you sit up there and you got to screen share this man's stuff, going through this man's history. And you a black man. Do you not see what's happening to you out here, dude? You don't need to be helping them do nothing to you. Shut up. That's my thing. Shut up.
Now listen.
Shut up.
Well, let me ask you this because I got other people and I want to ask you this though. Fall front because I want to holler at you for a second. Check it out. So, do you think a voice like Kevin Samuels is a voice that's beneficial to the black man as a collective? And what do you feel about black man who says his voice is actually hurtful to us? And I'm not saying I'm either one of those, but I just want to know what you think about that. Go ahead.
So first of all, you got to figure out what you want. I always tell people, what do you want? See, what I want when I look at Kevin or anybody else in the Black manosphere that was initially doing something to strengthen us. What I wanted was a better energy between me and my counterparts in the world around me. This man is a force. How he helps, this man is some energetic force that's somehow doing something that a lot of us couldn't do. Get women to sit down and listen to us.
Well, I can do that.
Hold on.
I know I never had a problem doing it, but go ahead. Yeah.
To get women to sit down and actually look at real tangents, real life situations. And what that do for the Black man is maybe it will reverberate an energy throughout the community to where they might come across some women who are less combative, to where they might not come across women who wants to throw in of the things that they've accomplished and try to belittle you because you haven't been able to do such. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it'll reverberate an energy that just might touch not just Black people, but people in whole, because women across all races be going on some crazy shit. Now and men have to sit down here and figure out how to make this shit happen. Most of the time when some shit destroyed, let's be honest, men come through to fix it. Think
about it. Most of the time, listen, brother, listen. You gotta listen. Most of the time, with some shit destroyed, is men destroying it. So is men fixing it. We make these lame arguments. I'm gonna tell you something. Most of the destruction to the forest, to the ocean, to the air, women ain't building this technology in factories. So when a listen, wait a minute. When a man create a problem and a solution, that's called a Hegelian dialectic. That's what keep. Wait a minute, brother. Hold on. All right, hold on a second, brother. Let me get my shit out, and you can get it back. Why would man create problem, solve them, and want credit for it? Why would I start a fire, put it out, and say, see, look what I did? I'm a man. Man create problems and he solve them. Women ain't controlling the world. So why would man say, look, woman, I made that fire and I put it out. That's why you should fucking worship me. Brother, I'm just keeping it real though. You know what I'm saying? Like, come
that's
on,
not
man.
What I'm saying. That's so far away from home. I'm coming back.
No,
to the
brother,
family,
that's truth. That is true. That is, brother. If that ain't more at home than anything else, you on the wrong show.
It's nothing that tomorrow we can get up and do about Hegelian dialects.
Yes, it is, brother.
Check it out, brother.
Guess what? Hold on. Let me show you the ignorance of what he said. The brother said there's nothing we can do about Hegelian dialectic tomorrow. That's called an ignorant Negro statement. Let me tell you why. Hegelian dialect is what got the man and the woman can't get along. Hegelian dialect is why the motherfucking families broke up. Hegelian dialect is why we lead the goddamn world in divorce. So if there's nothing we can do, so if there's nothing we can do about the Hegelian dialectic, we're fucking doomed.
Can I say something? All right, let me say something. Everybody out there, have you all ever played Zelda Breath of the Wild? Anybody ever played Zelda Breath of the Wild?
I don't know where we going with this.
Can I speak for a second, bro?
Go ahead, brother.
Has anybody ever played Zelda Breath of the Wild? I'm gonna make it real quick. Anybody?
No.
No. Anybody in chat? Okay, well, on this game where they built it to where you can go to the final boss. You can go to the final boss the moment you go in the game. But it's gonna be hard as fuck. Or you can build yourself over time and then go fight the Hegelian war. I'm talking about the family, the home. That's what we talking about. You far away from home, brother. I'm talking about right here. Maybe
now hold on a second, brother. What you're saying is very dangerous, man. I can't even allow you to go with anymore with that for the children's sake. If we're not waking up every day making fighting the Hegelian dialectic the number one, brother, don't you know when I say Hegelian dialectic, that's nothing but chaos theory? That's nothing but the theory of divide and conquer that separated the man from the woman on the fucking slave plantation. That's the foundation of the Willie Lynch motherfucking chip. You want to know why the black man don't respect the black woman and vice versa, why most of us niggas grew up in a single mother household because our family been divided, but you want to ignore the very fucking thing that's doing it. That's ignorant. Hegel's made a thesis on how to separate the household. That's why we call it the Hegelian dialectic. This is sad and it's dangerous, brother, for you to sit up here and say, let's worry about that later, when that's the direct motherfucking issue. What got us divided as a people.
That's a lie. That's not what I'm saying, Sanchez. Don't misrepresent me like that.
You putting it off or downplaying it. It's dangerous.
That's not what I'm saying. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying right now is there's something in front of us we have to worry about.
Hegelian dialectic.
How are we going to worry about taking down that huge cabal when we don't have a family?
Because, brother, what took away the family is Hegel's thesis.
Okay, it took away the family, but what we going to do now?
Oh my
we got to
God.
get a family. We got to get a team.
Do
we
y'all
get
hear this?
To fight with.
Do y'all hear this? I'm going to let him finish.
Am I crazy?
No, you just finish, brother. I'm going to let you finish.
So am I not crazy that we don't need order and a structure and a team before we talk about going and fighting any cabal? Am I crazy, chat world? Am I crazy?
You can't get order till we stop being divided and conquer. If Hegel's
calm down.
Listen, check it out. If Hegel's theory is chaos theory and you want order, you can't get motherfucking order till you deal with what's creating chaos, and that's the Hegelian dialectic, divide and conquer theory. But go ahead, brother. You got the flow, Wiggly. I'm gonna let you finish. Go ahead, man, and we'll go to somebody else. You got the flow.
I just wanted to say that, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that whatever he said to damage no children. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I feel like we need a team. The man, along with several other names in the manosphere, I'm not going to say their names, along with several other people who are not in the manosphere amongst my communities and stuff, they're reverberating an energy in our community that could possibly touch somebody so we could change the tide of how Black men are viewed in the world and how Black women are viewed in the world. And that's all I'm saying, bro. Y'all can do whatever y'all do the rest. I'll fall back.
I'm going to tell you something right now, what I think is overrated. I think how we viewed in the world ain't gonna necessarily change how we treated in the world. That's just big facts. I think Black folks worry too much about how people view us as opposed to how we treat others and how they treat us. We worry about image per se, and we have a lot of image consultants and people around surface image levels. I put a post on Facebook today, right? And I'm going to share it later to show you how much we into just imagery and surface level shit. But let's go to some of these hands, man. Adrian Kenyon, you got the floor.
Thank you, Bro Sanchez. It was going back to what Young Q and I think Leonardo was showing us earlier with the sun and the moon in the sky. I just wanted to let you know as well, I'm over here in the UK and I've also got the moon in my sky. So you're actually seeing my moon on the dark side of the pond from your side of the pond. It's nighttime over here and we're looking at my moon. So you lot are actually seeing my moon at this moment.
Let's kind of stay on the topic at hand. Ain't no globalists here. We Earth flat to flat Earth. None of us, the only person here is Didact and can't even talk about the globe. Here to talk about this shit here. So I mean, while we own it, I don't want to just go a negative, go right like we on. That's kind of drastic. Because we established the Earth flat. Salute. Shout out to the. Ain't no globalist. I don't even consider Didact a globalist. It's just a wreck. Too, but. Yeah, at this point, I'm more topic at hand, flat Earth, because there's really no new globalists here, and everybody here knows it's flat. Kind of prove to the core, but Leonardo, welcome to the call, OG. Take the. Yeah, y'all. Hold on, Leonardo, before you get the flow. Y'all ain't missing nothing. My bad for having my mic muted. I was just telling that brother I don't want to really talk flat Earth right now, because all of us know it's flat and we kind of preaching to the choir. So let's deal with this topic that we're on now that's at hand. And let's go to Leonardo.
Hey, cool. Let me get this spot right quick. And I think the sister want to get it right after me. But to add to what Wiggle was saying, but really not to add, the only way to take down a cabal of these things that's going down is not to accept their gifts and vanities. If you think you can go to war with a structure that's already put together, I don't care how many of us we get together. If we don't say F what they talking about, period, as a whole, as people, we can't beat them up, bro. Why you think we in this situation? If we can beat them up, we'd have did that yesterday. So now we gotta listen. Now you gotta understand that to take down the cabal, quit going to work then. Go ahead and starve your family out. Now once they know you need diapers, food, your grandmother need ventilators. There's people that need housing. Then once you gotta follow this order, you wanna do the chaos by uniting with people so they can go ahead and shackle everybody up. So now you gotta understand this is a generational war. This war that we fighting we talking a 30 to 150-year-old war we gotta do from this point. If you think you gonna reap the benefits, no, we gotta just go as we going, and as things change, we gotta call audibles. But I think it was a sister that was trying to get the mic for real.
I was going to ask you a question about what you just said. This Wiggly, I was going to ask you a question. So you said that we need to. It's not the family. We need to deny the vanities that they give us. All right. So let me ask. Is it effective if 100 of us deny it, or is it effective if one of us deny it?
It depends on where it's directed. Like if all of us said, let's shut down Walmart, and all of us didn't go to Walmart for 1 month, Walmart would get shut down.
Use that scenario, right? If all of us didn't go, all of what?
All of the, not a nationality, all of the people that
right, all of the people are what? Right. All of the people are what?
What you mean all of the people?
They're a group. It's a group of people going and making a force with numbers. Right.
All right, so cool. If you saying it like that, I thought you were saying force.
So what I'm saying is everybody see that
group of people.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I think you were saying, but you changing it. But you were saying, let's get together and fight.
That's not what I'm saying. No, see, I told you. I think y'all missing the key thing I'm saying from the start. I speak from an energy standpoint. Energy. If all of that energy right there, that one that everybody see is being beat down, if all of that energy came together, it might make a difference somewhere. There's people out here trying to help that energy coming together for our benefit. You, me, and the rest of what could be the black men.
Well,
we got black men stopping it, is what I was saying. And I just didn't like that.
Let me tell you something right now, man. The only thing that can be stopped is the agenda to divide and conquer. One thing that I know you can't stop is the unity. When the people start to come together, can't none stop it. But when we want to be divided, now that can be stopped. What's being stopped is people saying, look, we see over here you got a dude called Kevin Samuels in the manosphere that's pushing a biased narrative. Is not beneficial to the women and the men. It's just beneficial to the man. I'm a man. Hold up, wait a minute, brother. I'm a man, and I'm saying that. And why I'm saying that is because even though it may be beneficial to the women in certain ways, it's superficial benefits. It ain't really the benefits that made us create long, big families back in the day. It's more of glorifying youth and singlehood, single lifestyle culture. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what's placing the value on us. When really in the old days, it was just the opposite. We glorified age and wisdom and people with children and shit. So that's what I'm saying. This new modern way of thinking is a depopulation, eugenic, satanic ass way of thinking that they turning into a new religion, a new modern way. I don't need no nigga, a bunch of men and women in their own little separate social distance pods saying we don't need each other to reproduce. Because that's what the debate is going about when we go to arguing about who need each other the most for survival. She need the sperm, we need the egg. It's 50-50. When we start debating about who need each other the most, the narrative itself is unhealthy. When we need to be talking about how much we need each other the same.
I see where you're going. I see where you going with the way that initially attracted me, the rest of everybody in this chat, to your channel. We are for the people. And that is essentially where I am too. I'm initially for the people. I am, and I'm with you on that. My problem when I go out in the world and I have to deal in these groups, though. I have to deal in society. And sometimes we just don't want to deny that we see something happening to a certain sect of people in society. But overall, yes, I wish the people would come together. I tell my friend all the time, I wish we can lock elbows and just the ocean of people just walking toward all the places that, let me not say that on this.
We don't gotta wish this shit. We can do it, man. We building
driverless
cars.
You gonna get us all hit.
We building driverless cars, man. We can't come together.
If we could lock all elbows and just drop everything tomorrow morning.
We
and
doing
just
it
walk
in the military,
forward.
bro.
Everybody across the world, walk forward to your local GOV offices and just say, we're not moving. It's over. I wish we could.
Bro, like I said, in the military, we already doing that. That's the thing. They showing you what we could be doing in the military by unifying like that without caring what creed or country or race you come from.
Thanks.
But still back to the point at hand, though. We got to get it back somehow back to the woman and man and what the topic about.
Hold on, let me say something real quick. To who is this? Somebody, Linda Uwadia. She said bias means two different views. I don't even know if she's from America or not, but I'm a poet and was a guru in English, and you're wrong. You actually just embarrassed yourself. Anybody with damn the internet can look up the word bias and it'll tell you it means prejudice in favor of or against one thing. All right? That's what it means. Sorry for that distraction. Go ahead.
That was a brain fart for everybody. See how the whole energy just mellowed out? That was nice. I liked it that vibe.
Yeah, man. See, listen, I don't mind with the energy being dynamic. I live by a rule. Go with the flow. Let's go to Adrian Kenyon. Go ahead.
Nah, you're good, bro. I'm just here vibing, riding the wave. I'm just listening. You're good, bro. You got this.
Leonardo, you ready? You got it. You got it, good brother. Our problems are okay.
Yeah, I'm rolling up, bro. Go ahead.
All right. Our problems, our solutions. Our problems, our solutions.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Talk to the people. Thank you for joining.
Hey, I appreciate it. I was on here the other night, bro. I appreciate you letting me in on this motherfucker. Hey, I really love this build because the only way we can build is we hear everybody else
point of view. You get what I'm saying? If I said I can build a goddamn skyscraper made out of straw, and one motherfucker came up to me and said, "No, bro, because the wind gonna come in and blow your shit down." And I said, "No." Guess what I would be building? A whole bunch of fallen ass buildings. So it's good for us to be able to have this conversation. Now, certain things Kevin say, I agree with. Certain things I don't. But see, that's the thing about being a man, though, is because you gotta take what you gonna take and then spit out the rest of the fat or the bones. That's good for us. That's how we able to build as Black people, because we are the people for real. I don't know if anybody on this panel understand that, but we are the motherfuckers at the bottom. Now, our president had already told us we about to put Mexicans and everybody else over y'all asses. And that's the fucking truth. So we have to be each other's allies every day. And it breaks my fucking heart that I'm raising children in this world right now, Black children, and we don't have each other back.
Facts.
And that's what I'm trying to
Like,
point out
I'm
about.
damn near 40 years
Think
old.
about it. Let me show you why we don't have each other back. Because if you came up in a single mother household, the mother probably told you some shit about your daddy that turned you against him. Hold on, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
You right.
Wait a minute.
You right.
You want to know why we ain't got each other?
With you.
Let me finish though, then agree. And because I'm trying to get you your mic back. The reason we ain't got each other back, in my opinion, is because narratives like what we got with Kevin Samuels and the women that's doing the opposite of what he doing with the woman sphere. I think we need a family sphere, not a manosphere or a womansphere, because getting the family together ain't nothing that a bunch of niggas can discuss by themselves in the closet and a bunch of women go discuss by themselves in the closet. It's some men and women gotta discuss in unison, because it's something we living out in unison. Now go ahead, brother.
No, you on point with that. You definitely on point with that.
Yeah, what you got on YouTube is a bunch of male-driven platform or women-driven. They're all biased. And there's some woman in the chat room embarrassing the hell out of herself. She keeps trying to tell me bias when I say, you know what I'm saying, that you know, she think being biased. I'm telling her being biased mean to be in favor of one thing, right?
That's exactly what it means.
Right. And
definition. That's the definition.
That's the definition. And she keeps saying, well, biased, bi mean too. Yeah, to be non-biased mean to look at something, you know what I'm saying, none in favor against one thing. You know, now I know.
Thinking about by the prefix.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hey, do y'all think it's a double standard? Like, you know how like a male, right, will have like 3 kids or 2 kids from different mothers. Should the same standard be held for a female that has 2 to 3 different babies?
I think so. Yeah. I mean,
what do you say?
Now let me show you
He
something.
said, what now?
Now wait a minute. Now wait a minute. Now I want to point something out. Now somebody in the chat room said beta males hate Kevin Samuels because they had no father. But now check this out, right? When we go to talking like that, tell me that ain't divisive. Because check it out. Now hold up, wait a minute. Because if you ask me, Kevin Samuels is not no damn alpha male. He's not an alpha. What does it take to be an alpha male today? Now, if we're going to sit here and give our opinions on who we think alpha and beta, I don't think Kevin is an alpha male. And I ain't even being disrespectful because he'll tell you in a second what he think about me as far as alpha beta. We're very open today with these terms. So let's do it since you want to do it.
Okay, so can I get back the floor or we gonna just...
Well, brother, yeah, go ahead and wrap it up, man, because, you know, go ahead, do your thing.
All right. Well, you know, that nigga dude, Kevin do ask hard questions. You know what I'm saying? And they are hard questions for our women, such as, are you obese? Do she have 20 baby daddies? Is she masculine? Is she uncooperative or cooperative? And I think that those are questions that I think each man in this fucking room right now are qualified to ask.
Hey, and I don't think none of us going after them questions. My thing is, I pointed out the good thing about that, about him teaching the women that electrician, that plumber that you're overlooking is actually is in the tax bracket. You're saying you want a 6-figure dude. Like I said, it's a lot of stuff he say that's good. But what I was clear about what I pointed out, brother. The stuff that he's asking the women is the normal stereotype shit we see all on the white media and everything. So what I'm saying is the image that the only women that's calling into there that you're gonna, I know how YouTube work. I know it's some very professional single women with they shit right calling that man. But you know what? Them videos ain't gonna get uploaded, bro. Because the fucking algorithm is the whole Thomas Sotomayor thing. You got to know how to go hard on these hoes. It's the pimp approach. It's the thing where bitch can do no good, man. We gonna go. I know niggas like that, bro. I know what I'm talking about. Like we can only show you that. We hold on, brother. Let me show you something. Like how Kevin Samuels big up Minister Jap. Salutes to Minister Jap. I get it. I grew up with niggas like that. But these are niggas who you'll never see them talking good about. They don't even refer to women as women. It's a bitch, 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 a bitch. That's the pimp talk. You feel me? I've been there. I was into that. I know about that. I'm from the South, nigga. I know about that. I ain't hacking that. I'm just saying we got to separate that from real men with family. These are single men that's talking about dating and getting draws, bro. It ain't about building a family with a lot of these guys online.
No, I ain't never heard him say nothing like that. And he got.
You see, everything I say, y'all defending Kevin.
No,
I'm
not
just
defending.
speaking now.
I'm just trying to get an understanding.
I'm just speaking. I ain't even dealing with Kevin. No, I'm just speaking right now.
You were saying,
that's why I said. That's why I say a lot of these guys online with the dating community. I'm dealing in general.
Yeah. That's the dating community has been crazy. You know what? I wanted to say something about that. I don't really like that because back in my day. We used to have to go and talk. Remember when we used to be around and hanging in a little group or whatever, like go say something to a bro, go holler, go shoot. And they push you out there and then you have to go and say something. We used to have to go and holler at a chick, you know what I'm saying, back in the day. And now it's like these guys, like you said, they need help. I never understood the dating coach part. I ain't never understood that part. So yeah, that's a part of society that y'all, they probably, I don't know, maybe they do need help, Sanchez, man. I don't know, bro.
Yeah, that's all. I'm saying that, you know, I ain't saying Kevin Samuels don't have nothing to offer, and I ain't even being heavily critical of him. What I'm telling you is the direct truth. Man, y'all think listen, this is what the debate finna be right now, because I need to know this from y'all. Don't y'all know if I made my whole channel off of selling mainstream America the stereotype that they got about black women, that I'll be fucking making triple the amount of money I'm making and I wouldn't be getting struck every fucking week. These channels got 20,000 people there, man. Listen, you talking about COVID and questioning vaccines and going into stuff that really matter on a biological warfare level, you're getting strikes. If I had a channel that wasn't talking about her story to his story, but proving to America that, you know what, white man, you right about everything you say about the black woman, and you right about what you say about the black man too. And guess how they do that? Look, I'm telling you, man, everything the popular channels say proves the mainstream narrative stereotypes right, and that's just not true. We got sisters like Carla on here now, and a lot of these sisters in the fucking chat room ain't how I got a chat room full of professional good women, but yet this man is a professional dude and he can't get not one professional woman to call into his show. Y'all better open up your motherfucking eyes. How is it that Kevin Samuels is a 6-figure plus nigga, but everybody call on his show is a ratchet? How are you attracting that crowd and you're fucking, he's trying to act like, see, this all out there is ratchet women. It's fake. There are a bunch of probably equal amount of women on his level calling them, but them ain't gonna make YouTube because it debunks the mainstream stereotype. Y'all don't get this shit. You don't think this man dealing with corporate women every day, black women with their shit going on, who he'll never invite to his show for an interview? He in the corporate world, right? He in a 6-figure status, and the only thing you can show us is ratchets on your show. That's him trying to sell the mainstream narrative. Look, this all we got, black men, because I'm a 6-figure nigga, and look who all come on my show. No, that's all who he show you. I don't agree with it because, listen, I'm not even a millionaire nigga, and I see professional women all the time, you know what I'm saying, on the level that he's saying. And so, brother, if you're that type dude, how is it that you only attracting ratchets on your show? That, see, that's for entertainment. That's to be able to drag women, make a show out of it. Y'all don't get this shit. Like, I don't care what nobody say, man. And I ain't saying he ain't teaching nothing, because you can't just be all entertainment. You got to have a little lesson with it too. You can't be seen as the devil can't show his true motherfucking thing. I ain't calling Kevin the devil. What I'm saying is this. In that dating world, there are a lot of niggas that's just some bitter ass fuck boys, right? Who ain't really real men on some family shit. They grown ass niggas who still don't want to commit to a woman, and they just up there giving advice on how you can fuck a different women every night. And any nigga going up there saying, well, look, that ain't really what it mean to be a man, you gonna get called a simp.
Hey, Sanchez, I don't know if you can hear me, but
I can hear you, bro. I can hear everybody, but you go ahead and take the flow. You was next.
I wanted to ask, do anybody know the background of Kevin Samuel? Do anybody know his background?
It ain't even, let me say this right quick for the disclaimer on my show. I'm not into going into people's background or their front ground. I'm into dealing with people's arguments that they make and debating intellectual topics. I'm a professional platform, and I'm not into personally attacking people. I'm into taking their intellectual arguments and dealing with that only. I am a professional platform, and I'm not into personal attacks.
No, the reason why I say that, hold on, brothers, hold on. The reason why I asked that is because I'm trying to see what's framing his mind and him to come up with these concepts. And is he a relationship expert? I don't know who he is. I'm just not hearing of him.
Well, anybody can be a relationship expert. All you got to do is say some things are vague, right? So like if I wanted to be life coach counselor. That's a very vague topic, like life coaching. What am I really teaching you? I'm just a nigga online giving you motivation. And you can achieve your goals. And if you put your mind to it, you know you can. You see what I'm saying? That's like preaching. That's a new age religion. Like the whole concept of a life coach, a dating coach. It's a religion. It's some cornball shit for real. Becky, hit me with a bomb, goddammit.
My question would be, why does he have to be a professional to simply ask women, hey, have you simply asked men what they want? Yeah. And then he always asks the women, first of all, the first question he asks is, what do you want? And they come up with the other stuff. So I don't think
Think about this. Now, you know what? Don't get me wrong. I think he's doing a service to men by getting women in check. And because a lot of these women who are on a certain level think they're on levels higher and the same as the men. But then it turns into this type of conversation. Who am I to tell you what level to think you motherfucking on?
Well, you called and asked me. That's what he would say. You called and asked me.
Listen, Wiggle, here's what make it fake. He had a lady call in, right? Be a lot of ratchet ladies calling in. A sophisticated lady call in. She like, yeah, I'm looking for a man that got his shit together, this, that, and the third. Here's his response to it. How old is you? She like 35. He like, how old is your kid? She like 13. He said, you don't qualify for a man that got his shit together if that man ain't grow with you. Right there, now you even shutting down the successful. So it's either hand. The woman can't win with this dude. But
that's what I'm saying, brother.
No, that's because they come. No, that's because they called and asked for a certain criteria.
Check it out. I heard Kevin say in one show he referred to his son. Now I don't know if Kevin got a woman or not, but we say he referred to a son. So I take it he's a single father, right? Like a lot of these dating coaches are single fathers who baby mamas pissed them off and their whole foundation was built on getting revenge on this bitch, and I'm gonna make a whole following of niggas who just, we want more from you bitches, and like we want to see our children, we don't want to be on child support no more, we don't want, like, I get it, but the thing
is nasty to assume though, right? That's nasty to assume about him, right?
What? Man, no, I'm not. Hold on. Why you keep making it toward Kevin?
You had said that he had a son. Listen. You said you heard him say he had a son. That's why I thought you was connected.
I heard him refer to a son. So so let's just say this. I'm assuming that he's a single father, because if the man had a woman, the best thing you can do as a dating coach is you and your woman tell us how y'all doing so well and how y'all keep it together. So if you're a dating coach and you got a woman and she's not a part of your fucking movement, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing?
Nigga creating
he answering questions.
Man, let me go to the next person, brother. You too damn starstruck to even have a damn realistic conversation. Let the next person get it in. You making it all about this man, and I'm saying this is what's happening on YouTube in general. It ain't just Kevin. This is the whole dating world
and it
out
probably
there.
is fake at this point too. He probably do have some fake. I wouldn't deny that shit. Probably is comedy shit faking there now.
Let's let somebody else get in and we'll come back to you. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Let the brother
Bro Sanchez.
We got to share the
stream been ended.
Hold on, man. Wait a minute.
Hello?
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
The stream ended online because I was like right in the middle of talking to you, and I was like we went somewhere else.
Man, I just know one thing. If you got the floor, let's build, man. I don't know what the hell
That's all I'm trying to do, big dog. That's it. I swear on my life, that's it.
All right, cool. Go ahead.
I'm talking to all my brothers. I
Can
know
y'all
it's a
hear me,
street nigga
man?
though.
Can y'all hear
But
me?
okay.
Yeah, let that brother get it in, man. Go ahead.
Mic check. Can y'all
Yeah,
hear
go.
me?
You got it. Yeah, we can hear you, Dress. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man. I was trying to say something. They won't shut up. Defending this grown ass man every time you get a. Man, I don't know what the fuck going on with these goofy ass niggas, man. Man, look here, man. That dude creating a village of sucker ass niggas. That's what he doing, man. A bunch of butthurt fuck niggas, and all they do is cry. And this is what we got. So I see why a lot of women be frustrated like a motherfucker, man. If we keep on allowing these fuck ass niggas to keep on doing the shit they do, a lot of women gonna end up being with one of these fuck niggas, man. Like, single motherfuckers should not be trying to give people advice. There's no way in hell you're gonna be able to give somebody advice about a goddamn relationship when you can't keep them or not in one. I mean, dog, I think that the indoctrination is so bad, dog, that people would sit around and listen to ass backward things, and in their mind, this shit is normal. You feel me? These are type of niggas that is trying out for football and go hire a tennis coach. This is the type of shit we're dealing with, man. Nigga trying out for baseball and go hire an ice skating coach. This is ass backwards, my nigga. All the people that following this dude, they just as fucked up as he is. And I said it. I ain't talking in general. I'm talking directly about Buddy. Now you can go ahead and defend him all you want, bro. I don't give a fuck. I don't gotta talk in general, nigga. I talk straight directly to a nigga.
Who you talking
Let me tell you. Let me say something. Let me
You
say
talking to
something.
me?
Let me say something.
Hold on. You talking
Let me
to
tell
me?
y'all something. Hold up, man. Let me
show
show y'all
something.
something.
Man, you got a point though. You got a point.
Nah, I'm just saying, is he talking to me though? I want to know if he talking.
See, here's the thing. It don't matter who he talking to. Cause look, the reason I say that is this, right? He gonna address who he talking to. I think he on some if the shoe fit, wear it type shit. But here's what I don't.
Nah, if he gonna talk about he coming direct, tell me if he talking to me.
He can answer that now.
Because obviously you wasn't listening to nothing, or you not considering nothing, or you got a chip on your shoulder about something. Now don't play with me like that, dude. I don't really know you like that, my nigga. Don't get up here talking
that's
shit
why
like
I ain't
that.
trying to turn
I'm just
it into
saying,
no.
be respectful. We being respectful up here. Nobody even
niggas
did
to
all
turn
that.
up.
I even follow you.
I'm
the one that. Nah, hold up. I'm the one that talked to you, dude, in your chat about trying to figure out how to get on with what you got. Like, be a little bit more respectful before you walk in atmospheres and you don't know who you talking to, dude.
Hold on, you asked me.
We building.
Hold on, you asked me a question, right? Then I tried to answer you, and then you said, "No, hold on." See, that's fuck nigga shit right there. The reason why I said, hold on. Let me finish.
Now, look. Let me tell you.
You don't ask me a question if you ain't gonna let me talk.
All right, go ahead.
Man.
I ain't finna do that on the internet. I ain't even finna respond to you. That ain't what I'm built like.
Keep it respectful. We dealing with intellectual topics, man.
You doing it again, bro. Damn, calm down, dude. Be a man. Man, we should be able to compose ourselves.
Okay, so come to the panel and act like it then.
What the fuck you talking about? First of all, I wasn't even talking to you. Do you got your own platform?
Oh, but I know who you talking about, buddy.
Come on, but I tell you what. But look, here's
talking about you.
I gotta mute everybody.
I'm just saying, I'm talking about buddy.
Hold on, Wiggly. Wait a minute. I'm gonna set the rules for this. I don't mind you and Dreads going back and forth if it's smoke, but I ain't gonna let y'all go back and forth on some who you talk about. If you talk to me, okay, let's establish whether he talking to you or not, and if he is, let's state the argument and conclude with the debate. Other than that, let's go to the next caller. So what y'all gonna do? What's the argument? So here's the thing. Yeah.
let me answer him. Let me go ahead and answer. All right. He asked me, was I talking to him? That's why I asked him, do you have your own platform? He said no. Now everybody heard me clearly state that this nigga has created a village of fuck niggas, a village, a community, because we're talking about a person that has a platform and we're talking about a person that has a following. My nigga, you are so weak-minded. You literally thought that I was talking to you when you don't even have a platform. The conversation ain't even much about you. That's a woman tendencies right there, my nigga. I would have never jumped in. Is you talking to me? Is you talking to me? I would have never done that, my nigga. So I don't know how the fuck you confused what I was saying about you. You don't have a platform. You're not you don't have women calling in and setting up fake ass ratchet calls and all. Are you doing all of those things? No. So how did you mistakenly thought I was speaking about you?
Let me answer that.
This shit is ridiculous, my nigga. Go ahead.
Because you mixed into the muck and mire of your conversation, these niggas on these platforms defending him, trying to get up here and talk for this man. Let that grown ass man defend himself. And there was only one person who was talking in the way of
I didn't
trying
say
to
let
support,
him defend
and there
himself.
was only one person on here that was
I didn't
talking
say-
in.
I didn't say that.
There was only one person on here that was talking in the way of supporting things that he say. So I took it as context clue, nigga.
I didn't say that. You just
All right,
added
so we can move on then. We can move on.
Yeah, you just
How you
added
doing? My name is Mike.
But see, I'm gonna
gonna
weigh in and I'm gonna tell you the problem. What I think it is. I said some good things and bad things about Kevin, but none of his fanatics gonna remember the good things I said. I think people like Wiggly ain't really here to defend Kevin. They're really here to make sure that nothing bad is ever said about him, or there's no bad criticism. See,
I'm here to try to help people pull out the gems and throw away the cold.
Yeah, well, look, when I pull out the gems and what Kevin do, that's one thing. But then when I throw away the cold, people act like it ain't no cold to throw away. Like it ain't nothing but gems. Like how can you, like you said, how can you say anything about Kevin? That's saying, how can he, ain't no colds to throw away. We all got colds to throw away. Even when even with the shit I teach, somebody can say, well, brother, you right and you changing lives, brother, but you're wrong about this part, about the firmament, about that, about this. And a lot of times I'd be like, well, hey man, that is something you feel me? Like,
I can clarify why I said that. I can clarify why I said that too. I said that from a position of strategy, from a position like of war. You know, one army wouldn't go telling the other secrets, it's telling the other side the secrets, nor would he be over there fawning and fanning about how he don't like his general or somebody else on his side. You know, they'll keep it all over here on this side. So I was saying black men are the one just under the radar right now. For some reason, it's always us aired on TV getting killed. It's always us that's made as monsters.
What?
So we should just, anybody that's trying to help us, we should just fall back. I'm
gonna tell you my problem with all this. My problem with all this is as men, right? Let's say you got a dude named Kevin over here giving game. Now, as men, we all got our own little viewpoints on life and shit like that when it come to family, women, all that. So if you grew up among men, you know, a lot of us agree on a lot of shit as men, but then we gonna debate about the shit we don't agree on. YouTube and the AI world is making us not be men no more. Sometime I miss the old days before the internet, cause you was free to disagree. And like a nigga like Kevin will walk up in the hood and niggas will put his damn game on trial. Niggas will be like, oh, nigga, that whack ass game, like nigga, where your girl at? And he'll be like, nigga, I ain't got no girl. Right. Becky'll drop a bum right there. But the thing is this right here. I'm being funny here, but I think we too sensitive as men today, and it's because the new AI thing, social media. Back in the day, we can smack each other on the back of the head. We can make little jokes. We can do shit, manly shit. Online is like, why you talking about him? It's like we did this in the hood. Like if a nigga said something you ain't agree with about these women, about this dating advice, about how we get with these women, oh, that was the main shit we debated about on the porch in the hood. And now we can't do it no more. It's sad. I miss the good old days.
I miss the 90s.
I miss the good
because
days, man.
The 90s,
And,
you know,
and you
people
had to
couldn't.
show and prove. You had to show and prove, nigga. That's what I was saying. Like you can't taking advice from a single motherfucker. That's ass backwards. That's what I think. The brother, I thought he got offensive when I said that because it's the truth. The shit is ass backwards. You feel me? I'm not for to be taking no advice from any single motherfucker about how to be with a motherfucker when they can't achieve that shit. They got themselves. Now you tell me where I'm wrong at. If I'm gonna take advice, I want to take advice.
Brother.
I'm gonna take
Sisters
advice from
get
a
told the same exact thing. Sisters get told the
yeah,
exact same thing.
Right. I also talk about how you have a bunch of single women, and I ain't talking about color don't matter because it doesn't matter because women does this. Women will write a book on how to keep a man, and that woman is single as shit. And I'd be like, why is y'all reading these books or watching these TV reality shows with a bunch of single women? They're trying to teach you how to keep a man. It doesn't make any sense to me. And that's when I realized, I say,
it's the blind leading the blind.
Exactly. The indoctrination runs that damn deep, bro. They're asleep. They all are. But I fall back.
Here's how you keep a man. Hold on, right quick. Here's how you keep a man, and here's how a woman keep a man. Here's how a man keep a woman. You put up with her emotions. She put up with your bullshit. If y'all can't do that, it's not gonna work. Because a man gonna always do some stupid ass shit with a female. Like, why you do me like that? A female is always gonna show her emotions and wear it on their sleeve. If y'all two can't understand that medium, it's not gonna work. So y'all might well just
now. Let me just say something to this dude named Ghetto Guru. He said, "I still fuck with you. You just sound jealous to me, though." But see, that right there is another dude who is a fanatic. What is? Please let me talk without interrupting me. What is jealous about me saying man shouldn't put himself above woman and woman shouldn't put herself above man? What's jealous about me saying it shouldn't be a man's field and it shouldn't be a woman's field? It should be a family spill. What's jealous about me saying if the key is man and woman coming together, then a lot of these dating coaches should be couples teaching about how they stayed together that long? Because I don't know about you, I wish I can dig up my great-grandfather and great-grandmother and ask them how did they stay together over 70 years and some of y'all can't stay together over a few months. Like them the dating coaches we missed out on. What's jealous about me just interacting and getting my place in the bill? I'm a man in a relationship. I'm not jealous of a single man online not in one. I'm pointing out the fact that I'm more qualified to speak on relationships if I'm in one. So if anything I'm jealous of, I can say, well, yeah, I may be kind of jealous of the fact that the most popular voices on relationship matters are people who don't got relationships. And that would be a righteous reason to be jealous. Becky, hit me with a bum. God damn.
Let me ask you and Andreas this, because I want to hear it for real. This is a real question.
Now, guess what this ignorant motherfucker guru just said? He a player. And that proves my point that a lot of these niggas come from the pimp community, the player community, suit wearing niggas with top hats talking to hoes crazy. But bitch, open up my door. Bitch, shine my shoes. And shit like that. Like that's that pimp. Like, bro, I'm not here to see if he's a player, he need to go in the player and pimp's community and let us deal with family matters. We're not putting holes on the stroll. We trying to put men in families. We want men and women building families. We not trying to put these young girls on a damn streets to sell their ass and be players and pimps. So if you telling me that's what if you trying to give him credit, I don't see, you're not helping that man by calling him a player. You hurting him. Go ahead, brother.
I would like to say this.
How many of us
Can I say something right quick? I've been quiet. With that being said,
you're right. Just to keep the peace in the home.
Yeesh, man, can I say something? Thank you.
Just to keep the peace. Like
you was cutting me off, man.
How the hell was I cutting anybody off?
I'm not trying to fight.
All right, it's cool. Don't worry about it.
This is what I'm talking
about,
right, man. This
that's
is
cool. That's what you can talk about. But
organized, man.
All right, that's great.
I said that quiet.
Listen,
anyway, man, the man when you put him in a category,
niggas a bit.
When you put him in a category of a player and a pimp, you are doing misjustice on that culture. He's not a player nor he's a pimp. He's a metrosexual person. Now, if you look up who metrosexuals are, that's what he fits. That's who he is. He's metrosexual. And what they try to do, they pretend, right? They fall under, right, some cultures. They fall under some cultures that's in the street, to say the least, because they uncle belong to the street or they brother in the gang. So they don't have no other choice but to talk and walk kind of like that. But other than that, from 1994 up to this point where we at, the men that you see who are well-groomed, who always smelling good, right? Who always got on high fashion, those are what you call metrosexuals. And I rest.
All right, cool. Let me ask this question. And you're right, they must call it metrosexuals, but you weren't describing what we're talking about. But listen, let me ask people that have been in a relationship 5 years or more. What could your significant other do for you to leave them? If it's something petty, you can't withstand a relationship. If it's something deep where like, okay, she did this, what would make y'all leave y'all significant other? The person that's right beside you. What could they do to you to make you say, I'm not messing with you no more? Not even
get me locked up without me actually doing what the fuck it is that I got locked up for.
That was fire.
Baby outside of our relationship.
I'm saying betray me in any means, because anything I never do to you, don't do it to me. I mean, far as if it's detrimental, like, far as common living, okay, cool. You ain't do this, I ain't do that, cool. We can bicker about it. But when it's something big and it's time for you to about face me and I gotta about face you and we don't lock eyes and handle that situation, because everybody, here's what you need with the opposite person. Somebody to go through this struggle with you. Somebody to help you when you got cancer on the bed, you need her on that chair. When she going through labor, she needs you looking at that coochie. When it's like when you going through the biggest thing in your life, you need somebody there with you. I don't care who you is. And if you think you don't, you're just a selfish being. And go ahead, do it by yourself.
That's a good way to go ahead. I'm sorry.
Hey, let me interject quick. I think sometimes when we get with people, we're not getting with them to go through the worst times. We're getting with people to go through the good times. So we got to stop really using that phrase of.
But no, anybody can go through the good times. It's when you doing a 3-year stint and she's still coming to visit the whole 3 years. That's baby, she a rider. It's when she bare knuckle down 3 kids and you pull up and take care of them kids and ain't even your kids. That's down. You gotta understand the people that's gonna go through the struggle with you. Anybody can go through the ups. It's when you down. Who gonna stand next to you? If you not, then you only dealing with me because I'm up. But if we both down or you down and I'm up and we still lock in, We'll never lose. Never. But go ahead.
Nuclear bomb. Nuclear bomb drop, nigga.
So we got more people joining. Let's go to Brother Diadec Mercury. Go ahead.
Well, I only thing I had to say was what I said, man. I'm gonna let other brothers go ahead and fumble over each other. I rest.
See what you got to always be. I'm gonna just let you live. KKB more. Let's go, man. You got it, my brother.
Hey, what's going on, man? Peace to the planet, man. Y'all got a strong build. Bro Sanchez, I just want to say, man, you a real ass dude. Man, look, you dropping gems. I just want to chime in, basically, when it comes to the who support who, like is the man more dependent on the woman? Is the woman more dependent on the man? Me personally, like you said, it's balanced. So it's like, I'm gonna use myself for example, and a lot of dudes I work with. A lot of dudes I work with, they got a lot of good things. They might send with nice cars. They might, got little toys, and they on the outside, it's like, dang, it look perfect. But really, it's coming from that balance from that wife at home, that's making sure them bills get paid on time, making sure that credit is right. You know what I'm saying? It's just that foundation is like a balance. So to me, it's like you do got some men out here where they, they do it on their own, but the dudes that I know that's like that, they ain't got no stability. You know what I'm saying? They always ripping and running to the next, to the next woman, and what they build is never sustainable. It's never sustainable, if that makes sense. But that's all I wanted to chime in on, man. I just think it's a balance thing. If you do got a significant other, if your lady, she's supporting you, you support her, it's balanced.
Right on. Hey, let me say something, right? I was on a show's chat room. I was listening in, and they was talking in, and it was a guy channel, and it was a bunch of guys going in on single mothers and why they don't date them and shit. And a couple of guys that were calling in was saying, look, I'm a single father, but I'm still not dating a single mother. And if I get with a woman, she can't have no children, even though I got children. And that's when I knew the game was fucked up right there. We ain't realistic. We ain't realistic, y'all. I'm just saying, we all in a fairy tale land, man.
And that's what it is. And I ain't gonna lie, I kind of blame the TV for that shit. They created this misconception of what reality is, and now they got people chasing dreams. The shit that people are actually looking for in a man or a woman does not exist. It don't. When you get in a relationship with somebody, you have to let nature take its course. Trying to force some make-believe bullshit on what you would consider your significant other is nothing. It's gonna end up being destructive. And that's why we got a lot of motherfuckers that can't stay together now, because they're looking for things that don't exist. They have a better chance of finding a goddamn leprechaun at the end of the rainbow, bro. People about to get that shit up out of their head and start living in reality and stop living in this fantasy world. Because that shit y'all see on TV is not real life. That's not real. But I fall back on that.
And you gotta love your significant other's flaws. What I mean by this is, you played it like that, but I love it. It's like, it's once a person can't fail to you, you would never accept them. But when they can fail and you can pick them up and they can succeed after that, by listening to you, like a male's problem is this. You ain't listening to me. That's our problem. The female's problem is the exact same thing. You're not listening to me. And once everybody start listening, and then you will be able to have a conversation instead of an argument. So the same topics you can have in a normal at breakfast. Hey, look, baby, what's going on with this, that, and the third? I need da. And then she like, hey, yeah, but I love you too, man, and I am gonna step up in that category, but I need you to do this. without the argument. This is when the whispers work. But if you ignore the whispers, it turns to a yell and everything over. But y'all go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna chime in one last time before I pull off. But just like
Hold on,
Greg
brother,
said,
brother. Hold on 1 second. There's a young lady on the panel. Maybe we should hear her point of view.
Oh, you guys are gonna let me go?
Oh yeah, I didn't see her. Okay, who? Yeah, go ahead. Oh yeah, Andy. That's right. I just let y'all on. Salutes to you. You got the floor, sister.
Okay, hey Sanchez, hey Chad, hey everybody on the panel right now. Okay, so it's so crazy that Sanchez, you trying to have this conversation right now because this conversation actually is relating to like astrology and stuff right now. So I actually just like was doing some research about this topic, and so I can kind of like tie some of that into like what you guys are talking about, just because of the fact that like it all falls down to like the whole question, who needs who more, like you said initially. Like that whole thing is the issue just from Jump Street because of the simple fact that we are used to treating everything like being individual, and there's nothing wrong with being an individual, but like this whole idea of like worshiping the individual and like the fact that we have free will to do everything that we need to do, right? And if you don't do it, something's wrong with you and you just don't deserve it, right? So then that plays into relationships because then you start looking at people and the things that they're going through or the suffering that they have, and you just say that's their problem without really taking into consideration the bigger picture of who's causing the suffering. Just like how you talk about all the time about the Hegelian dialectic and all the things that's going on, like the way that they plan things to structure us to be like to pit each other against each other, you know? So it's almost like we're oblivious to other people's problems because we're only focused about our own problems. And in that, it creates a separation between us. So there is no family. Like the whole idea of being an individual is against what it means to be as a human, because humans are meant to be together. We're meant to be together and work together, period. And there shouldn't be no problem with that. But because we're so focused on being an individual and what we got to do all the time, we don't see the strugglings that other people have as all of our problem. We see it as their problem, and that's just because they didn't know what to do with what the fuck they had. You get what I'm trying to say? So yeah, so we just have to, I think that we could benefit greatly from not making it a man or woman thing, a family thing, and about working together and about like thinking about our thoughts and how who benefits from the thoughts that we have. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, who benefits from me thinking this way about a Black man? Who benefits from me thinking this way about a Black woman? You feel what I'm saying? Because a lot of times it's not even really our thoughts, it's stuff that's been given to us and we're perpetrating it. So I don't know. That's just me.
So
I don't want to get too hard because I get so riled up.
I think one of the biggest tragedies in this whole trending narrative is the concept of where there's not enough high value men to go around, or there's not enough high value women to go around. I think once we bring the terms high value into the fucking conversation, it muddies and blurs, and it makes it a corporate thing. Like when we talk about is there enough good men and good women to go around, that's a different topic than is there's enough high value or or a high value, because you can be a high value man or woman but still be a bad motherfucker. You ain't a good person, you know.
Exactly.
So value is basically determined on things that not related necessarily to character in most of these cases, but just, you know, how much you make, what's your waist size, how many kids you got. Now, if I'm around you when you leave, does it feel like I left something? Like, so what? She got 2 kids. We kicked it one day, but when we ain't kick it no more, I felt like, damn, I'm missing my best friend. You feel me? But the nigga may say, well, fuck that. I got to get over that because she got 2 kids, but you made her just robbed yourself out of somebody who could have been, you know. But so I don't agree with a lot of things said, man. I don't think it's realistic, right, that every person single gonna find a person without kids. Especially when you got guys saying, I'm a single father but don't want a single mother. Now, what's the odds of everybody finding somebody without kids? Even the niggas with kids want a girl without kids too. It ain't realistic.
Yep, it's not realistic. It's not realistic. And not only is it not realistic, it's almost like, okay, are you saying that because you might not feel like you're worth as much? Like, is it like a internal thing that you're projecting on other people? You know what I'm saying? Like, because it doesn't really make sense. If you have a child and you feel like you're deserving of love and respect, then why isn't anybody else?
The most of the dudes that's got this thing against the single mother, they come from they had stepfathers at some point in their life, meaning that guy dated a single mother. Let's put Marcel McSwain on timeout, please, to my moderators for being distractive, because everybody can hear itself him, and for some reason he think it's us. So, yeah, brother, you might want to unmute your motherfucking video or something, but quit acting out with the twos and no sound and realize, why am I the only one can't hear? Like, come on with the distractions, man. Let's go. Who else want the mic?
Hey, personally, me, I like me a big girl. So that dress size shit, that's trash to me, because I ain't gonna lie to you. If I heard a woman say dress size 1, I'm just like, you can't cook. We about to starve to death in the motherfucking house. But I mute myself.
Let me chime in before I pull off. What I was gonna say about, you know, they promoting like the single lifestyle for males and females, the independent man, the independent woman. I just remember back in the day, you know what I mean, we was watching like Family Matters, you know what I'm saying? Like all them shows that kind of made you, you know, look forward to having your own family and understanding that structure. You know what I'm saying? But now we got like these shows now that's showing the youth, like, you know what I'm saying, to be single, or, you know what I mean? And it ain't nothing wrong with that, but you kind of see like how the narrative is being swayed, and I fall back.
Yeah, the thing what's valued today is youth, beauty, and lack of children. Now, if we valuing that, you gonna have motherfuckers that's 70, 80 trying to put on anti-wrinkle cream, and they gonna be single without children. And that's the whole transhumanism agenda. A human that values beauty, youth, and you know, not reproducing. That is a fucking skin. That's a plastic human. That's a motherfucker that don't age, is a plastic doll. Like, give me my wrinkles. I'ma welcome them when they come. And my grays. I ain't dying a thing out, nigga. Like, I'm a human, bro. The whole thing about not revering old age and having children and you know, you're losing value because of that. That's a eugenicist, evil, Luciferian, New World Order, whole new spiritual movement that y'all see we at the forefront of. It ain't just Kevin Samuels. This is a whole new world order, new age way of thinking, and you see it's popular, and it's gonna create the children in the future. The males and the females in the future ain't gonna even touch each other. They're gonna be. You talking about social distancing. Think about it, the rise of this kind of dialogue during the time of social distancing and pandemic, when we need the man and woman working together more than any time. We need the man and woman working together right now. But this is the time we the most divided. You tell me who agenda does that serve? Y'all ain't waking up. This shit is Luciferian. I don't care what nobody see.
And especially in the inner city, man, they turning all the women against the men. It's like no matter what creed you is, they're trying to empower the inner city women so they can say, we don't need you. Now, independent, right? Now, when you take the word independent, imagine if you independent, right? And you still depend, you would be that much stronger. So they tricking people to put themselves in their own bubble. You know what I mean?
But look,
so like I'm independent. I don't need you.
Yeah.
All right,
Yep,
cool.
that's true.
But if I can help you out, it'll still help out. I know you don't need me. That's not the question. Of course you don't need me, darling. But we can still build something bigger than what you're doing by yourself. And they took that thought out of the people, that's selfish thinking. But go ahead.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna take some more hands, right? But let me read some to y'all real quick from the chat of what I'm talking about, right? How you get this whole community now. A brother said, where is he? He said, the behavior of women is why men want to be alone. Now, it is whole communities built off that statement. And they are allowed to grow and become popular as if all men feel that way. That's my thing with Kevin Samuels. Like the dude at the forefront to represent the voice of what men thinking is not necessarily what men thinking. I don't feel like that. I'm going to read that again. He said, let me read it. He said, the behavior of women is why men want to be alone. I'm going to tell you the truth. The reason I want to be alone ain't just the behavior of women, it's the behavior of you niggas too. When I said I wanted to be alone, I didn't want to be around no men or no women. But when you niggas said y'all wanted to be alone, y'all made a manosphere full of dudes. No, be alone. Be alone. Don't be around dudes either. Because it ain't just women that I had a problem with. It was people. And it's stupid people of both sexes, man. It's some ignorant motherfucking women and some ignorant niggas. I don't want to be around neither one. I want to be around the women and men on my level. So my point of being alone wasn't based on a gender. So when you put the men up there at the forefront to say all men want to be alone because how women acting, it make us look like a bunch of punk bitches. Because it ain't nothing a woman can do to make me want to fucking be alone. Nigga, it ain't that deep. Quit crying. Like, what the fuck is she doing to make you want to go in a cave, motherfucker? Be a man, nigga. I want to go in there, I'm going to lock myself, I'm going to be alone. They ain't acting the way I want them to act. But you got all this control, though. You pride yourself on being a man who control it all, but you going to die alone because you can't control your woman. Hypocrite. Let's go to the next one. Go ahead, Caruth. These niggas is suckers. Go ahead, Caruth.
Hey, niggas are suckers, man. But hey, I wanted to build from earlier, man, when y'all was talking about what gives what value, women value and men value. And I just feel like when it comes to that, it don't really got nothing to do with what you got on or this, that, or other, your statue. It's all in the eyes of who's, having that opinion. Because, like, I used to sell cars, and the car might be 13,000, but I might sell it to you for 17 because that's just how you value.
Hold on, I don't mean to cut you off. I swear I'm gonna give you the mic back. Yeah. This dude King said this is a simp convo. Cause I said there's nothing a woman can do to make me want to die alone. Nigga, I hope there's nothing I can do to make her want to die alone. Cause the moment that start happening, it's the moment we stop procreating, you fucking idiot. How is this a simp conversation? My goddamn grandfather stuck by my great grandfather for over 70 years and they didn't always see eye to eye. The niggas who you calling simps today, you owe your very existence for our way of thinking. You think you're not a simp when you're the simp. You the bitch nigga. Cause you rather be alone and not deal with women cause they intimidate you. Cause they don't act the way you want them to act. Cause they didn't do something you want them to do. Cause you a simp, nigga. You a simp. How am I the simp? By saying, bro, it ain't that deep. Bro, that's just women, bro. Long as she don't disrespect me and she know I'm the man, and then why you dealing with that kind of woman? You mean to tell me you can only attract the kind of women that make you want to die alone? Nigga, you a simp. Kill yourself. Your life is miserable. Go ahead, my brother Caruth.
I feel you, man. But yeah, hey, I just know whoever said that, whenever you see Bro Sanchez, Caruth, Sir Dry, it ain't nothing simp going on about that, man. For real, some real building going on. But look, and one thing I did want to say to you, Sanchez, that I do differ with you on, is that now I have no plans on discontinuing with my lady who I'm with right now. But I would say this, I got kids with her. If I ever was to have to restart, now, I'm not saying I would never choose a woman that got kids. I wouldn't just throw that off the table like that. But for sure, I'm going for the one that ain't got no kids that I could build fresh with. And I think that's more so of what Deuce was trying to say with that. I don't think that we would just discount her because she got kids. I mean, you definitely got some good mothers out there that was just in a crazy situation. But for sure, my preference would be to have, a woman without kids. And
yeah,
I
if you ain't got no kids, man, preferably that's natural. You woman without. Here's the thing. Oh, let me unmute. Hold on. Let me unmute and speak to that. If you're a young man and you ain't got no kids, you need to be looking for a woman the same way, right? You need to have your sights on a young woman with no kids. That's true and that's natural and that's what we're supposed to be. Now, the thing about it is this. You got a lot of dudes out here who don't got kids and they don't want their woman to have kids, but yet they will go and fuck single women. They will go over to single women's house with the big asses who they like and they'll play daddy just to get the draws. So they don't want to really be a stepdaddy, but they'll do it to get the draws. Like, that's what I'm saying right there. That's beta shit. That's simp shit to me.
Well, I guess I'd have been a simp before because I sure have played the role to get them.
That's what I'm saying, my nigga.
Hey, but listen, ain't nothing simple about it, man. That was some young dude stuff. But
hey, nah.
Go ahead.
Called it up for what it is. Most of the time, niggas don't want to hear.
Just to make sure I'm hearing it correctly, you say if a guy goes to a single lady house and play, are you saying that if I go to a lady house that got kids and play daddy for the draws, that's some simp shit? If you saying that, then y'all agree.
Yeah, that's simp shit. Like, bro, come on, man. These niggas are part of the problem. Think about what message that's sent to the young dude. He's saying, right, a nigga come in there and act like he wanna be daddy, but soon after the nigga get the draws, he don't see the dude no more. That same dude go online talking about niggas who dating single mothers when nigga you was having sex with single mothers. You called the young man a simp if he date a single. Think about how backwards we are as a race. This is fucking sad. You think about it. There's no penalty for a single black man having sex with a mother. A black man with no kids having sex with a woman with 8 kids, ain't nothing wrong with that, long as he don't get her pregnant, long as he don't get serious with her. But that's my thing right there. We can't do that. We got to tell that young black man who ain't got no kids, you don't even need to deal with single women altogether then. We can't just see, because what I see in a lot of these dating advice, it's put out there at the forefront. They ain't trying to hide it. It's okay to fuck these single mothers, but you shouldn't be trying to do nothing serious with them. But what you doing is you teaching the young man of that mother to do the same thing, to spend their whole life just fucking women and not committing. And right there, that's beta shit. That ain't the kind of shit that the Jackson 5 family was on. Nigga, Joe Jackson was in his household raising them damn Jackson children. You might not like the way he did it, but he didn't think like these beta niggas today. That's what I'm talking about. You talk about a village, but then you shun the niggas who stepdaddies. You talk about a village, but you act like it's realistic that every person gonna date somebody without kids. How does it take a village to motherfucking raise the children if you calling niggas simping for dating a single mother, but they ain't a simp for fucking her though? For playing, you ain't a simp if you play daddy for a week, but you're a simp if you play daddy for a lifetime. You ain't a simp if you be a stepdaddy for a month, but be a stepdaddy for a lifetime. You're simping. See, either you niggas serious about the community or you just want to motherfucking date and fuck each other and that kind of advice. That's all I'm saying. Separate the two. Keep the players and pimps over there and keep the niggas over here who talking about building the village. But go ahead, brother.
Hey, here go the advice I want to give. Hold on, I'm going to give it right to you, bro. I swear it's one sentence and pick it up. My daughter, right? I met my daughter when she was like 8 months old, right? She 26. Mind you, it's not my dog, but I met her when she was 8 months old. Do you know she called me daddy? I'm all she know. Fuck that step part. If you gonna ride out all the way with the female, or she gonna ride out all the way with you, just cut the step part out, because you're gonna be there. You don't need a stepdaddy if you just trying to get her to the next stepping stone. But if you about to ride out with her and you about to be with her forever, them your kids. Vice versa. She can be a single woman.
Now,
no kids. She meet you, you got 2 of them. Your baby's
I
mom.
agree with you, because these are that's how I look at it. If I'm meeting a girl, my kids is her kids is my kids. But I got to say steps so that the public know what I'm talking about, you know, so we know what we dealing with, you know what I mean? We ain't gonna really deal with semantic war. But you right though.
And I be forgetting you got this huge platform. It's like I was telling my homies, I'm like, man, it'd be like 600 people watching. So you got millionaires watching. You got hood people watching. You got diverse. It's so diverse on this platform, man. That's why everybody get along, because
let's get on the topic real. I don't mean to cut you off. We got a hella diverse platform, but I want to get on this topic about stepdad as being simps. Let's let me and the brothers build on that real quick. That's important. Let's while we here, because I ain't got a long time. So check this out, right? The narrative is, I'm not letting my son raise another nigga's kid because that's simping. Now, my problem with statements like that is, if you don't want your son raising another man's kids, then then tell your son to stay away from women with children. Don't tell your son it's okay to go play daddy to another man's kids to get the draws, but then after that you good. Cause that's simping for real. Y'all got it backwards. All right. So here's the thing. I don't think it's simping either way. I think it's preference. A lot of men who had stepdaddies coming up don't mind being a stepdaddy. That's just facts. That's just a fact. Think of how stupid a guy would be who had a stepdaddy saying, man, I ain't gonna be no simp and be a stepdaddy. Nigga, the dude who raised you wasn't a simp. He was a fucking father figure in your life. And I think a lot of these niggas are non-realistic, immature ass niggas who need to stay out of the conversation of village building, nation building. Cause that's some childish shit. Now, most of us grew up with stepdaddies. And what the fuck make you think it's gonna be any different, man? Not the odds of people staying with the person that they originally got pregnant are very small, even in other countries. That's why in Mexico, one man may have 4 different families. You may have a 23-year-old Mexican boy who got a wife over here with a family, a wife over there with a family, a wife over there with a family. Because the odds of you, especially when you starting off young and you potent, you fertile, and you don't really know nothing about dating, but you're having sex. All right? The odds of you being with the person you impregnate originally are very short, especially considering most of us start having babies in high school. That's when we start becoming puberty, hormones, all that. We got to be realistic, because if we don't, you're going to have a bunch of niggas with Captain America shit in the background, Thor hammers on their desk, talking about, I don't want to be no stepdaddy, when they was raised by stepdaddies. The average nigga's great-grandfather not only had 3-4 families around the town, but the nigga was a stepdaddy to other niggas' families. That's just the reality. But don't nobody want to deal with reality no more. That back in the days when we was really having black families, the average man had 4-5 different families all around town, that many damn different families. And not only that, the nigga was a stepdaddy too at another nigga's families. But it worked. We had infrastructure, an economy, a village. Ain't no way you gonna tell me my great-grandfather is a simp. Only you modern suckers talk like that, bro, and I ain't gonna let y'all change the narrative. Go ahead, No Lodge the most. No Lodge the most. If you got your hand up, please be ready when I call on you. I'm begging y'all.
My fault. I'm driving. It's police over here. But yeah, what I wanted to say is, man, this pretty much kind of what Dredge was saying, man. It's a level of indoctrination that we've all been a part of since kids, man. And we've been taking these movies, the shit we see on movies, and that shit plays out in our life. Like, they've been trying to be like these pimps and shit, these gangsters and shit, different players. They everybody want to be a player. And my issue is all of this stuff that they talking about. Oh, we modern men now, and we wearing sweet masculinity, and we doing all of this. All of these is just levels of indoctrination that go deep into the subconscious, and this shit's been plaguing our communities for a long time. You know, hip hop and a lot of these movies, which, you know, we all been a part of it. We all listen to rap music, and we didn't realize how a lot of that shit was playing out, not just in our own lives, but all around us. All of these people getting indoctrinated with different levels of things, and then they making it seem like, okay, now you got to be cool. Everybody's just trying to fit in with this new wave, or trying to be cool, or with, you got to wear this, man. Half of these niggas is wearing pink a couple years ago because a nigga on TV wore pink. You know, so that's pretty much my point.
Okay, and before I go to the next hand, let me just say this. Somebody in the chat room said choosing a mate is the most important decision you will ever make. That's not really true. We shouldn't look at it like that. You should look at it like learning how. Let me mute everybody on the thing. We should really look at it like this. Learning how to select is the most important skill we will ever learn. So I'm going to give you both choices. On hand A, you say choosing a mate is the most important decision you will make. Most important decision you will make. On hand B, we say learning how to choose is the most important lesson you will learn. Let me say that again. We shouldn't focus on choosing your mate is the most important decision you will make. We should focus on learning how to choose, period, is the most important lesson we'll learn. Whether it's choosing a mate, choosing a house, choosing a friend, choosing a job, choosing a whatever. The art of selection is a very, very powerful art. And it is an art. Learning how to choose is an art form. It ain't like you get this one choice in life, and if you blow it, that's it. That's not it. We learn how to choose our others as we grow and mature. And selecting a mate is an art form that we hone over time. It's not this one big decision that we come across in life, and if we blow it, that's it. We date and we learn and we evolve our dating life over time, and it's an art form. The art of selecting the appropriate mate for me in my life ain't nothing you start off knowing. It's something we learn as we develop a dating life and a sexuality. But it's nothing that comes to us face on in life as this one big decision that if you make it, it's gonna determine your fate. That's why the dating communities are lacking. They don't see it as an art form. They see it as a selection of choices that I should have made or didn't make. And that's just simplified it too much. But let's go to KKB more. Please, man, I'm gonna shut down if y'all got hands up and I'm calling on you and niggas ain't even saying nothing. You know you got your hands up, you know I'm gonna call on you. Just be ready. Let's go to Carly, man. I'm gonna put KK hand down. He don't want nothing. Capping. Go ahead, Sister Carly, you got it.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the whole stigma with, single parents, single mothers. There's this huge stigma behind that. Like we're some bitter, money hungry group of females. And, me, when I was dating in the 30 and up crew, it was really difficult, I'm finding someone, you know what I mean? Because it seems like they already came with that stigma in their mind, like, because it seems like it's just so common to not get along with your baby moms. And it's so common to be that's just my baby moms. Baby moms be tripping, they always tripping and all that kind of stuff. Like that's just, it's a norm and it's sad. And I kind of feel bad for the women. I only have one child and I was having issues. So we're talking what about these single moms out here that have like 5 or 6 kids? When it comes down to it, I think a lot of them just end up settling, trying to just get whatever they can get, because there's a lot of guys that are just really intimidated by that, don't want to step up. They don't want to be the stepdad. And they're just kind of like, and so the guy that does come along, probably not your first choice. And he might not even be the best choice for your kids. He might be a toxic motherfucker, but you're going to take him because in your mind, who wants me when I have 6 kids? Nobody wants me. So this is the best I can get.
Check it out. The guy who takes that woman, remember that woman ain't his first choice either. After we break our little virginity and get out of high school, that's what I was saying. Ain't nobody dealing with fresh choices no more. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point. Hmm.
I'm gonna keep the flow open for everybody. Go ahead. Ain't no. Karuth
Okay.
got his. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, wait. Did somebody else have their hand raised?
You good, sister? Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go real quick just to comment on her since she just went. I definitely feel you on that. I don't have any kids or anything like that, but I definitely see how men try to. This is not even something that is like only in women who have kids, but this is the main trope that they get the worst hit of it. A lot of times I see not I guess it's not just men, but I'm focusing on men right now. Men who try to devalue a woman's worth by certain things so that he feels better about himself. And like it's like a weird thing, it's to put you down, but then they want to be with you because I don't know what weird thing they have going on. I mean, maybe somebody else can elaborate on it, but a lot of times it really feels like a guy will come up to you and he will not like who you are as a person, but he will still interact with you and try to be with you and not show the value in you. And it doesn't really matter how many kids you have, because for example, somebody can have 5 kids with a husband and then the husband goes off and runs off with somebody. Is something really wrong with her because he wants to go and live another life? You know what I'm saying? Is something wrong with him? I mean, it's subjective, but to sit there and say because somebody has children that they're less, most of the time those people are more likely to have their shit together and have their mind together because they're raising literal kids. Like it's like we're forgetting what a mother is and how powerful it is to be a mother. And it's sad because then it puts stuff in women's head. Personally, I've had stereotypes on what a woman should be, put something in my head to where I act out in advantage to men because I feel like I'm not worth that. This is when I was way younger, like freshly 18. But I'm much older now, but it's a mind game. And it's kind of sad because I mean, of course, women have their ways too. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like some women do have shit that they got going on. But as far as women who really have good hearts and have good characters and they have children, I don't really feel like it's a bad thing for them to find love and to be valued and cared for. Like that's like that doesn't really seem heterosexual to say. But what else I was gonna say is too, personally, when I was listening to Bro Sanchez talk, and he was talking about how you call men simps if they talk to somebody who has kids, it made me really think about how personally, when I was younger, I saw a guy go and, get in a relationship with a girl who had 2 kids already. And I was like, oh my God, like, I can't believe he's going and doing this. But they still together to this day. That was years ago. I was when I was a teenager. And, they have kids now too. Like and they live a good life. They doing good stuff. Like they have their own business. Like they're living their best life. I mean, I don't know what they're doing behind closed doors. But what I'm saying is like, it's crazy how we have these narratives on our head about people based on what we would do if we were in their shoes. And it's really kind of just like an insecurity thing. Like it all boils down to insecurity and we be projecting that shit onto other people.
I'm going to make a good point real quick and I'm going to pass the mic. I'm not saying this is why some men date single moms, but I think it plays a crucial role in why. Now, men want a woman that's at home, that's cooking, that ain't in the streets, and that's going to build with him with where he trying to go with his goals and vice versa with each other. Don't want a woman that's all egotistical, running the streets, all this shit, with the love and hip hop type shit. Come on now. Real men don't want that. So what I'm saying is this, right? Most time you get with a woman young with no children, she's the totally opposite of what a man really want. Cause she young, She ain't got no children. She want to hit the club every night. She ain't trying to cook for you niggas. She ain't at home. Now, a man may get with the woman with the children, and guess what? She got to be at home. She got to be cooking. She got to have that order that he's seeking that he can't find in that young woman, right? She gonna help him build because it's to her benefit. She ain't focused on clubbing and all that. She's thinking futuristic too, right? So oftentimes the woman with the child or two is thinking on the level of the nigga who you know what I'm saying, looking for, I mean, it's, you know, it's crazy, right? Because you would think, okay, I want my woman to be fresh, no children, and I also want her to be at home cooking, all that. No, that's shit that a woman do with children, nigga. A woman without no kids ain't finna be at home doing all that shit for your ass, nigga. She wild as fuck, no kids, what, nigga? Are you serious? So I think a lot of times that woman that it ain't realistic on either side. It just ain't realistic on either side, man. I think it's a cutoff right there based on what I said. But I'm gonna pass the mic, man, and the sister colleague, you got it, sister.
Yeah, I mean, you make a good point. They like to sleep on you know, single mothers. I mean, I was a single mother for years before, you know, I met my husband. And people don't realize, you know, we're the ones, because we're single moms, you know, most of us have our shit together. You know what I mean? We got our own house, got our own car. We can usually cook. And I just don't appreciate I mean, I see the stigma all the time, and it just really hurts me that, you know, Black men today, it just seems like it's getting even more common and more popular to think that way. But, you know, I'll pass the mic.
Salutes to the entire panel. This is the type of, and I'm gonna show you what you're gonna have over here, right? We're growing a community over here that's gonna have this same topic Kevin Samuels and all them having, but we're bringing men and women together. And we're allowing you to feel free to, if a man wanna come on here with Kevin Samuels' viewpoint, we're gonna allow that brother to talk and get him to flow too, because at the end of the day, he's trying to bring, we got different ideologies, but we still trying to come together, right? So like this, and what I'm saying in my platform, man, is it ain't a bunch of women bashing men and they're all on women single. And it ain't a bunch of men bashing women and all them brothers single. It's a community of men and women, whether they be single or in a relationship, helping the ones who ain't in a relationship don't make the mistakes that the ones who may be older in relationships make. It ain't about me trying to exalt my fucking sex above the woman. I don't get paid to put men on I don't get a check cut from masculine companies and these different patriarchal companies that cutting the check for you to promote masculinity and shit. Like, masculinity ain't nothing to be promoted. Like, it's just some either you got or you ain't. And if your children ain't got it and you a man, some off. Like, I don't like a lion ain't promoting his masculinity. He's simply just using that shit for survival. Like, he don't care if you think he masculine or not, nigga. I'm trying to get a gazelle. Fuck what you think. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. Like, the whole thing of like promoting shit that's just you get anyway. Like, but my thing is like, I don't want to halt the mic, but I want this platform to have the same topic, but allowing couples to have it, allowing men and women to equally speak on it. This is a non-biased platform. You ain't gonna get too many platforms like mine having this topic and allowing the women to come up and have a voice uninterrupted. Cause had Carly or one of them women like Indy been on Kevin's show, he would have been muting them, having them. It would have been very controlled. And that's what niggas like in these dating communities is mad about, that they don't have a woman they can just control like a robot. That kind of mentality is why rich men right now is creating sex dolls. Cause it ain't broke niggas doing that. It's not some poor dude making a sex doll. It's some rich dude who's saying, I got all this money, but I still can't control these women. I got all these millions, but she still gonna fuck other dudes, go when I don't want her to go, and do things I don't want her to do. I can't control her with all my money. And that hurts the rich man heart. Cause it ain't that he really want a woman, it's that he want control. So I'd rather have a doll that I can control than a woman. And that's the future we going into.
Oh my God, Brother Sanchez, you just hit a nerve. That's what my baby daddy did. Exactly what he did to me. Because he couldn't control me. You know, he literally said, if you can listen to what I tell you without any questioning, I'll marry you right now. I refused. And you know what he did? He went and got a Japanese woman. And I'm not talking about Asian women because I know you have one, but this one, she's from the motherland though. Okay. So she real Asian, you know, and she's the robot that he was looking for. And now they getting married. You know, it's the reality.
And I'm gonna say something to the black guys out there who's looking to date Asian women for control. You might as well stay in on the black side. Cause guess what? Y'all, it's not what you're thinking with Asian women. Asian women are feisty. They're Chun-Li. They're like goddamn oh yeah, it's some real. So especially Japanese women too, and Vietnamese women. Ain't that control shit is not what you're thinking. No. So to the black women thinking, black men thinking I'm gonna go date Asian women to control them. Nah. But what I'll say,
big facts on that, and I told him that too, but he doesn't believe me. So I look forward to see, you know, how his relationship progresses in a couple of years when he finally realizes that maybe I was right.
Well, I'll say this though: you may have a more higher number of other race women that'll be more likely submissive than the black woman. I will not cap with that, but it's not just cut and dry like they make it though. But shout out to the sister Carly, because she's over in Asia now as a black woman, so she can speak more to it than probably a lot of us, you know. But you know, I will say this, man. I don't think control is overrated. A lot of rich men want control in a relationship. All right, and I'm gonna tell you something. To me, I don't really seek control. I seek respect. Respect me as a man. Don't belittle me. Know that I'm the man and motherfucking value my manhood. But I ain't gotta control you, boo. I mean, I ain't gotta control you because I don't want you to control me. But you gonna respect me as a man. You know, but the man, is some men out there that don't really care if you respect them as long as they can control you. Because think about it. A man that controls a woman ain't going to at the same time gain her respect. Because I when I was single and I used to be at some of these niggas' girls' house when they at work and they just control ass niggas, and you calling your girl while I'm laying under her and she shushing me. When she hang up, she'll tell me he's a bitch ass controlling ass nigga. Broderick, that's why I called you. You so fun to be around. So let me tell you, controlling niggas something. You control that woman as long as you can see her. But when you can't see her, she's out of control. And niggas like me is taking advantage of that. Don't you know if you get that woman to respect you, you can control her based on her, because if she respect you as a man, she wouldn't do you like that. But when you say all I want is control, nigga, that control is only there when you see her. But when you gone, she's out of control, buddy. Ooh wee. If you can see your girl when you ain't there, you controlling ass niggas. And it's them rich niggas. When I say rich, I mean rich white men. It ain't just rich, you right, but I'm talking about a lot of rich guys, these rich guys, multimillionaires. One thing they can't do with all the women they can get, they can't control them all. And these vixens and stuff can go from one rich man to the next, breaking these rich niggas' heart, taking their money. And they kill them and they put hits on them and these niggas go crazy. Suicide. I just can't control them. Why you want to, bro? Relax, bro. Control yourself, bro. Like, it's a weird thing. But let me just go to, who else want to build on this? Like, it never was about controlling like each other, but go ahead, man. Yeah, I'm gonna let somebody else build on it. Like, anybody want to interject to this? I don't want to hog the mic, man. I don't want to hog it.
If nobody's gonna interject, then I'll talk about that, because that's actually crazy that you said that, Sanchez, because it really is the truth. Like what you saying, like you have not said nothing that hasn't been the truth. Like everything down to a T. I think that trying to control people actually brings that out of people, because nobody wants to be controlled. You know, you want to have respect for people. And, you know, when you have respect, you're not even worried about control, because it's bigger than control. Like control is what you do for yourself. You have self-control. You don't need to control other people, because you can't. Because if you were supposed to control other people, you'd be in a body. You're not. You're two different people. So yeah, that's crazy that you said that. That whole scenario about calling people, yeah, that's funny, because I've actually had that happen. I'm not even gonna front on you, but I'm non-monogamous, so it's a little different. But I've literally had that happen to me before, so that's kind of hilarious.
Yeah, hey, yeah, I know it's crazy, but that's how I was coming up. Hey, I was single. Hey, I'm gonna tell you something. But oh shit, get the mic, y'all. The gas got me. Bomb Becky.
Hey, but Sanchez, you remember when you were in the military, right? And all those officers' wives, and when everybody would go on the deployment, you know, them officer wives, man, shit, they got passed around. And I don't know why it was always them.
You know why, sister?
Because
of what I said. You know them officers, they don't turn up. See, they control whole squads, whole platoons. That don't stop at the house. And they gonna rule it with that same authority thing. And guess what? That like a woman will look at a man like that as a stable figure, a daddy type role. But that's what it is. It's more like, and that's what it is, the sugar daddy, right? That's often that officer mentality, right? You really don't, like, I don't know how to explain it, man. Like, that's a good point she brought up. That's true, because the woman really feel controlled. She don't feel like I'm in a relationship with my equal and we have equal control over this relationship. She feel like, nigga, I'm just being dominated by the Lord thy God. And when that nigga ain't watching, I'ma bite this apple. Think about it. Once you make yourself the Lord thy God over that woman and you control her, what happened when the Lord wasn't watching? She bit that apple, nigga. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you. Hey, all right, let me just stop, because I'm hurting a lot of niggas' feelings. They gonna be jumping on they girls and shit. You better not have no nigga over there when I'm, yeah, you keep being like that, my nigga. Yeah, you value control over, if she respect you, she wouldn't do it. But you think you equate control with respect, and it ain't the same thing, brother. Anybody else want to weigh in on it?
It's like those who be seeking the power to control is like they was controlled at some point, so they just want to know how it feels to control. So it's like once they get a taste of that power, it's hard to let go, literally. Control. You know what I mean? And especially if you got someone weak enough to actually listen and actually submit their will to that person. And that person who is being the controller sees that that person is weak, they will feed off that and won't give up, won't relent. So they'll just take it all from.
I guess it depends on who, you know what I'm saying, who the person is, because some females like to be like not really controlled, but they like the man to take on that role, you know what I'm saying? Because I guess some females, even single mothers, they've been in that role for so long, you know what I mean? Her and her kid, it's like when they do get in the relationship, they want that person to take on that, you know what I mean, that role to say what goes or where it goes. They just want to be able to follow. You know what I mean? I even heard that before it come out of single mother's mouth, you know what I'm saying, that I mean they tired of having to lead somewhere. They just feel like they want to follow into footsteps of a strong man, you know what I mean? So it just depends on who that person is. I just how I look at it.
Yeah, and you know, one thing I'm pointing out though, because look, y'all gotta think about something. Let's talk about tax brackets and dating for a second, right? Let's talk about dudes that may be in the hood and low tax brackets versus dudes in like millionaire status or even six-figure status, right? Now, guess what? A lot of the big dating communities are full of dudes around the six-figure to millionaire status or a little beneath that, you know, on their way to it. What I mean is I be in these communities and it's a lot of established, successful brothers that make up a lot of these populations, and they all calling in like, brother, I own this business, I own that business, and we all just this big community of successful niggas who single, and we all saying we just can't find a woman. And it's like, think about that, right? And let's do some numbers talk here. On the other hand, you got a bunch of broke niggas who can't stop bragging about how many women they going through every day. And then you got a community full of the so-called successful dudes needing strategy guides, coaching advice. And it goes back to what I'm saying. What's lost in this tax bracket cutoff? Like, I don't get it. You know what? I'm going to tell you what it is. Don't you know, niggas, when you get rich, you don't know if a woman really love you or not, or if you just a sugar daddy. You don't know if it's my money she want or is it really me. And a lot of dudes in these tax brackets, man, they torn like that. Like, is she just another gold digger? A lot of them gonna die single because it's this thing where it's like, well, shit, I ain't like. Think about it. If you be with a woman when you broke and she watch you get to the top, that's different. But now that you at the top and you sing, you don't know which woman to trust. So they got that dynamic going too. You know what I'm saying? So that's another reason why a lot of them single and shit too. You know, from that dynamic, I can see that. But on the other hand, it's crazy to me because you do got huge, you know, platforms full of niggas who just regular hood niggas, and they can't stop rapping and brag about the women they going through. They ain't got time for them all. And then you got the rich dudes that's really out here complaining about what's like, it's something. Anybody want to explain what the fuck going on with this here? Because that's the truth though. And the only thing I can think of is the rich niggas. Guess what I'm starting to find out, y'all? A lot of niggas who may be single fathers, they didn't really want to raise their children. They wanted to join the club of niggas who get to live the rest of their life as bachelors and run away from their responsibility, but have the excuse of these bitches ain't shit. Now, some of them niggas is some real niggas who they baby mamas wouldn't shit. But a lot of them is niggas who just, they baby mamas didn't do nothing. Them niggas just wanted to be bachelors, man. They ain't want to be men. And they wanted to join that brotherhood, that community of niggas over there who get to just be bachelors for life. And say, yeah, man, the reason I ain't with a woman because these bitches ain't shit. My baby mama doing this. And you know, they can have that excuse and the brothers with them to say, yeah, man, it's cool, we good. And to me, I see that too. I'm trying to put it all on the table. But let me pass the mic, man. Y'all take it, whoever want it.
Okay. What I was going to say is, to be honest, it's probably because of the fact that when you kind of like aim to like chase money, you don't really, it's like you're doing it like, okay, if you're aiming to chase money so that you, it's like, what are their motives? Like, why are they successful? Sometimes you have to see like what these people are really having a problem with. Because I don't really think it's everybody. I don't know if everybody's having an issue or if it's a certain demographic of guys, like you're saying. Because it's like, are you doing it so that you can say that you're successful and then be rewarded for it? Like, and then it's not working because of that? Like, I really don't know. Like, you just, that's like a, like not a brain fart, but that's a, I don't know. I never really thought about that. Like, you bringing up some stuff I never really thought about. So that's probably why everybody quiet.
Yeah. Anybody else want to interject to the bill? I'm just thinking out loud, man. I'm just looking at the state of the community, trying to see where's I'm pointing out where the divides are and giving theories on why I think they exist. Why do you have a bunch of successful guys? Because this is no cap, man. A lot of these communities, man, don't be having a lack of upstanding guys, man. You know, a lot of these guys, some cool brothers, they got businesses and all that shit going. And all of them single, saying these hoes ain't shit though, bro. That's why we single. And then you'll have dudes who be married and enjoying their family and shit who ain't in the tax bracket of these guys. And I just be like, you know, maybe that's one of the swap offs. Maybe when you get in a certain tax bracket, they take all your game away and give you strategy guides. You know? And maybe that's why everything fucked up. But salutes to the panel, man. We got Becky on the bombs, and I'm going to let the brother Dara Holly on. But at this time, guys, I'm going to just say it was fun, man. We got to hear different people's perspective. A lot of folks was saying, coming defending different people. But we're just speaking on a topic. We're able to give our opinions on the topic. And the person who we call Kevin Samuels is the man that's leading the narrative of this topic. So I'm using his arguments as a good example of where I stand personally. You know what I'm saying? So it's nothing to, it's friendly smoke. It's all intellectual debate. Like I said earlier, I'm not one of them dudes come up here call the man gay and all that shit. I'm not with that. I'm here to debate the arguments that the man say, give my perspective as a man, how I feel with relationships and shit. And that's it. And I'll go to another topic, you know. That's all I'm do, just, you know, building on different, making my platform versatile. And if you don't like that, you can unsubscribe. I can talk about what I want to talk about, as long as I be respectful to people when I bring them up, and that's what I'm doing here. So let's let brothers speak. Daryl, you got it.
What's good, brother Sanchez?
What's good, brother? You got the floor. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, so I just had a quick comment about what you just talked about. So you said, why do you say wealthier men have a harder time finding women to complain about women?
That's right.
So I would say it like this, right? The reason that is because most likely they became wealthy because like they've been making smart decisions. I'm not talking about nobody who inherited, I'm talking people like who work for it, right?
Why do we think that's always necessarily the case? Because look, I know a lot of niggas that came wealthy from just, like you said, it ain't what you know, it's who you know. Not necessarily being smart, but just being connected. But go ahead.
I mean, that can be the case, but I'm not.
And most of the time, that
right?
is the case, though. Most of the time, that's the case. But go ahead.
All right. So when you say wealthy, what kind of tax bracket you talking about? I'm speaking like maybe like the 150 to like 300,000.
To me, that ain't wealthy. To me, wealthy is today.
Well, not wealthy, but these the higher end.
Well, look. Check this out. Hold on. What you just said, 100,000 to 300,000.
Yeah.
Okay, 300,000 and up would be wealthy. Now, from anywhere from 100,000 to that 300,000, you on your way to wealth. But that's kind of like hood rich, you know.
Yeah, got you. So when Kevin Samuels speak of these higher end men, what is he talking about? Like what pay scale you talking about? Over 300,000, like maybe over 100,000.
But that's again, it's all that now we dealing with. See, what's happening now is you proving my point. I'm glad you on, brother. Thanks for coming, because check it out. Right now, we're trying to place value on the man and woman based on a tax bracket. So if they get laid off, is he no longer a high value man because he went down in that tax bracket? It get to be an intricate conversation now.
Oh, no. I wasn't speaking specifically to that. I was just saying that because I wanted to touch on that point of how they find women and why they complain about women. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I want to hear you speak on it. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. But see, when I talk about that, I speak of like, so say somebody my age, like 32, they just make it like around maybe $175,000 a year. You know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking that is what Kevin Samuels is speaking about when he says like the higher end men. Are we on the same page?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so I would say that men of that stature complain about women more is because they typically spend their time doing stuff that the normal people in our culture or society would not be doing, right? So instead of going out and going to like the Super Bowl parties or doing extra stuff like that or going to the club, they're most likely putting time into their small business or putting overtime into the job so they can excel and become, that person who they strive to be. So when you're looking for your partner, you're kind of looking for somebody who has the same qualities as you, right? And if you're not in the right place, then you won't see that many women. And I can see why men of higher stature, will complain about women or the lack thereof as options. But go ahead.
Well, here's the thing too, man. What I would say to that, right? You're right. And there's nowhere around that once you reach a certain tax bracket that you're going to enter an elite class that we call it, okay? Here go the thing though. That's the trade-off for wealth. Most wealthy people are they don't really pride themselves on you know what I'm saying, family building, if you ask me. Now, unless you talking about royal families and shit like that, most of these niggas got the rock star mindset. You know what I'm saying? But let's talk about this though, brother, because you made some good points, right? So wealthier men find it hard to find a woman on their level. Let me ask you this based on that. Mathematically, how many what you would call wealthy women are there out there as opposed to men?
Possibly, they could outnumber the men. I mean, I know there's way more women
So
on
look,
earth than men.
so
Yeah.
if what you saying true, because I thought we would be somewhere like half, if not the women outnumbering the men. So if you got this small group of black men who represent a very small minority, because our women got way more wealth than us, this is one of Kevin Samuel's argument that the black man being a wealthy corporate man is the minority. Because if you look at all the other races, Chinese man, white man, all that, hell yeah, the black man is the lowest one. So it's a very small few black men, what we call wealthy, but however, our number may double, our women double that number. So like the thing is, why is it so hard for that small group of wealthy black man to find a wealthy black woman if it's more wealthy black women than black men? Them niggas should be in paradise. I'm telling you why it's so hard. You know why? Wealthy people all bougie. And the wealthy women thinking just like the wealthy men, I don't need them niggas. That's why I said it's more poor people dying together than rich people.
I agree.
Damn, that's a drum. That's a bomb. That's a bomb.
Don't nobody want to talk about this though.
But I also think that men are, so that these men that you put in this category, right? This small percent of men, right? I think they know that they can choose, or they know they have options, right? So that's why they probably are more,
watch this,
are more prone to complain or be picky. You know what I'm saying?
Watch this.
Nitpick.
Watch this. I'm here in Vegas, right? And it's some food companies here, like it's some donut companies. They pride themselves in having options. Like when you come in my donut shop, I got more selections than anybody. Then there's some donut shops that only got 4 options, and they make more money than the one with all them options, and they get the customers in and out. You know why? Customers go in your donut shop, you got 50 selections, them motherfuckers gonna be in line 10 minutes. I want that one, that one, that one. If you learn to perfect 4 items, you'll get them people in and out, nigga. Think about this, right? Options ain't always cool, right? The man with a lot of options, guess what else he got to make? A lot of time. If I bring you in a store that's filled up with 100 floors full of clothes, you'll never make it off the first floor before you can weigh all your options, and you won't buy shit and a whole day have been a pass. That's why niggas growing old, cause they fucking in a big shopping mall full of all these fake ass options that they think they got. And then the women too. All right, we got options. No, you don't. No, you don't, because guess what? Options ain't always good to have. Options are consumed. All right, you go in one man, the man with less options and more quality in his store gonna make a sale quicker than the man with all that cheap shit on all them flows. And niggas like, options ain't always. See, that what we pride the options over the quality. The reason niggas think they got all them options, cause any motherfucking female, because think about it, it's the lack of quality that increased the options. But once we start talking quality, you see you ain't really got a lot of options for the type of woman you say you want, and for the type of man she says she want. When you slim it down.
Now, to me, it can go both ways, right? You can say that you walk in the store and you got so many options. I can say I walk in the store and I know what I want. So, you know what I'm saying? So I'm shifting through to find what I want, what I came here to get.
Well, if you say that, then you still can't explain to me why there's a community of black men who are successful and wealthy that can't find what they want among black women who are successful and wealthy who outnumber them double. It still wouldn't explain to me how all of you, unless these niggas was undercover or bi or something, because a lot of these wealthy boule black men, they are part of lodges and societies, and that's their excuse when somebody asks them, why the fuck you ain't married, bro? You're a handsome man, you got millions of dollars, where the fuck your family and your wife at? Oh, these women ain't shit. But you always round this brotherhood. See, a lot of times we take the arguments of rich undercover men too in our life to get YouTube clout and shit like it apply to us. And us niggas in the hood never had no problem getting women. And we never made it an excuse. Niggas will get mad at you if you say, brother, the women ain't shit. That's why I ain't getting no date tonight. Niggas will laugh their ass off. Nah, nigga, you lame. Nah, every other nigga found somebody and you didn't. And the man who keep blaming it on the women, we gotta look at him some way. Like, bro, everybody finding a date, bro. And you ain't.
Hey, but honestly, man, coming from where I'm from, I wish men were a little more picky. They probably wouldn't have so many single baby mothers, single baby fathers out here. But go ahead.
That's all I'm saying. I'm trying to make sense out of the narratives out here and where they come from and originate from. And the whole thing about blaming a woman for why you don't want a woman and why you just surrounded by dudes is Bible shit, mythology shit, right? Jesus, why you ain't got a woman? Remember, she bit the apple. She's the reason for the sin. Now she can motherfucking wipe my feet with her hair, but I'm gonna give Peter the coat off my back.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't get involved. I don't do too much.
I know you all get involved with that.
Too much going on,
Drop.
That went over their head right there, though.
Oh, fight drop, bro.
Nah,
he said I don't get into that.
I don't get all that,
all
bro.
because
I
of,
got
like,
a girl over here, man. I don't get all
I
that.
ain't saying, look, here's the thing.
I feel you. Yeah.
When I talk this kind of talk, it ain't even dealing with no gay stuff and homosexual stuff on a sex level. It's dealing with it on a mythology. See, for anything to happen in the physical world, it got to happen in the spiritual world first. When we start creating gods that can rule the whole universe without the help of a woman, we start creating niggas that said, I don't need no goddamn woman. I can do it. You feel me? We start, it went to the physical level. That's what I'm telling you. Like, dudes that can create the universe without the woman in mythology is also saying we don't need the woman. We can create life without the woman. And even though that ain't true, they'll make it true. And if you look at what they doing today, they trying to put wombs on men in surgery and build artificial fetuses and uterus. Because when they achieve, they trying to build a world where they don't need the woman. It's true in mythology, the gods didn't need the women to create. They trying to make it true in reality. It got to happen in the spiritual realm first. Y'all, this spiritual argument is the reason why we even having this debate on social media now, man versus woman. Once they changed our spiritual system, these debates came up. We didn't have these debates prior to this shit.
Hey, let's ask the question one more time, bro Sanchez. Why didn't Jesus have a woman in the Bible if they wasn't pumping that matriarchal type of system? Or they would have, you're gonna get a man or woman. If he supposed to be the Messiah, you're gonna have a queen next to him. Why didn't they do that but gave him a bunch of men next to him? Died next to a bunch of men.
Check it out.
Cried out to. Go ahead.
Drop, let me ask you a question and you can keep going on. Want to interrupt you. Your questions made me think of some more questions. Even with what you saying, Drop, what about this? Why didn't Jesus allow women to follow him. Cause look, he saved a woman from being stoned and left the damn city and left her with the same people that stoned her. Bro, they gonna stone her soon as you leave. So why couldn't she follow you? Go ahead, talk to him, brother.
nigga, I can't come after that. That's straight flame. Why didn't he say, hey, follow me? And another thing I want to tell black folks, right? These Bible thumping black folks. If you think the white man drug Jesus to that cross, you a damn fool. That was niggas. That was who he was fucking with. The community he was fucking with was all niggas. Since we gonna go there, but I don't believe none of it. But since we gonna take the story, niggas drug him to that cross and hung him up and killed him, man. Because tell me one place you can go in the world today where the majority is black, but they gonna let some white folks drag you, beat you, and hang you up on a cross. That's not happening, man. And niggas beat him if they story is true. I don't even believe the story, but man, niggas hung him on a cross, niggas beat his ass, niggas ain't following, and he ain't had no women. And the ones that brought him back to life, if he did resurrect, which I don't believe, it was women that brought him back. If you watch Wakanda or whatever, the women was the warriors. And that's just in scripture. But go ahead, you got it.
Yeah. Nah, it's all good, man. Mic drop on that, brother. I'm just gonna keep the mic moving. I'm gonna get ready to shut it down in a minute. But yeah, let's any ops in the chat room, y'all need to be the ones clicking the link for real. But yeah, go ahead, Jonathan. And Duke of Memphis and Narco. I see y'all. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah, man. You know what? I just had, me and my gal had this talk, man, about marriage. You know, I know about, it's something secret about marriage to women that we kind of don't feel it. It's like almost a submission thing for a lot of men, as far as the marriage thing is concerned. But I was like, me and her, we were in private when we made our little connection, our bond. It wasn't no preacher behind us. It wasn't no judge or nothing declaring us, you know, bonded together. I just want to know what's the agenda behind the way or the system they have set up for marriage, or is it something sinister that they doing that we give our bond to them?
What it is when two people get married, it's not two people becoming one with the universe. It's two people becoming one with the state. You see what I'm saying? You become one with the state.
Wow.
At that point, you forfeit a lot of. At that point, they basically own your children. I don't know if y'all know that, but the moment you get married, yeah, you become a lot of things. Now, people that can give you this knowledge better than me are the Moorish brothers. The Moors, they'll go deep into all that, how we getting raped with our rights with the marriage certificates. But it's basically acknowledging that you becoming one with the state. Y'all both becoming one corporation, I think, or something like that. But that's the whole thing with that, man. You know what? We need to ask this question too. Like, there's an alarming amount of people who won't allow you to challenge certain influential people. For example, and I don't mean to stir up no shit, but I gotta say it. If you go after people like Kevin Samuels, Thomas Sotomayor, Jesse Lee Peterson, these folks got motherfucking armies. And these armies appeared out of nowhere, G, overnight. And I'm going to tell you, the only thing you can compare it to all your PewDiePies and shit of the world. But what I'm gonna say is this right here, man.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys, I've been on YouTube for a minute, and I done seen channels grow to become big, and I done seen how fast that can happen. I'm telling you, some of these folks, bro, it was literally in a snap of a finger, and that's really unheard of in an age of you happen to put the grind in, put the work in, and actually grow your channel. And you can't go from like I said, doing reviews on products to giving dating advice without growing your way into that community. Like me, I'm a flat earther. If I had talked about flat earth today, I would have had about 500 people, even probably 600, who knows, depending on the presentation. But I know automatically if I come up here talking about this subject, I'm going to lose that viewership because I got to work my way into this kind of space. You get what I'm saying, y'all? You know how it works. Like, people don't know me for this type of topic. So it is kind of me integrating more stuff onto my normal platform, which is something I will have to do consistently for the numbers to grow on these topics like it did for any other topic. But if I would have just came right into this space like with the numbers, it is really that ain't real. That somebody sent you. Like, not to throw salt, but I know how this shit work for real. I understand what controlling the narrative is. I know about people who put out here to be influencers to push certain narratives. I know what the narrative is. That's why I'm trying to point it out to y'all, and I go all the way back to the Bible, showing you the agenda of Luciferians to demote the woman in reality, in mythology, in history, in everything. I don't just talk. A lot of niggas think I'm hating. I'm a man. Why would I fucking hate on the whole concept of being a bachelor? I want folks to know the evil agenda.
No.
Hold on, y'all. Hold up a second. So I want folks to know the evil agenda behind popular narratives. Sorry for the interruptions. A lot of folks in the chat saying we was hating and stuff. No, we're all part of a community of people with the same concerns as Kevin and all the other people, and we may not all agree. And it may seem like I'm being long-winded, but I do want to point that out there. Like, to me, I see a whole underlying evil agenda behind the whole narrative in the first place of, like I said, man versus woman instead of man with woman, man and woman. Like, it ain't about the versus thing. That's, y'all don't see this shit, bro. Like, this is what they want. That's why that type shit's popular. Man, let me pass the mic, man. The Luciferians control this shit.
And dealing with your channel, man, I learned a lot about energy, man. And it's like that bond, that's a lot of energy. Yeah, I think a lot of people understand that energy and to be able to control it and make it kind of divided. They know what they're doing, but like what I see where you going. If we put that energy together and use it, become one, and do what we're supposed to do naturally, then that energy could be bigger than us fighting against each other all the time. You know what I'm saying? Because we can be in a bond and be ops. I have been in a lot of relationships where I call myself being in a bond, and she was my main op. You know what I'm saying? But it's some stuff that we don't understand about women that we do need to understand. Because when you lay down with them and screw them unprotected and whisper them sweet nothings and locking the doors and all of that stuff, Man, you don't know if you don't know what you're getting into, you're gonna fall into something.
Now,
So I'm glad you're having this discussion because a lot of cats, it's like a repeat thing. A lot of cats get into the same routine about getting with a woman and it goes bad.
That's factory, man. Hey, look, and I just wanted to add this toward the Kevin Samuel topic. You know what a lot of folks gonna take from this? That we hating on the brother, bashing him and all that, when I think we were a group of adults who came in and had a very professional motherfucking topic, and we just didn't have to agree. We didn't disrespect the man. There was a couple of folks called in and was knuckleheads talking about he gay and shit, but I immediately rebuked that. And I ain't even going at that man on no personal way. Because I think ultimately, like I'm always saying, I keep saying, ultimately, I think he's beneficial to a lot of people, right? But here's the thing. Everybody's not always right, man, about everything, and the shit he's not right about, people need to come out and say it. And if you think they wrong, you come up and you debate with them people. At the end of the day, it's just a conversation that we all choose to engage in, but we don't got to fucking be fanatics or personality worshipers. Kevin Samuel was, what I was gonna say about him is this. Somebody in the chat room said, Kevin Samuels is just trying to get more people married. I watched a few times and that looks to be the goal. Is he married? I want to know if anybody know if he's married.
I don't know that. It ought to be known though. If he like out there like that, it ought to be known that he married. God dang.
Yeah, like if you married and you trying to get more people married, you and your wife will be on the camera kissing and shit, showing how lovely it is, rubbing it in folks' face.
With y'all hugging and stuff.
Right, like y'all missing out. This marriage thing is what's up, you know.
Baby, tell him so.
I mean, I'm not. See, folks, here they come. See, man, y'all hating on. No, we're saying I'm trying to see what is it? Is he trying to get more people married? Because if that is, I think now here's the thing. I think he is trying to get more people married. So I'm not hating. I truly believe that's what he's trying to do. Because I watched a couple of his shows, and that's the power, that's the energy I got from some of them too, where he was telling these females, you waiting too long to be married, sister, thinking that you looking for this dude that's on a Denzel type level, and you ain't even on that level. You need to humble yourself and get with you somebody and love on them. So Kevin does do that. That's why I said he's good with that. That's beneficial. We need that, right? We want to point that out. We don't want to just come up here and make it come off like we're hating, because that's true. And a lot of things, I do think the brother want to get people married. The question is, the best way to do that is to be married and promote it. I see a lot of married brothers out there who ain't getting popular though. And them and they wife be on there and stuff. And that's what I'm saying. What is who controlling the narrative and the algorithm? Because if it's all about getting people married, we know that ain't the agenda of the government. And guess what narrative the government gonna push? A narrative that's gonna keep people unmarried. So let's see who being pushed.
Hey,
what they
son,
saying.
I kind of been around for a while, right? Like back in the 70s when I was young, it was like a love. Well, I would say like in the hippie times when this love energy was going on, and And come to find out when I was young, you know, because I was molested too, you know what I'm saying? I was molested as a child by my babysitter. And I don't be ashamed to mention that shit. But when I do mention it, it'd be like 2 or 3 people be like, man, I got molested back then too. You know what I'm saying? And then make a long story short, if there was a lot of perversion and a lot of love stuff going on, you think that energy is coming back around? Cause like I heard in Arkansas, they trying to ban abortion, except you know if you get been raped and stuff. It's like they want us to stop fucking again.
You know, and I'm gonna say that they salutes to that brother for that. Let's go to Indy Huxtable, and I'm gonna say something about you, us men too, man, about defending all these personalities. Go ahead, sister.
Okay, so wow. First things first, I just want to say, wow, that was very, like, I commend you for even coming on here and even saying that, because that was real. But dang, I don't even know what to say about that. But I was gonna say something about the whole narrative about I think the issue here, we kind of broke it all down. It seems like it's men are going to be wealthy, like they're working to be wealthy, they're not prioritizing the family lifestyle. Everything in the media and everything is promoting that too. So then they are kind of like back into this space where they aren't working with the women in their life. They're kind of like in a competition with them, and they feel like the woman has to bring something equal to the table because it's a competition, or like maybe it's like creating an issue like that. As far as like with the Bible and everything, and like just the narratives that they try to put out there, it is like very individual, like, and it all plays together. Like they want you to be by yourself, and that's why they want us to go and be in a house by ourselves, and let's not like talk to anybody, let's be 6 feet apart. Like it's all going into like hyperdrive. Like we're watching it happen as like right now as we speak. Like everything is gonna change like in a drastic way, how we socialize with other people and how people identify with themselves and everything. And so it's just crazy seeing how little parts all play into a bigger narrative, and people don't even realize how you could have good intentions, but you like I said back when I like said something earlier, you have to think about sometimes like who benefits from your thoughts. Like when it all boils down, like who benefits from that? You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes that could be a narrative that was indoctrinated into you and you don't even realize it. So yeah. Even the romantic aspect of it, like where you feeling like you got to have somebody around, but then you're not staying with them. You know, you hopping from next person. Me personally, I'm not monogamous. So it's not that I don't like, it's not that I don't want to be committed though. You know, I do want to be committed to people. I just don't like feel like people should stay in a position that they don't want to be in. And I wouldn't want to do that either. I feel like I don't know, I value growing with people and having life partners, you know, and you know, you got to realize sometimes when you go separate ways. But I don't know if anybody wants to talk about that too.
Can I ask you a question now?
We definitely can build on it. Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm gonna get ready to close out in a minute. But yeah, definitely go ahead, Duke.
Yeah, I wanted to ask her as far as women is concerned about marriage. Is it like a goal that has to happen, or is it something like if you don't be married, if you're not married, it's like a curse or something if you're not?
Well, shoot, I don't know about anybody else. I'm probably not the best person to ask because personally,
okay.
I don't really view, like, I'm not into marriage. Like, I don't know, I've never really felt like I was gonna be into marriage. But that's because I don't see myself only like meeting one person that I only want to grow with. You know, I feel like I don't want to be held down to only growing with one person in my life, because I feel like there's many people that I can grow with and I can appreciate, you know. So yeah, that's just, I guess it just all boils down to what people want from a relationship. I'm not really geared off of like making a contract with anybody, you know. That's why I don't know. Marriage is not really like my main goal, because I don't really want to make a contract with anybody about anything.
Well, sister, what do you think of marriage outside of the confines of like American society, as far as like not dealing with contractual government shit, kind of how like Moors or different other sects of, not sects, but sets of people do they different marriage arrangements that don't have to be more so government involved, that could just be recognized by, you know, a sovereign nation or sovereignty, that type of thing. Like you really, or really contracts really don't have nothing to do with anything, because really, I feel like as long as somebody got that bond with somebody else, a piece of paper and a ring really ain't got nothing to do with it. It's really just your preference at that point.
Period. It's like it all boils down to like spiritual unions, you know. Like I do think that, you know, that's the normal way that things should be and how they always have been. So yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, I feel like real marriage, y'all. Like I feel like marriage is something that happens on the inside, not out. It's a ceremony that happens on the inside of the heart when you let somebody in and they get, and you know, y'all both feel mutual about one another. That's real marriage, because I feel like sometimes people can get married in real life. You're right. Insides and connected.
Y'all brothers are right, Q and Duke, on that. I concur with all of it. Hey, brother lawyer, go ahead, brother. I see your hand, brother.
Hey, what's up, bro? Hey, I just wanted to make a comment about what Drop was saying. I'm not. I just want to tap on that while he was asking about Jesus and stuff. I was trying to make a correlation. I mean, not correlation, but correlation between Jesus and these other mythical gods. I was going to go back as far as the Mesopotamians, where Enki was also portrayed as a Jesus-like figure, and he went and he talked to the people and tried to save them in times of need. And then you go from the Mesopotamians to the Greeks, and Dionysus was another one of those Jesus type characters where he was born from a man, or he was born from the male god. And after he was born from the male god Zeus, he was proclaimed as being killed and then risen from the dead. And then that brings you all full circle all the way back to Christianity, where Jesus was killed, so-called killed, and then he rose from the dead and was admitted back into heaven by his father. But Dionysus was the last deity to ever go back to Olympus, just like Jesus was too. And the Enki was the son of Anu, which was the sky and universe god. And he used to sabotage his brother's ways of torturing humans and stuff, like with the flood story and everything. And
brother, you coming and giving us comic books while we talking about dating in reality. But no offense, my brother lawyer, because guess what? You be dropping jewels, man. I don't know if you knew how hard you went in on that other show, man. You went the fuck in, bro. I forgot which one it was, but salutes to you, bro. But I'm going to tell you, that Enki mythology, man, I'm biased towards, so I apologize. My bad, brother, for cutting you off. I just got my biasness toward the whole Sumerian mythologies. But go ahead, brother. You dropping some truth, though.
What I'm saying is that they are all the same. Christianity, Mesopotamian, and the Greek religion is all the same. None of it's real. It's actually talking about two groups of people. And I thought I'd mentioned this once before about these two groups of people that are at war. And throughout the Bible, it also goes back and forth, and it talks about this war that they're in. It talked about it in Genesis with Cain and Abel. It was talking about how different they was. These were the different types of people. And then when it comes to integrating us into that, we have no reason to be involved in it. That's not our culture. It was never our culture.
Yeah.
We
All
always.
right, so cool. What's the two groups of people?
Sanchez, you don't mind me saying it, right?
Go ahead.
It's the Jews and the whites. They're two different people, but we mistake them as the same people. They're not from here. They're from another land. And I was trying to say it before. The whites are the Nords. They're from Hyperborea. They're from the Boreas. They're from the northern area outside of our plateau, outside of our plain. And the Jews they're from another location too as well.
Now, wait a minute. Now, this brother, now I ain't gonna lie, his shit make a lot of sense. You know why? That would explain like why white people kind of more sensitive to the sun, because it don't spend a lot of time. The sun don't spend a lot of time in this Hyperborea area.
Yeah. Another thing is too, they come from where our second sun comes from. You know, when our sun goes all the way out to Capricorn, it swaps out with a lesser sun for the wintertime. And then in the summertime, it comes back and works its way through Cancer towards the center of our plane. And it does that, signs and seasons. It does that every year. And they come from that location. They used to use a form of directional travel utilizing a hand. It's called the one hand rule. And they utilize their hand because once you get so far away from the center, compasses won't work anymore. And the compass will literally go in circles. So what they do is they have a hand sign that they use as almost like a sundial to give them directions back. But
what you was gonna see, you said white people are the Nords, but Jewish people are who?
There's three types of Jews. There's the Semitic, well, it's actually four. There's the Semitics, the Sephardics, and the Ashkenazis. They're a sect of traveling nomads. They're actually who the American Indians are as well, and the Hispanics. And the thing is that the Jews and the whites, the Nords, they're in a constant conflict because they both want to rule this realm. They both want to rule this area because everything here is abiotic. And don't ask me how I know this, because there's a lot of variables that's involved in this. The reason why I know things are abiotic is because when I was stationed in Texas, in San Antonio, when I first got there in 2004, all the oil wells out there in Texas were dried up, supposedly. When I went back for K-9 school, again, probably like 5 or 6 years later, they were selling those oil wells, saying that they were replenished. So that means that the oil that they had so-called drained out over a decade ago had replenished. That means the oil was going back into the wells and they were able to pump them again. Same thing with these veins of minerals like gold and silver. Here in Nevada, you know how they have a bunch of gold and silver mines and shit. Now they're starting to resell those again because they're finding gold in them, and when they were supposed to be stripped of all their precious metals. So what I'm saying is this area where we live in is particularly special because it doesn't run out of resources. The same thing with water. If you want fresh water, you dig a well, you'll never run out of water. And so these people came here to seek that resource. And that's the same reason why they're fighting as well. And
you mean to America?
Yes, they weaponize Black people against each other. Back in the day when they used to say Jim Crow, that was the Jews saying that it was Jim Crow. And they were saying that, I mean, I'm not saying there wasn't some crimes that was happening towards Blacks and it wasn't racism, but the thing is that they publicized it heavily because they wanted us to be an ally to them. And then the whites are doing the same thing to us by allowing the Jews to take over the media companies and these record and movies and shit like that. So when the Black people get in there, they're exploited heavily. See what I'm saying? So, and now they're
Hey, you know what I don't get though, brother? It's like if the Moors is at war with the Jews, right? It's like
Shit, you would have thought these niggas would have been coming with their own record label. Like, yeah, this Morris Records over here. You know what I'm saying? We trying to get as much pull in the industry and media as y'all is. Like, it should be a Morris empire in every facet. Because I mean, you got to fight fire with fire. Whatever they doing ain't working.
Hold
Nigga.
on. Now, was the Olmec statue was that a Moor?
But see, but look, here's the thing though, the word more really come from the word Lemuria. But Lemuria is just another term for the North Pole area. Everybody is saying we all come from the center, but we calling the center our own different mother word, and we thinking it's different places when it's the same place we all refer to under different native tongues. That's just one theory.
We do come from there. We inhabit all countries. And when they came here, they saw that and they integrated in.
But who is we and they? That because you got to understand, everybody been fucking, man. Everybody got cool. You got it. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. You got it.
Nah, I understand everybody been fucking, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with mixing. I mean, but the thing is that they came here with the intentions of controlling. And now,
hold on, bro. One thing I want you to understand: before it was they came here and we were here without motherfuckers. We were together first before we were ever separated. Always start from that precedent.
Yep. You know, that could be the name of it, the EBBF theory. The everybody been fucking theory, yeah.
Hey, look at it like this, because you know every war, the captures was the females. They killed all the men. They needed nothing with your warriors. So they captured the females, right? This is where you get the mulatto Moors from, or mulatto of any races. They just think black and white is the only mulatto, but you got to understand every race, man, is mutts everywhere. And that's what the world consists of now. There's no pure race no more unless you was line breeding with your bloodline and catching these weird ass diseases.
And all of this,
nothing was pure.
And everything that the brother just said falls under the EBBF theory, which says that diversity didn't have to evolve. Everybody been fucking, and even before everybody was fucking, before.
Hey, dog, you gotta do a show to make that a hashtag, man. That EB community.
Hey, that's our next interracial bill right there. That's our next interracial bill.
Everybody been fucking community.
Hey,
everybody been fucking.
I'm gonna drop off.
Hey, it's funny, but it's facts though. It's funny because it's facts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's facts though.
I wanted to say thing to
nigga said the EBBF community.
Hey. God damn.
You can end it on that for real, man. That shit
man, we
is
need to get us cards, man. We got to have the card, man, or something, man. EBBF card.
Think about
The British didn't get that memo though, because they went through centuries of fucked up looking kids because they were all marrying their cousins and stuff.
Yeah,
I mean they did try. The Moors did try with that one queen, that light skinned Moor.
Yeah, you talking about
she had a couple
tried to bring them out the dark ages? You mean?
Mm-hmm. No, that one queen, she married King George, 1700s. She has a Moorish background, so they did try to infiltrate.
Was that Charlotte?
Yeah, I think her name was Charlotte.
Gorgeous too.
Yeah, I think I had to remember that because that was my grandma's name.
Yeah, but the problem with that is, she ended up having that man's kids, which those kids were still, they still had that Habsburg blood, that Habsburg jaw thing.
They weren't further enough removed from the bloodline to be like, all right, y'all starting to get a little decent.
It didn't help them. It didn't help Queen Elizabeth either, because all the females from her bloodline and all the males from her bloodline, all the females can only produce males that were what's it called when you can't clot your blood?
Hemophiliac.
Sickle
I think
cell or
it's
something.
anemic. I ain't for
Oh
sure.
yeah, but something like
Hemophiliac.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
right, all her daughters, every last one of them that had a son, all those boys are hemophiliacs. None of them survived.
Yeah, hemophiliacs just bleed and they can't really stop it. Yeah.
Shit, it's like you be looking at the queen and them, and I ain't trying to be that guy, but she don't look too much like royalty. Like they just look like regular old folks in an AARP commercial or something, or like, you know what I'm saying? The nursing home, help, I can't get up, life alert commercial ass motherfuckers. Like, it ain't like it's the upper echelon of cute looking ass royal people. It's just like a couple of these motherfuckers is hard sights to see.
Hey,
look, man, you seen that Rothschilds dude though? He looks like the Walking Dead.
That nigga is what's his name? He Mr. Burns from The Simpsons. For
Yes.
real.
Oh yeah,
I knew you was gonna
He doesn't
say
look
that.
human. He's not human.
That nigga be in the cut like Smithers.
No, because the vanity don't move these people and the money don't neither. They don't even care about that money because they living in power. Now, once you living with power, the money is just nothing but something to have fun with, but they don't need the money no more once they got the power. You know what I mean? It's like money and power. Like once you got
But look,
the money.
think about it. You know what? You gotta understand something too now. It ain't really the money is one thing because that's how we get the resources. But because they got the resources, they don't need the money. They just need to print the money for you so you could think you need the money and not the resources. We think the money is the resources, but the trees, the ground, all that is what creates the money. That's what they need, the trees, the paper, all that to print the money. They don't need the money. They need the resources to print the money so that you can think you need the money and not the resources. That's the game.
And they turn the money into
that's a mic drop, dude.
They turn the money into like a drug and have us move it. If that money not moving, it's worthless. That's the currency. If we not putting current to that money, it's worthless. So that's why they keep us at work. But y'all go ahead.
That's facts. And check this out too, Drop. Like you spot on, bro. And you know another thing is like when the people don't need money and they already control all, you got to think about this, right? These people don't care about money. They print that for us. We spend our whole life chasing money, so we can't begin to fathom what it's like to even think with their mind. They don't even worry about money. They control all the resources in the world, right? And they got the whole world ignoring the resources and just chasing the money. So they got to spend their whole life thinking of ways to keep printing money so that you can ignore the real deal that it's about the resources they controlling. Now check how deep this goes, because you got to think from their mindset, even though it's hard, because we don't know what that's like, right? But from their perspective and their reality, it ain't about money. It ain't about resources because they got all that. It's about control. So now they looking for ways to turn their money and resources into devices and technology that would allow them to control your ass better. So, because the money is only buying them time. There's only so long where they can't print money, and before we say, well, you know what, it was about the resources at the end of the day. Because if all the banks crash and your card don't work no more, people gonna be killing for water and food. We ain't gonna be killing for money no more. So they know that the money just buying them time. So with that kind of mindset, they looking for ways they can control you so that when they time run out, it ain't nothing you can do about it. They've been already had you chipped, vaccinated with some shit. Well, let me stop because you know they trying to let me chill, but I'm just saying.
And that all ties into that manifest destiny you were talking about.
Yeah, and that's a ploy to get you to, because when you have endless resources and endless money, the only thing that you're really in need of is services, people to gather the sources. But I got one more thing I'm about to get off. You know, north, south, east, and west has a totally different name than what we call them. And in each one of the religions, it talked about those areas. That's where, if you look into the north, south, east, and west, you'll find out where these different entities come from. Hey, bro Sanchez, man, fire ass show, bro. You guys, hey, you brothers, sisters, hey, stay safe, and I love you guys.
Hey,
Hey,
love
let me
y'all, man.
jump right quick.
Appreciate that.
LeBron
Oh,
James.
yeah, that's
go
another
ahead,
thing.
Sister. You got
I
it.
gotta get out of here now, man. Let's go on, wrap it up, y'all. But yeah, cause I gotta still read the donations and
All right,
tell
I
the
think the
people.
sister wanted to say something.
Yeah, most
And we can
definitely, y'all
follow.
get it in. Yeah, most definitely, y'all close out. Go ahead.
Okay, all I wanted to say was to since we didn't really get to talk too much about it, I wanted to like tie in the astrology, but I didn't get a chance. But you guys can go to People Oracle on Instagram, and she has a lot of information about everything that y'all just talked about, especially how they kind of like obsessed with trying to go to Mars. They want to be Martians, and like the whole concept of Mars has to do with self-control and controlling things, you know. So yeah, y'all have a good day. I don't know if y'all gonna close out or whatever, but that's all I
Much
want to
love,
say.
Thank you,
Sister Indy.
sister.
Definitely like
Most
your
definitely.
opinion tonight, G.
Hey, much
Much
love
love
to
to
the
you, Queen.
sisters that join us tonight, Carly and the sister Indy. Y'all make the bill balance. I appreciate it. And salutes, man, to all y'all, man. I'm gonna go ahead and
Everybody have a
close
good
out.
night.
Yeah, for sure. All right,
Much
y'all.
love to
Peace
you,
out,
buddy,
man.
G.
It was a blast. What more can I say? Let's call out the donations real quick. Yeah. And then y'all let me know, email me if there's some particular topics you want me to build on that ain't built that you think I need to touch on right now. Shout out to Roderick Brown, to Amber Smith. Thank you, Amber Smith. These are the Cash App donations, man. Appreciate y'all. To Christina White, thank you for the donations. See here. This is Resonating Truths YouTube channel, Bro Sanchez. It says, all right. Devin Mack for the moon is out all day in Atlanta. I see it all. Leonardo says, for much love.